Roman Dmitri, eldest son of Lord Dmitri. Roman's father was a famous blacksmith of the Cairo nation. The equipment he forged was all masterpieces. When war broke out, Roman's father became the country's main source of weapons and contributed significantly to the victory. After the war ended, he was awarded the title of Baron for his services and then became the lord of this land. Lord Dmitri had several sons, of whom Roman was the most unsuccessful. Unintelligent, dissolute, and even secretly called the idiot of the Dmitri family by his servants. Roman lived a miserable 25 years before Baek Jun-hyun, a martial arts master, entered his body. When he wakes up in his new body, the first thing Baek Jun-hyun does is, "Oh no, now call me Roman. What I do is ask the servant to take me to see the oldest person in the area." Here he heard the old man tell about his father's heroic life. Although the servant did not understand why the young master made such a strange request, he was a servant after all, and a faithful servant must fulfill his duty. After listening to the story for a while, Roman gradually understood his current identity. He didn't know why he was reincarnated. Maybe this is God's will, or it could be divine punishment for not agreeing to ascend. But no matter what, if he was resurrected, he would live another decent life. Just as he thought this, Roman heard a loud shout from the nearby market. "This bastard!" A skinny young man with red hair was being severely beaten by a bald man. While beating him, the bald man cursed non-stop. Passers-by were very scared. No one dared to intervene. Roman's servant saw the commotion and ran over to see. But when he saw the sharp fangs tattoo on the bald man's shoulder, he became wary. "What's going on?" Roman also followed to observe. "Young master, there is a troublemaker here. Looks like you're from the Bloodfang gang." With his client's scant memories, Roman had absolutely no memory of the name. According to his servant, it was a loan shark organization. The Bloodfang's scope of operations is not limited to the Dmitri family's territory, but also extends to neighboring regions. It seemed that the red-haired young man owed them a large sum of money, which was why he was being tortured like that. "Let's pretend we didn't see anything. It would be no good if we interfered." Roman's servant spoke softly, but when he turned around, his young master was nowhere to be found. True to his usual pattern, Roman stepped forward and shouted, "Stop!" much to his shock. The Bloodfangs immediately recognized him as the Lord's youngest son upon seeing him appear. But they were not afraid, they even laughed arrogantly. Well, the nobles dared to poke their noses into it. "If you dare to speak up to stop us, noble Dmitri can go because this is our private matter." Apparently, even though Roman was the Lord's son, these bastards didn't have any respect for him. The servant quickly advised Roman to return because the Bloodfang gang was an extremely cruel bunch. But with the blood of a martial arts master boiling in his veins, Roman could not ignore the injustice. "Hans, you suddenly spoke up. I don't understand the rules here, so explain who here is the lawbreaker and what was their punishment." Hans was the name of the servant. At the young master's question, he seemed quite confused. Although Roman has never been very smart, today, after a night's sleep, he seemed to have completely lost his memory. Even so, if Roman had spoken, Hans still had to explain. Since the red-haired young man owed money and didn't pay on time, he was obviously the one in the wrong. However, the people of the Bloodfang state were not allowed to arbitrarily handle that matter with violence. Most importantly, they showed disrespect to the youngest son of the Dmitri family. "This crime must be paid for with life. According to the laws of this region, those here deserve to be executed," Hans said, swallowing his saliva in fear, especially when facing the bullet-like eyes of the Bloodfang. After listening to Hans's presentation, Roman seemed to become even more enthusiastic. He picked up a dry branch from the roadside and announced, "Do you hear? You have violated the laws of this land, and I, the eldest son of Lord Romero Dmitri, will punish you now." Even Hans was surprised when the young master suddenly became majestic today, as if he had taken the wrong medicine. But the bully and his men were not worried at all. "Hey, I know you're a noble who doesn't understand anything about this world, but if you keep hindering us like this, you will force us to take action." With that, they began to pull out their weapons, seemingly ready to teach young Master Roman a lesson. Of course, with the blood of martial arts masters in his veins, Roman's fighting spirit was no less than theirs. He even rushed to attack first. The Bloodfang guys were a bit panicked when they saw the young master so enthusiastic. They drew their daggers and attacked indiscriminately. But unfortunately, Roman was now different from the useless Roman before. The dry branch in his hand suddenly became sharp as a sword, piercing the throat of the bald leader. Faced with this shocking sight, the remaining Bloodfang members felt as if their tails had been stepped on. They rushed forward together, intending to attack Roman to avenge their comrades. But compared to that jerk, these guys are even worse. They couldn't even touch a single hair on Roman's head. On the contrary, he strongly counterattacked. This made Hans gasp in surprise. Is this really the useless young Master Roman that he has been serving all this time? Even though he was in the middle of a fierce battle, Roman was still very leisurely. He even had time to think. Thinking back, the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Roman's will and countless pills scattered on the floor. The territory of the Kingdom of Cairo is a place that is always filled with war. The king ordered each family to send a representative to serve the kingdom, and Roman, who was assigned to replace the Dmitri family in the army, committed suicide out of fear. With Baek Jun-hyuk's fighting spirit, he had to admit, Roman was a pathetic person. But no matter how he lived, the current owner of this body was still the head of the heavenly demon sect, Baek Jun-hyuk. And as long as I can control this body, I will live a righteous life like the name Baek Jun-hyuk once had. Roman's head was full of thoughts, while his hands were busy destroying his enemies. He had almost defeated all of the Bloodfangs, leaving only one small one running away in a panic. It's just a pity that his speed can't compare to the head of the heavenly demon sect. Roman grabbed his hair, completely dominating the other. The bastard was scared out of his wits and kept screaming for mercy. To force an organization into compliance, it is imperative to comply with the law. I will not take your life, Roman said slowly, then conveniently took the dagger from the opponent's hand. But you will still pay for your disrespectful words. Saying that, he jerked the opponent's head back, and the sharp dagger stabbed straight into his eye. A terrifying scream rang out. The Bloodfang guy was blinded. His small body trembled with pain. The people around, witnessing this scene, also trembled with fear. Roman took a deep breath and said each word clearly. My name is Roman Dmitri. If any of you are dissatisfied with the punishment I give, then you can come find me any time. In his previous life, Baek Jun-hyuk climbed to the top of the martial arts world with his invincible strength. Hundreds, thousands of martial artists who challenged Baek Jun-hyuk all met the same end. When their blood flowed like rivers, the whole world knew that the heavenly demon sect had dominated the martial arts world. Baek Jun-hyuk is always very proud of his achievements. And now he was Roman, walking around the streets, taking care of these little brats. Once done, Roman ordered, Hans, call the guards to deal with the remaining mess. He stared at his bloody arm for a long time, feeling extremely disappointed. This body is too weak. The meridians are few and the circulation is also poor. Roman thought he had to quickly gather information about this world, then improve his body. At this moment, the red-haired boy staggered to his feet. Young master, thank you for saving my life. Thank you very much. He added, Don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this to save you. Roman replied coldly, The Bloodfang gang has violated the laws of this land, and we do this just to punish them. Roman did not treat the young man gently, despite seeing that he was seriously injured. He asked the boy to tell his story in detail, even threatening. If there is even half a lie, your tongue will no longer be in your mouth. The boy with a swollen face began to tell his story. It turned out that the people who really owed the Bloodfang gang money were my parents. They borrowed money from them to buy farmland. My family could have easily paid off the debt after selling the farm produce. But those Bloodfang guys played dirty by destroying all our crops. leaving them with no money to pay their debts. Only later did the boy learn that those bastards did it on purpose to pursue his sister. Speaking of this, pain and anger seemed to well up. The boy knelt before Roman, crying miserably. "Even though we are not rich, we have never harmed anyone. I beg you, at least save my little sister." In those tearful eyes were many emotions, from anger and pain to urgency. When he looked into the young man's eyes, Roman felt like he had met a demon again, one of the 4 emperors of the previous life. Thinking back, the first time he met the angry demon was also in a shabby place like this. Memories from the past life slowly flashed before my eyes. After a long while, Roman asked, "What is your name?" "Sir, I'm Kevin. Kevin, I'll check later to see if what you just said is true. What happened today will be handled properly." Kevin quickly kowtowed to thank Roman. A familiar feeling flashed through his mind, but something seemed to silently remind Roman that he would have a lasting bond with this boy. At the same time, an exquisite carriage was entering the Dmitri family's territory. Sitting in the car was a beautiful blonde girl named Flora, Roman's fiancée. "Our marriage was arranged a month ago and is, of course, a political marriage. Because the Flora clan's territory is very unstable, her father forced her to marry into a powerful family. Flora strongly objected, but because I was born in an era where women had no voice, she had to accept this fact. Of course, Flora did not want to spend her life in a family of blacksmiths, but because it could save her father, Flora had no choice but to close her eyes and go for it. Originally, Flora was going to marry the second young master of the family, who had a bright future. But that plan changed when Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the family, forced her to marry him. Not long after the carriage arrived, Flora angrily got off. In her eyes, Roman was just a lavish, debauched man. Even though she understood her family's situation, no matter how she thought about it, she still felt that Roman was not worthy of her. So, when they met, the first thing Flora said to Roman was, "Mr. Dmitri, I want us to forget this marriage." Flora considered this her hopeless protest, but she still wanted to fight to the end. Unexpectedly, Roman was as happy as if he had found gold. "I think so too," Flora couldn't help but exclaim. "What is this? It's obvious that Roman forced her to marry him. So now that she wants to cancel the engagement, why are you so happy?" "I have thought about this marriage too. The Dmitri family wouldn't dare marry someone like you, miss. So I think it is right to cancel this marriage." The more Roman spoke, the more surprised Flora became, mixed with a bit of confusion and worry. Before Flora could react, Roman wanted to go and report the cancellation of the engagement to his father. She quickly spoke up to stop him. "Wait, I heard you really like me. That's why you asked for this marriage. Now that you're willing to cancel the engagement without any conditions, I'm a little confused. So you want me to marry you?" "Well, not really." "Then don't cause any more trouble for each other. We both agree to cancel the engagement, and that's it." With that, Roman turned away resolutely. "I will take full responsibility for breaking off the engagement. Anyway, for someone who already has a bad reputation, then carrying the name of the broken engagement is not a problem." Flora looked at Roman's back, still surprised. She had a feeling he was nothing like the bastard people rumored about. Roman rushed straight to his father's room, Lord Romero. Not long after, a loud shout came from inside the room. "What did you say? Cancel the engagement?" "Just like I told you, Dad. I have discussed it with Miss Lawrence." Romero was so angry that he had a stroke. He did not hesitate to call his eldest son stupid. Even though people out there call Roman a fool, as the bastard of the Dmitri family, Romero, then a father, always tried to give him a good life. And Flora is part of that good life too. A political marriage with the Lawrence family was the best way to give the Dmitri family a solid position among the upper-class nobility. Moreover, Flora is also famous for being beautiful and polite. Your job is just to marry the beautiful, noble girl you want, and that's it. "But why can't you even do that?" Romero yelled at Roman. "But this is nothing to me." Roman just bowed his head, repeating the word sorry over and over again. But that only made Lord Romero furious. He took the porcelain cup from the desk and threw it straight at his son's face. Originally, if this marriage went smoothly, Romero planned to arrange for Roman to join his army. But if he broke off the engagement, he would have to go to war within 6 months. Do you have anything else to say about this? Romero thought his son would be the same as before. Just mentioning the story of going to the army makes me scared. But now Roman just bowed his head and calmly spoke. No! Romero was even more furious. I also heard you just caused trouble with the Bloodfang gang. Witnesses at the scene said you punished those bastards. But I don't believe it. Ha! Someone must have helped you. The reason Romero said that was because the Bloodfangs were an organization that even he was afraid to touch. Roman is a useless son who can't do anything properly. He asked him to solve the trouble he had caused himself. He also repeatedly stated that he would never help Roman clean up the battlefield again. Romero's attitude was eloquent. But in fact, it is just a threat. He thought his eldest son would kneel down and cry, begging for his forgiveness. But unexpectedly, he calmly said, I understand, and I will handle everything myself. This was perhaps the most amazing thing that happened in Romero's entire life. This is the consequence of your actions. I think I can totally handle it. So, after I get all the issues taken care of, I'll come back later, Roman said, then left the room and slammed the door. At this moment, he took out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood flowing down his forehead. Flora was still waiting outside. She was so surprised that it took a long time before she could speak.
Are you crazy? Are you still here?
Flora heard the entire conversation between Roman and Romero. And what surprised her was that Roman challenged the Bloodfang gang, those who dared to threaten the nobility. What Roman did could lead to the entire state's insane revenge. Flora feared that he would not be able to manage without the help of his family. Flora advised Roman to return and beg Baron Romero for forgiveness. But he just coldly asked, Why do we have to do that? Flora choked. Before she could say anything, Roman continued speaking. Miss Flora, you should know who you are. Roman had found Flora annoying for a long time, from the moment Hans made him change out of his tight, cumbersome clothes and spray on perfume to welcome her. Roman was new to this world, and he believed that marriage would only bring him more trouble. But Hans was right. Roman felt he shouldn't be rude to a woman who had never caused him any harm. However, he still wanted to cancel this engagement. I just didn't expect Flora to propose an annulment first. Moreover, with a rather rude attitude. If the other party did not respect me like that, Roman no longer had any reason to respect her. Miss Flora, it seems you are quite an arrogant person. I understand where you are coming from. Surely she didn't care about my situation when it came to breaking off the engagement. But when I said I would take full responsibility, she started to worry. From beginning to end, only Roman spoke. On the other hand, Flora seemed confused and couldn't say anything. But for him, from the moment the two words annulment were uttered from Flora's mouth, she no longer had the right to interfere in his decision. From this moment on, we have nothing to do with each other, so each person should take care of their own business. Roman left blandly, leaving Flora in humiliation. The reason he said he would take full responsibility was to avoid problems that might arise after breaking off the engagement. And because he didn't want anything to do with Flora Lawrence anymore. Even though she was beautiful, Roman still hoped this was the first and last time they met. I have so many things to think about, so much housework, how can I get married? Roman was not sad, but that night there was a person in deep thought in the house. It was Lord Romero. He drank heavily despite his wife Lihana's warnings. The reason the Baron was sad was because of the glass he had accidentally thrown at his precious son's head. Lihana, you hit Roman again. When he was a commoner, he used to beat him up regularly. After we became nobles, I promised myself that I would never let my children go through such things again. Thanks to this promise of Romero, their other children all grew up safely. But Roman is the most unruly, and also the one who gives Romero the most headaches. It's just that he was the only child who went through a difficult time with his father. So he didn't know how to treat Roman properly. Lihana believes that, as a father, Romero still has many shortcomings. But they are also the only ones who can correct their children's misbehavior. Faced with her eldest son's willfulness, she also had many headaches. However, with a mother's tolerance, Lihanna still believed that Roman would change, and Romero would never abandon his child. "Are you talking about the Blood Fang gang?" Lihanna nodded. She knew very well that her son, Roman Dmitri, was a proud child. And if he said he could handle the Fang Huiet gang himself, it would probably just be boasting. As parents at this time, they should not abandon their children. So Lihanna wanted her husband to send Captain Jonathan to help him. Romero found her words reasonable, so he immediately summoned Jonathan. In fact, that arrogant child was left with only words, and the soul that Lihanna once knew had completely disappeared. Roman says he can handle it himself because he can handle it himself. And now he was wandering the streets at will, leaving Hans helpless. "Young master, the Blood Fang gang can come and take revenge on us at any time. It's dangerous to go out like this every day. Let's go home." For the past 2 days, Roman has been on the wrong medication, making him extremely tired. Of course, no matter what Hans said, Roman had no intention of going back. "Hey, Hans, since when do you think the Blood Fang gang has the power it has now?" he asked suddenly. Hans shook his head. He really didn't know about this matter, but Roman did. After returning home, he took the opportunity to learn about the Blood Fang. They are famous for slaughtering their opponents without mercy. And it is that reputation that makes others afraid. From there, their disturbing behavior becomes more effective. So what's the crux of the matter? The Blood Fang gang isn't really that difficult to deal with. They are only dangerous when they can make people tremble before their blades. So today, Roman wanted to go out. He wanted to find out for himself how the Blood Fang gang's reputation had affected the people in the territory. After walking around for a while, they stopped at a restaurant called Atelier. Ordering a table full of food, Roman said, "Stay and enjoy it yourself." He wanted to go out and investigate further because it could be dangerous for Hans. But Hans, though he had just been attracted by the banquet, resolutely stood up. "No way. Even if I'm in danger, I will never let the young master be alone." Roman is both funny and touching. It seems Hans is really a loyal man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to follow that idiot Roman for so long until he died. However, in reality, Hans is of no help to him now. He could even be a hindrance if Roman were attacked by the Blood Fang by surprise. "Don't sacrifice yourself in such a meaningless way. You going out with me is enough. I'll be back soon." Roman left the restaurant. Hans stood there, still bewildered, for a long time. He never expected that the young master would say these words to him. "Even specially ordered a table for me while waiting for you to come back." It was as if he suddenly became thoughtful. But suddenly, Hans remembered something. He was no longer in the mood to enjoy it and rushed straight out of the restaurant. Roman wandered alone on the street, thinking for a long time. Over the past few days, he discovered something about the Blood Fang gang. It is not that their power is formidable, but because they act in groups, it is very difficult to destroy them all. After the Kevin incident, they're definitely holding back because they fear the consequences of failing to destroy Roman. He couldn't find them, so he wanted them to come to him. That's also the reason why today Roman pulled Hans out into the street and told him, "Stay at the restaurant for dinner." Surely Blood Fang intelligence knows where you are by now. Furthermore, today is the regular training day for the Dmitri family guard, so the number of street guards has been significantly reduced. That means, if the Blood Fang gang wants to take revenge on Roman, today is the best opportunity. Your calculations are absolutely correct. Sure enough, after a while of wandering around, the Blood Fangs came to find him. This time they came in larger numbers, and of course each of them carried weapons. Hans, meanwhile, had already rushed back to Dmitri's castle to meet the guard captain, Jonathan. Even though he had witnessed the young master single-handedly defeating a group of Blood Fangs at the market a few days ago, Hans was still worried that he would be in danger if he kept wandering around the streets like this. "Captain, we must go find young Master Roman immediately," Hans said, breathing heavily. "Is the young master in danger?" While Hans was right to be worried, who was in danger from whom was uncertain. In the deserted alley, Roman was warming up his muscles by taking down a few guys who came to attack him. At first he was bare-handed, but then he stole the enemy's dagger, making him even more like a tiger with wings. With combat experience and perseverance from his previous life, Roman quickly took one of them without hesitation. This made the remaining assassins panic. What the hell is going on? Is this the Dmitri idiot we've been hearing about? Roman burst out laughing. What are you guys standing there for? Come on in. Meanwhile, Hans was panicking because the young master went to fight the Bloodfang gang without bringing any bodyguards. However, when Jonathan and the guards heard this, they could only laugh because they found the story so absurd. Young Master Roman, in their impression, is the weakest person in the world. How can he go to fight? Is this true? Why should I lie to you about this? Hans screamed. His seriousness made Captain Jonathan really reconsider. Coincidentally, not long before, Lord Dmitri had also mentioned this to him. If only one person said it, Jonathan thought, I might not believe it. But now they were both talking about the same thing. He felt very annoyed when the young master kept causing trouble without knowing what weapon to use. In the end, although he didn't want to, Jonathan still had to order the entire army to prepare their weapons and go rescue the young master. Don't worry. As long as we're here, they won't be able to lay a finger on young Master Dmitri, Jonathan firmly asserted to Hans. But in his heart, he was secretly annoyed by the trouble Roman caused. That was when Roman had just slit the throat of a Bloodfang. The remaining two, after a few seconds of surprise, also quickly rushed forward to take him down. But their ferocity could not compete with the excellent skills of a master who had spent his whole life in the martial arts world. Despite being attacked by a mob, Roman remained calm. In no time, he had taken care of the remaining two Bloodfang, leaving only one survivor. Roman looked disappointed and said they only had 3. Of course, he left for the last one alive to get a statement from him. Roman brutally stabbed the knife into his opponent's thigh, causing him pain worse than death. When the other party was completely panicked, Roman began the interrogation. Well, first of all, who is your leader? With experience from his previous life, forcing a panicking person to confess to him was not too difficult for Roman. After questioning that guy, he went to a tavern alone. The faces of the people in the bar changed as soon as they saw Roman enter, especially when he appeared covered in blood. Hello, young master, the innkeeper greeted Roman as he approached the bar. There were whispers all around. Roman heard them but pretended not to hear. The owner asked him what he wanted to order. Roman replied, I want a tear of dawn, brewed in the 20s or earlier. Sorry, sir, but we don't have that drink. Can I recommend another drink for you? Okay, give me something strong. I have work to do in the morning and want to get a little drunk. Roman's answer sounded irrelevant, but it caught the attention of everyone in the bar because that was the special code he got from the bald guy's mouth. According to him, they usually receive missions here after saying the correct password. The code words were 3. Tears of Dawn, something strong, and things to do in the morning, said in order. After Roman did exactly as the guy instructed, the attitude of everyone in the bar immediately turned hostile. Even the innkeeper was the same. He was the first to draw his knife and give the order to attack. However, he was also the first to fall because of just one punch from Roman. As the bar owner fell, all the customers in the bar grabbed weapons and rushed toward Roman. Normal people couldn't help but be terrified when they saw this scene. They jostled each other and ran out of the restaurant, shouting for the guards to come. After the innocents left, Roman had more free time. Even without a weapon, he took down 3 of them with ease. This made the remaining guys wary. This didn't seem to be Roman, the useless Dmitri they knew. Seeming to guess their thoughts, Roman just chuckled. I'm no longer the Roman you knew, he said, but the famous head of the heavenly demon sect in my previous life. Thanks to his mastery of martial arts, he quickly enhanced his physical strength in just a few short days. Although Roman's current strength is still not equal to his previous life, these flies are nothing to him. After Roman defeated the thugs, the innkeeper crawled to his feet. You woke up just in time. I just finished dealing with this bunch. Young master, why did you do that? Don't play dumb. You were the one who attacked me first. And here it's just you and me. There are some things that make me very curious. Let's talk. The wine seller had a feeling that the person standing before him now was no longer the Lord's young master Roman, but a real devil. That made him unable to control himself. His whole body kept shaking. Not long after, Jonathan led the guards into the tavern, but the chaotic scene on the ground made it difficult for him to calm down. What the hell is going on? Is this all the young master's work? While Jonathan was going around to check the situation, his subordinates had finished searching the second floor. There was only one person left alive, and he said that Roman had gone to Lawrence territory. What? Why did the young master come to Lawrence? Jonathan was confused. Didn't Roman just break off his engagement with Miss Flora? Oh, he said the Bloodfang Gang's lair is in Lawrence? Going back an hour, Roman had also used force to threaten the owner to tell the truth. At first, when he had cut off two of the guy's fingers, the guy was still very stubborn and refused to say a word. But this did not make Roman angry. On the contrary, he was very happy. For those who never open their mouths, no matter how much torture they endure, even death is the one who hides the most precious information. You're wasting your time. Just kill me. So what? Then let's do an experiment. Let's see if you can really keep your mouth shut no matter what I do. Force can't threaten this bastard, but blood can. Roman soon noticed the photo on the table. The person standing next to him in the photo, based on his age, can be guessed to be a boy. Roman used the boy as a threat, and it worked. The opponent was so angry that his hair stood on end even though he had no hair left. Bastard! A noble like you uses your family to threaten me? The bald guy shouted angrily. Roman didn't answer. Instead, he took the photo and walked closer. Recently, I learned something very interesting about the Bloodfang state. Do you want to hear? Indeed, Roman has collected quite a bit of information these past few days. He knew that people in the gang could sacrifice their lives just for revenge, and they have one thing in common. That is, they are not bad people, but because of the debt to the Bloodfang gang, he was turned into a slave of the gang. That damn organization has driven people to the brink, using their families as hostages to threaten at any time. Therefore, they have a large number of members and are willing to sacrifice their lives for such an organization. The more Roman spoke, the uglier the bald man's expression became. He thought that even if he knew the truth, it wouldn't change anything. Because the Fang Hyatt gang will definitely hunt down and destroy them to take revenge. Hey, think again. You have to be careful to place reasonable bets. Roman suddenly burst out laughing, then threw the photo frame in his hand down at the other guy's feet. The photo frame instantly shattered. When I said I would take your son's life, I was serious. We can do it by the name Roman Dmitri. He didn't even hesitate to describe the painful prospect of taking the boy's life. This made the prankster really rack his brain to make a decision. I should keep my mouth shut for the sake of the Bloodfang state and let my son go in pain. Or reveal all the information Roman needs. His final decision is probably known to everyone. Because when Jonathan arrived, young Master Roman had already left for Lawrence. And at the Fang Hyatt gang's acupoint, it was also in chaos, after hearing that his entire branch in Dmitri had been defeated. The most humiliating thing was that they were defeated by a young master who was famous for his incompetence, not even qualified to enter the Royal Sword Academy. Where is Roman? The leader asked. He just left the territory, Dmitri. I think he probably got the information from the pub. Is it alone? Yes, the leader found it very funny that Roman dared to come here alone. That means you underestimate their strength. He immediately ordered the assembly of all remaining manpower of the state to be ready for battle. It's best to get Roman's life before Dmitri's guards get here. As he spoke, he kept growling. Roman Dmitri, you dare to touch our Bloodfang gang? Today I must take your life and hang your body in the middle of the central square so that the reputation of the Bloodfang gang can be revived. While Roman is busy dealing with these gangsters, his father-in-law, Lord Lawrence, is also having a headache over another problem. He heard that the Barco family had recently borrowed a large sum of money from the bullion bank. And the only reason for this action is that they are preparing for war. Furthermore, the royal family seemed to be on the Barco family's side, so they let them do whatever they wanted. And if war breaks out, Lawrence will certainly lose. It must be said that the Lawrence family has always lived and ruled this fertile land well for many years. although there are documents proving that their ancestors mortgaged this territory to the Barco family. But the elders in the Lawrence family never accepted that. But it's useless to clarify that now when the Barcos are ready to choose each other. The only thing Lord Lawrence could do was to refuse to give his territory to anyone. If the Barco family was unwilling to compromise, then the Lawrence family would have to do their best to resist them. And that's why he arranged a political marriage with the Dimitri family. As soon as this name was mentioned, the nobles were overjoyed. They had forgotten this important name. Though the entire Dimitri clan descended from crude blacksmiths, there is no denying that they are now one of the richest families in the Northeast. No matter how much the Barco family borrows, it is not as rich as the Dimitri family. If he had the Dimitri family's backing, Lawrence's position would be much more solid, and that's why the Lord had to send his only daughter to the so-called idiot of the Dimitri family, Roman, all for the Lawrence family's legacy. Lord, please don't blame yourself. Yes, marrying into the Dimitri family was the right decision. Their meeting was overheard by Flora outside the door, but she didn't dare knock on the door because she didn't know what to say about breaking off her engagement to the young master of the Dimitri family. Her mood was very chaotic now. Part of me feels so guilty for not listening to my father. Part of me feels like I made the right decision for the happiness of my life. Flora kept walking back and forth in front of the conference room door. Just as she gathered enough courage to step inside and confess everything, a knight rushed over. "My lord," the man said, only having time to ask Flora briefly before storming into the meeting room. "Something big is happening, my lord." The big news he wanted to report was that Jonathan had led his army all the way to the gates of Lawrence. However, the Lawrence knights refused to open the gate unless Jonathan and his men put down their weapons. Jonathan was now burning with anxiety over Lord Romero's gold nugget. "Hey, if anything happens to young Master Roman, I won't forgive you. This name is annoying. How can we let you guys storm the city with weapons?" While the captains of both sides, one on the wall and one below, were arguing intensely, a soldier hurriedly ran over to report. Lawrence Square was in chaos at the moment. Roman, covered in blood, was grabbing the Bloodfang gang leader by the neck, dragging him across the square, ignoring the other's desperate pleas for his life. Just now, the Bloodfang leader thought this was just a simple matter. He thought his opponent was just a stupid noble with developed limbs, and the important thing was that he was alone. Meanwhile, our side had a lot of people and was fully equipped with weapons. Moreover, each of them was very aggressive, willing to sacrifice their lives for the organization. The leader believes that if he just uses his knees to reason, he will surely win. But that scenario is beautiful. Unfortunately, it did not happen. Roman single-handedly attacked the Bloodfang gang's lair. Then he quickly dealt with them all, right in front of the leader's eyes, leaving him so shocked that he couldn't stand up. As Roman advanced step by step with an extremely intimidating expression, only one thought remained in the leader's mind. "I'm going to die, even though I know that. I'm so scared that I can't move." Even though he didn't want to die, his body was completely out of control. In front of him was truly a fierce god. The result was anyone's guess. The guy was beaten by Roman until he was barely breathing and then dragged out into the square. He pulled him to the most crowded place and then let go. The once arrogant Bloodfang leader now knelt on the ground begging for his life. He said, "As long as Roman spares my life, I will do whatever he asks. I will even become a loyal dog serving him until the end of my life." "You're going to be my dog?" Roman sneered in response. "You should have said that before you bared your fangs." Saying that, he kicked him again fiercely, sending him flying to the cold ground. Roman stood up straight, declaring to everyone the true identity of this bastard. The people all know the cruelty of the Bloodfang gang. When they heard Roman expose the leader's crimes, they were all shocked and angry. All the crimes of the Bloodfang gang are too obvious. So in front of everyone today, I will tear apart the evil seed within them. With that, Roman raised his leg again. People with weak nerves did not even dare to look at this scene. Jonathan had also urged his horse to chase after them by this time, but all he saw was the bloody corpse of the leader. The soldiers immediately reported this to Lord Lawrence. They opened the city gates to allow Roman into the territory, since he was the fiancé of Lady Flora. But what no one expected was that about an hour later, he dragged a bloody man to the middle of the square. After revealing the man's identity as Ben Millet, leader of the Blood Fang gang, Roman executed him in front of everyone. The elders who were discussing with the Lord were suddenly in an uproar. Their reaction, like everyone else's, was that this was absurd. How could a loser like Roman Dmitri capture the leader of the Blood Fang gang and even execute him? More importantly, Roman publicly murdered a man in Lawrence territory without the Lord's permission. This is an act of tyranny, and the elders of the family will not ignore it. But Lord Lawrence did not think so. The only thing he cared about right now was that his future son-in-law was able to single-handedly take down the entire Blood Fang gang. This made the Lord curious, and he wanted to see Roman immediately. Not long after, Roman was summoned to the conference room. Roman appeared with a majestic appearance. Beside him was Jonathan, his loyal assistant. As soon as he saw them, Lord Lawrence immediately guessed part of the story. He thought that Roman must have received support from the Dmitri family's guards to be able to take down the Blood Fang gang. "Hello, Baron Lawrence. I am Roman Dmitri." Roman stood up straight. Even though he greeted his superior, he did not bow his head. Lord Lawrence did not bother with formalities either. Instead, he wanted to hear Roman's own account of what had just happened. He wanted to know why Roman had come to Lawrence territory to commit such a violent act. "A few days ago, the Blood Fang gang attacked an innocent citizen on my territory, and I dealt with them on the spot." Roman began to recount the events from the moment he met Kevin. The conference room door was closed. Flora was now lurking outside, watching curiously. She called a guard over to ask, "Why is Roman here, and why did he go into his father's conference room?" "Miss, don't you know anything?" The guard sighed. "Then tell the story that happened on the street." In the meeting room, Roman had just finished recounting the entire process of capturing the Blood Fang gang. The more he told, the more Lord Lawrence's face became displeased. "I want to know who gave you the authority to do that. You have no right to execute anyone on this Lawrence territory." "I understand, but can Sir Lawrence thoroughly handle the Blood Fang state? That is what I highly doubt," Roman replied coldly. Ben Millet, the gang leader, was neither a stranger nor a mystery. He was notorious in Lawrence for his numerous crimes. Ben even went to jail countless times but was always released on bail. That's what Roman learned from the tavern owner. So he decided to personally take care of this gang because he didn't trust the Lawrence family. As soon as Roman finished speaking, Jonathan turned pale with fear. "I want to ask you something, Baron. Did I really do wrong?" Lord Lawrence was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head and asked the person sitting nearest him, "Do you know Ben Millet?" He is a criminal, but I really didn't know he was the leader of the Blood Fang gang," the man replied confusedly. "Okay, then there's no need to dwell on this, because none of this would have happened if the Lawrence family had handled it more properly. Actually, Roman did the right thing, albeit a bit over the top. Lord Lawrence understood that well, so even though he lost face a little, he could not blame him. He had to let Roman and Jonathan leave, not forgetting to promise to reward them later. The study door opened. When Roman's figure disappeared, Lord Lawrence burst out laughing. "So that's Roman Dmitri. He's not bad." Another noble still did not ignore Roman's abuse of power. But unfortunately, Lawrence was pleased with this daring son-in-law. He was willing to forgive Roman, even though he was blunt and uncaring. Lawrence even anxiously called Flora over. He wanted to tell his daughter that her future husband was not an incompetent man, to reassure her about this marriage. Meanwhile, Roman obediently mounted his horse and followed Jonathan back home. On the way, Captain Jonathan couldn't help but ask, "Young master, do you really have to mock Baron Lawrence like that? We are lucky to leave here safely, but what if he gets angry?" Even though everyone thought Roman had just done something daring, he remained calm. He knew that what he did only further confirmed the Lawrence family's carelessness and irresponsibility. Furthermore, judging by the Baron's attitude, he probably doesn't know about the annulment yet, so he could not punish his daughter's fiancé. Jonathan got goosebumps seeing Roman suddenly become strangely wise. Not only was he stronger, but he was also more calculating when he dared to confront Lawrence and cause trouble. This made Jonathan and many others suspicious. Is the Roman Dmitri in front of them still the idiot of the Dmitri family they once knew? On the way back, Roman was lost in thought, suddenly recalling his childhood memories. Born as the son of a demon, he was not loved and protected by his parents like other children. His father threw him into a world where only the strong could survive. Roman grew up beaten, fought back, and rose from the bottom of society. It was getting dark when they reached Dimitri's mansion. The first thing Roman did was take a shower to wash away the smell of blood. He felt his body was exhausted. It seems that living in Roman's body makes him tired more easily. However, since waking up in this new body, Roman has experienced many new things. Most of those experiences were related to the Bloodfang state. To destroy them, Roman destroyed everything in his way, not hesitating to use the most brutal means. But despite that, he has no regrets. When he was Bak Jun-hyu, he was also such a person. A man willing to tear apart, torture those who stood in his way, and destroy anyone who had bad intentions towards him. That was his previous life, and this did not change even though he had become Roman Dmitri. After this event, Roman temporarily did not want to cause more trouble. He had yet to discover all the rules of this world. Furthermore, his current strength had also significantly decreased compared to before. As Roman was contemplating how to increase his power, the servant announced, "The Lord wants to see you." Roman quickly showered and changed, preparing to meet his father. Meanwhile, in the study, Jonathan told Romero everything he had witnessed in Lawrence. The Lord could hardly believe his ears. Up until now, Roman has always been my special child. He is the only son without any outstanding talent. But when Romero was a simple blacksmith, Roman was the one who loved him the most. He even went all the way to the blacksmith shop to give his father a candy because he was afraid his father was working too hard. That's why Romero always wants to give Roman a happy life and tries to pamper him. But he did not expect that it was that love that made Roman go astray. In fact, he had long since given up hope on his eldest son. However, in recent days, when hearing the news that Roman had destroyed the Bloodfang gang, the hope that seemed to have died out flared up once again. As the two of them were talking, Roman knocked on the door. Hearing his son's voice, Romero was a little moved. He didn't care what method he used to defeat the Bloodfang gang, as long as Roman actually achieves something. Romero is willing to do anything for him as atonement for being a flawed father. Roman, I heard you took care of the Bloodfang gang by yourself. Is that true? Romero's expression at this moment showed that he was very much expecting his answer. If you tell the truth, he will look at you with completely different eyes. But these kinds of overachievement could backfire on you later. So at this stage, Roman wanted to hide his talent a bit. The original intention was to keep the truth a secret, but childhood memories kept flooding back. While other children are loved and protected by their parents, he was pushed into a world where only the strong rule all. He asserted his power and superiority. So in this life, Roman wants to be loved and recognized. Finally, in response to Romero's question, he frankly admitted his achievements. Because I am the devil who never hides his outstanding talent. Soon after, Romero and Jonathan took Roman to the guard team's training ground. The soldiers here were all confused when they saw Roman suddenly appear in the arena. They were even more confused when Captain Jonathan announced that Roman would be practicing swordplay here today. He asked the soldiers who wanted to spar with him to step forward. The crowd gulped, tense. To them, Roman was just a weakling. No one wanted to duel him. If I can't control my strength and hurt the young master, I might lose my life. The reason Lord Dmitri brought his son here had to return an hour ago. That's when Roman claimed, I defeated the Bloodfang gang myself. Although this was the answer Romero expected, he still couldn't help but wonder, how can I defeat the Bloodfang gang? Roman's mind began to race to come up with a reasonable answer that wouldn't arouse Romero's suspicion. He lied and said that he had been secretly practicing swordplay for a long time. He added, I want to prove to my father that the one everyone calls Dimitri's idiot can also create achievements by himself. Roman then detailed what he knew about the Bloodfang clan. He described how he lured the leader out and took him down, leaving Romero more and more amazed the more he listened. The story showed that his son not only improved in swordsmanship, but also had the ability to calculate carefully, as well as brave when daring to rush straight into the enemy's lair. Romero was silent for a long time. He was used to thinking of his youngest son as a useless person. Now he had changed so quickly that impressive was not enough to describe it. Romero had to use the word extraordinary to describe what had happened in the past few days. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Son, can I ask you a favor?" "Just say it, Dad." Lord Dimitri expressed his desire to witness Roman's swordplay with his own eyes, to see how his son has changed. That's why Roman suddenly appeared at the training ground today. However, even though Jonathan called for the third time, no soldier dared to stand up and fight the young master. Jonathan felt a headache. He needed to choose someone good enough to suppress Roman, keep the honor of the knights, and prove the young master's talent. Jonathan is perfect for this. But as captain, he couldn't draw his sword just because of something like this. So he appointed one person, Chris, vice captain of the Dimitri House Knights. Hearing his name, Chris immediately turned pale. His impression of Roman was not good. The first time they met was last year, when he was sent to deal with a drunk who was causing a disturbance, hindering the business of a restaurant on the street. This wouldn't have been a big deal if the drunk guy who was mumbling and throwing things around wasn't Roman. When Chris stopped Roman from causing trouble, he received a slap in the face. At that moment, Chris realized that this young master had never trained seriously in his life. His strength was even less than that of a normal person. It was too pathetic. From then on, Chris completely considered Roman a useless person, living only to take up space. And now, he had to fight Roman one-on-one. This made him both uncomfortable and embarrassed. Chris was about to protest, but Jonathan didn't give him the chance. Young Master Roman can single-handedly confront the entire Bloodfang gang. That is a rare talent. And for the match to be fair, you are the most suitable person here. Chris understood the captain's personality well. He had no right to refuse, so he had to take the wooden sword and enter the training ground. As Jonathan gave the signal to get ready, Chris suddenly made a request. "I was taught that when using a sword, even in a sparring match, one must fight as if on a real battlefield. No matter who the opponent is, no mercy is allowed. If you accept this request, I would be honored to spar with young Master Roman." Chris's words were provocative. He was certain that Roman could not wipe out the Bloodfang clan by himself. If they had to spar, Chris also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Roman a lesson. Captain Jonathan looked towards the Lord and young master, as if waiting for Roman to speak. But Roman didn't tense up. On the contrary, he gave a mischievous smile that drove Chris crazy. Jonathan understood this smile as an acceptance of Chris's request, so he signaled for the two to get into position. Chris still couldn't understand how a weakling like Roman dared to confidently fight him. But looking at Roman's confident look, the one who started to worry was Chris. As soon as the starting signal was given, Chris charged towards his opponent. His speed surprised even the other knights. This was the first time Chris went all out. On the opposite side, Roman's eyes suddenly became strangely sharp. Roman blocked the first blow to the surprise of Captain Jonathan. Chris was knocked back a few steps by the recoil from the block. A look of doubt appeared on his face. The force Chris felt from the block just now, along with Roman's defensive stance, both are extremely solid and powerful. Is this really the weak young Master Roman he once knew? Chris frowned, trying to calm his emotions. He didn't understand how Roman could block his attack, but now only defeating Roman would satisfy him. Chris once again took the initiative to attack. This time, instead of blocking, Roman quickly dodged to the right. Chris's reaction was also very quick, immediately changing the direction of attack. But because he was too hasty, he showed his haste. Meanwhile, Roman remained calm. When Chris thought that he would finally be able to relax, he heard a loud crash from the other room. What was that? He wondered aloud, rushing to investigate. It sounds like something broke, he said, his heart racing as he moved toward the noise. and the missed attack left Chris vulnerable. Roman counterattacked fiercely. It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but the tip of his sword was only a hand's breadth away from his opponent's face. Chris was frightened and immediately stepped back, gasping for breath. That move just now was really too dangerous, he thought. If Roman had just used a little more, I would have been hit. Observers could not contain their astonishment. Roman, who was attracting attention, remained calm. Chris gritted his teeth. The Roman in front of me is not like in my memory at all. From defense, dodging to attacking, he showed no weakness. At this rate, Chris was worried he would lose. Just thinking about this, he silently scolded himself a few words. What are you thinking, Chris? Your opponent is that idiot Dimitri. And since his opponent was Roman, Chris couldn't allow himself to lose in front of so many people. Before Chris could adjust his emotions to continue the match, Roman spoke first. Looks like that's enough of a warm-up. This statement was like a slap in the face to Chris. He had it so hard just now, and for Roman it was just a warm-up? Roman had barely finished speaking when Chris felt his sword approaching his face. This speed is really amazing. He unconsciously raised his sword to block, but it was still very difficult. Roman had absolutely no intention of giving his opponent a chance to react. He began to attack continuously. This extraordinary sight left the other knights gaping in amazement while Chris struggled more and more. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and try to defend against Roman's attack. On the other hand, Chris kept looking for opportunities to counterattack. Just then, he saw Roman's exposed chest. Seizing the opportunity, Chris took a step back to gain momentum and then charged forward. But unexpectedly, the sword missed, and Roman smiled smugly. At that moment, Chris realized something. Roman had deliberately left an opening to lure him into attacking. In that moment, the fear of losing made Chris lose control. He only saw the sword in his hand emitting a dazzling blue light. Even Jonathan cried out in alarm. Chris stopped with a bang. The training ground shook like never before, and dust filled the air. Lord Romero panicked, his eyes searching for his son. When the dust cleared, Roman was still intact and had even blocked the opponent's one-star halo just now. The victory and defeat were decided. Chris was almost exhausted, falling backward under Roman's triumphant gaze. To be fair, Chris's abilities are not lacking at all. When he was appointed as the vice leader of the Knights, he surprised the whole team because of his young age. Chris is also a student trained by Jonathan himself. After only 2 years of sword training, he was able to sense mana, and it only took him 3.5 years to become a 2-star Aura Knight. There are rumors surrounding Chris that his swordsmanship is superb. These rumors are not wrong. Even Jonathan was pleased with his student because Chris had both natural talent and a strong work ethic. He believes that, in the future, he will go very far. Yet today, in front of everyone on the training ground, Chris was humiliatingly defeated by the so-called Dimitri's idiot. The moment he fell, everyone there was stunned. Romero couldn't believe his eyes, because Jonathan always praised Chris as the best 2-star Aura Knight in this Dimitri land. Jonathan couldn't believe his eyes either. Just a month ago, Roman was still a troublemaker. A person who has only been practicing for 1 to 2 years cannot have the advanced skills like you just showed, let alone in just 1 month. Looking at the way Roman performed his moves, Jonathan felt that those moves must have been practiced for decades. My lord, please don't be too surprised. It seems the young master is a genius in swordplay. Jonathan trembled as he spoke his thoughts at the moment. Meanwhile, Roman was seriously observing his defeated opponent lying flat on the ground. There's no denying that Chris knows how to take the initiative and fight fiercely against his enemies. His concentration in battle is also very sharp. With this level, Roman affirmed that Chris was completely capable of destroying the entire Bloodfang gang without leaving a trace. No wonder Captain Jonathan is so proud of him. By the standards of the knights here, Chris was already an elite warrior. However, by Roman's standards, Chris was the weakest. But the final move, with the special aura he released, took him quite by surprise. Before Roman could think further, Romero's loud laughter pulled him back to reality. It seemed that the Lord was immersed in joy and pride for his son. Captain Jonathan himself confirmed that his son was a sword genius. Romero waved, calling Roman closer. Now the Lord believes he can take on the entire Bloodfang clan on his own. And he wanted to praise his son for his first achievement in life. So, Romero decided to fulfill one of his wishes. Hearing this, Roman was overjoyed. Dad said I have to go to the battlefield within the next half year, right? Because we are no longer on good terms with the Lawrences. Hearing this, Lord Romero guessed that Roman did not want to go to battle. You mean you don't want to join the army anymore, right? No, I want you to let me choose my own person. Romero was surprised. There was still half a year until the battle. He thought his son would bargain, but he frankly said he wanted to go to war. Feeling like my son has grown up overnight. Romero agreed to his wish and allowed Roman to decide his own life. While his father was happy, Roman asked for one more thing, and of course he agreed. This made him very happy, but there was one person who was not. That person is Chris. After waking up from a long period of unconsciousness, the first thing he heard was that the Lord had personally assigned him to teach Aura to Roman. Chris strongly objected because he felt very humiliated. Just now, Chris had to use Aura to fight Roman, yet still defeated by conventional swordsmanship. This made Chris want to crawl into a hole and be done with it. And now the Lord wants him to teach Aura to Roman. What an insult! At first, Chris was strongly opposed, but Jonathan convinced him himself. I want you to teach Roman and consider his differences. If he can do this, then Jonathan will pass on all his secrets to you. Chris was so excited that he jumped up even though his whole body was aching. What is this? This is a great deal. If you accept, your master will teach you the secret to becoming a 3-star Aura Knight. Although he didn't like facing Roman at all, the terms were so attractive that Chris finally agreed. That night, Roman returned to his room to enjoy his luxurious life. Hans was surprised to see the useless young master he served defeat the best 2-star Aura Knight in the region. Since defeating Chris, Roman kept hearing people talk about Aura but didn't understand what it was. He asked Hans about it, but he was not very clear. Isn't that the power to use mana? Roman pondered. It seems that in this place, that thing is called mana. He was certain that what Chris had just shown in his ultimate was some form of explosive energy. However, the way people here use their energy is very different compared to Roman's world in his previous life, and about what they call aura here. Roman felt it was not very effective. He didn't understand why they used the energy source that way, but from that moment on, Roman had another ambition, to teach people in this world how to tap into the hidden power within their bodies. So, the next morning, Chris went to see Roman with a fresh wound on his face, and not a very happy attitude. Before starting the training, he briefly explained aura to Roman. Simply put, aura is how knights use their mana. If mages use mana by storing it in spells, the knights keep mana running through their bodies. The first person to create the concept of aura was Emperor Alexander. Unlike mages who store mana in various objects, he was the first to discover that storing mana in the body would help strengthen the body. An aura is the way to release the mana stored in the body to the outside. Mana normally flows throughout the body, and humans can absolutely increase their strength by focusing and releasing that mana. However, Chris thinks that learning about the history of mana is not very important. Because only a select few can use mana in this way, only 1 in 1,000 people becomes an Aura Knight. And in tens of thousands of people, only one person is qualified to become a magician. So it is most important to check whether you have the right capacity or not. The minimum requirement that Aura Knights must achieve is the ability to sense mana. Chris also had to warn Roman that most people fail at this step. Even he, a man considered a genius in swordsmanship, took half a year to sense mana. For normal people, this process usually takes more than a year. The more Chris spoke, the more Roman felt like he was bragging about his genius title, and that made him very impatient. Let's start trying to feel the mana. Can someone explain to me what you did then? Of course, Chris replied with a hateful look. He felt that Roman was very smug and arrogant for defeating him. But it had always been known that swordsmanship talent and mana control talent were completely different. Chris was looking forward to Roman being embarrassed by his failure to control his mana. But what Chris didn't expect was that Roman already knew how to sense mana. Who said he wasn't the original Roman Dmitri, but the reincarnated Baek Jun-hyuk? In his previous life, Roman was a magician, and because of that, he can store a small amount of mana. However, if we only rely on what we have, it will eventually be difficult to avoid decline and decay. Roman wanted to try learning how people in this world do things first. So for now, he just obediently did as Chris instructed. Roman focused his mind to the fullest, doing exactly as Chris instructed. His whole body began to emit a brilliant golden glow. When the light was so bright that it was hard to ignore, Chris opened his eyes in shock and said, "I'm extremely surprised." Roman's aura was so bright that it almost blinded people. Roman slowly opened his eyes. "It was just as I thought," he murmured. "In this world, the way of utilizing ki is completely different. Ki in the martial arts world from my previous life would completely remove all impurities in the body to achieve the ultimate goal of storing ki in the purified body. However, in this world, there is a completely different energy system. They focus mana and expect it to flow naturally through their bodies without restricting or controlling it. The martial arts world's ki is rare, dry, but powerful. The mana of this world is full of pressure and lightness, making it easier to leave the body. If one had to differentiate, the way people here utilize aura is similar to martial arts training in the martial arts world. Roman also did not need to waste effort comparing these two methods because practicing makes the body stronger, but it only supports the body physically and does not help the practitioner store mana. If he used the aura method of this world, Roman would never reach the same heights as in his previous life, even if he trained for hundreds of years. "What? How could you do that?" Finally, Chris couldn't help but exclaim, "Just now, that thing that came out from you was aura, right?" Because he was so noisy, Roman remembered that there was someone else next to him. Chris couldn't accept the fact that it took him nearly 5 years to activate aura, while Roman did it the first time he was shown it. "Tell me the truth. Are you lying to me, pretending not to know how to use mana?" The more Chris spoke, the louder his voice became, expressing anger and resentment. He said with tears in his eyes, as if he had finally discovered the reason why he had failed miserably against Roman yesterday. "If it weren't for you hiding your power, everything would be absurd." Roman just laughed at Chris's indignant question. This made him pause for a few seconds, tears flowing more. Chris's hands clenched into fists, as if ready to strike because he thought Roman was laughing at his efforts. "Let me ask you this. As you work hard to achieve your goals, have you ever wondered about the training method you are using?" Roman's unexpected question was like a slap in the face to Chris. It is Blood Demon. Blood Demon is a person who, in the past, could destroy an entire sect instantly. A person who has great influence in the martial arts world. In his previous life, Roman and the Blood Demon had a long and intense battle. In the end, Blood Demon was defeated by Roman. Today, he seemed to see the shadow of Blood Demon in Chris. Both accept humiliation to be taught, accept putting aside pride to become stronger. That was the moment Roman wanted to help Chris become stronger. Speaking of this, Chris seemed eager. His thirst for progress was undeniable, though. However, Roman was not the type to hold hands and teach thoroughly. He just wanted to remind Chris that sometimes it's not always necessary to go the traditional way. "If I teach you with all my heart, you will be no different than you were when Jonathan taught you. However, if you want to find out for yourself, then watch and observe what I do." Chris was surprised, not understanding why the two people's positions changed so quickly. He was originally sent here to teach the young master how to sense mana. So now, Chris is the one who has to follow Roman to study. In the next 6 months, as we enter the army, watch how we fight different enemies and become stronger. If you can still hold out after 10 years, I believe you will find the answer. Those were Roman's last words before everyone went home. That night, Chris sat in his room and thought for a long time. He recalled the first time he met Jonathan and every moment with his master. And Chris suddenly realized that what Roman said made sense. After a sleepless night, he finally made a decision. The next morning, Chris went to Jonathan early to express his wishes. I want to go to the battlefield with Roman to become stronger. Jonathan did not press for a reason, because when he looked into Chris's eyes, he knew he was determined. So Jonathan agreed, but he also reminded Chris of a few things. Yes, from now on you are no longer part of the Dimitri Knights, but I hope that when you go out there, you will still pursue the goal of protecting your master. Yes, thank you, sir, Chris replied firmly. His eyes were extremely determined. That made Jonathan feel reassured. It seems that Chris is no longer the child who cried bitterly over his mother's death on the battlefield years ago. Having been with Chris for quite a while, Jonathan didn't want his student to suffer any deprivation. So he decided to take him to choose a secret weapon before going into battle. While Roman and Chris prepared the necessary things to join the army, Roman's reputation was spreading throughout the alleys. The story of Roman personally destroying the Bloodfang gang still made many people skeptical. But the important thing was that this reached Kevin's ears. Those who don't believe it, but Kevin believes it. After all, he had seen Roman destroy the entire Bloodfang group with just a dry branch. Therefore, he believed that the young master could completely wipe out the entire Bloodfang society. Thinking of this, Kevin's tears suddenly flowed. Did he do that just to keep his promise to me? No, there's no way he would do that for someone like me. But he really did destroy those thugs, Kevin muttered and secretly wiped away his tears. Kevin, what are you doing? If you want to go home early, then focus on your work. A loud shout brought Kevin back to his senses. Today, he had also gone to work as a porter to earn money. But after hearing about Roman, Kevin couldn't concentrate on his work anymore. It seems like you just found your life's purpose. He also wanted to become someone like Roman, a person who has enough strength to protect those around him when needed. The dangerous people out there are not just the Bloodfang. Kevin wants to become strong to protect his family, but in what kind of strong way, he did not know. Kevin bowed his head and walked away, wishing he had the chance to meet young Master Roman again. And it is true that God never fails good people. Kevin walked a few more steps when he heard someone calling his name. When he raised his head, the person in front of him shocked him so much that he dropped the bucket of potatoes in his hand. Because that person is Roman. Long time no see. Roman took the initiative to say hello first. Kevin was extremely confused. It took him a few seconds to realize the situation before him, then he quickly knelt down. Thank you very much, young Master Roman. It is thanks to you that my family was able to survive this. Indeed, after Roman destroyed the Bloodfangs, Kevin's family was able to live in peace. He also found this porter job with the help of Hans. That made Kevin even more grateful to Roman. Of course, Roman didn't come today just to ask a few simple questions. He wanted to make a deal with Kevin. If you agree to Roman's request, you won't have to worry about poverty anymore. You will have a roof over your head, food, and even a decent life instead of doing this hard work. The premise of that is that Kevin has to go and serve Roman. If you show loyalty to me, I won't spare anything. Kevin didn't need to think long, immediately banging his head hard on the ground. The blow was so hard that his forehead bled. But Kevin doesn't mind. I swear loyalty to the master. If you want me dead, I will die on your command. And if you ask me to kill, I will kill whoever it is. As long as you protect my family, my life will be yours. Kevin's blood oath reminded Roman of someone else. He also only took orders from one person. As long as that person gave the order, he was ready to fight against an army of hundreds of people. And he would never stop until he completed his mission. Roman watched Kevin for a long time. He was sure that this young man would be like that person. Okay, from now on, you will be mine. Kevin was led back to Dimitri's mansion. Hans is in charge of helping him get used to his new life. From the moment he entered the mansion, his face lit up. Perhaps because Roman's wish to become a servant had come true. After handing Kevin over to Hans, Roman headed to the library. He searched every book that contained information about the Aura Knight, the thing that concerned him the most at the moment. Most books contained similar information about the path of an Aura Knight. It is a sign that you have become a 1-star Aura Knight. To become a 2-star Aura Knight, which is Chris's current level, One must use aura to cut hard steel. The intensity and power of the aura will determine the knight's rank. As a 3-star aura knight, you will be beyond common understanding and receive special treatment from the kingdom. That's Jonathan's current level. The book also states that there is currently a 6-star aura knight on the Salamander continent, and there has never been an anecdote about anyone reaching 7 stars. In the top 10 greatest knights today, not all of them reach the 6-star level. Reading up to here, Roman was really curious. He had no idea how powerful a 6-star aura knight would be, when the power of a 2-star knight like Chris was like an ant to him. Even Jonathan, who was currently a 3-star knight, was only as strong as a second-rate gladiator. Roman continued reading the book, which said that those who reached the 6-star level would have outstanding abilities. The aura flames launched from their blades have a range of up to 10 meters, and their destructive power is on a whole other level. Currently, only 12 people are believed to have reached the 6-star threshold. They were treated as royalty, regardless of nationality or race, and were dubbed the 12 Swords of the Continent. Roman's eyes were fixed on the phrase, 12 Swords of the Continent. From all the information he had learned, it seemed they were the strongest. The fact that they were able to reach this level without knowing how to use ki effectively is a testament to their talent. The book also mentions mages. Their level is not calculated by stars like knights, but by magic balls. Those who reach the 7th level will be awarded the title of Archmage. These Archmages are considered demigods. They can move around the battlefield and create disasters with ease, waiting for an opportunity to strike. One of their spells can level the earth and cover the sky. And when fighting in a team, they are even more dangerous than 6-star aura knights. Compared to the aura knights, Roman was more interested in mages. Magic is an ability that does not exist in the martial arts world. It seemed he knew what he needed to do next. It is necessary to confront these people to understand better. However, Roman has no specific direction for the future. You can't predict what will happen, which makes things even more dangerous. Still, Roman didn't want to stand still. He wanted to gain experience to ensure he could live a successful life in this life. And so Roman quickly outlined his plans. First, he asked Hans to find him a suitable place to practice. He then led Roman to the workshop that Romero used. After becoming a noble, Romero strictly forbade outsiders from entering here so Roman could spend the next week practicing without being disturbed. No food or drink required. However, no one is allowed to enter here unless our life is in danger. Remember, unless we are in danger. Otherwise, no one is allowed to come near me. Just a few simple instructions, but Hans felt a terrifying pressure emanating from his young master. Then Roman entered the workshop and closed the door. It seemed that Hans had spread blankets on the floor to keep warm. Although Roman appreciated his thoughtfulness, this actually just made the ki flow more erratic. He cleaned up the mess and sat meditating on the floor. Roman has only been able to tap into a small amount of mana so far. To use the Heavenly Demon Taoist's technique perfectly, you have to start from scratch. It is to remove all impurities from the body. Roman concentrated and began to use his energy. Not long after, blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. The feeling was certainly not pleasant, but Roman endured it. He could feel that the mana flow in his body was being blocked. This body contained more impurities than that of a normal person, but he had expected this, so he was mentally prepared. Since Roman decided to live seriously in this world, he had to restore the power from his past life to protect what he had. And this is just the beginning. A week later, Lord Lawrence brought his daughter Flora to Dimitri's mansion. He was eager to meet his future son-in-law, but the servant informed him, "The young master is busy." Lawrence sighed. "They really don't want us here. Looks like we'll have to wait, sit down." With her father's permission, Flora sat down beside him. Lawrence couldn't help but remind his daughter, "Be careful with your words. We came here today to apologize for the mistakes we made." Flora's complexion is not good today. Actually, it hasn't been good since yesterday. When her father found out, she arbitrarily asked to cancel her engagement with Roman. Although Flora tried to calmly explain everything, she still could not stop her father from getting angry. It was in vain that I really thought you were a smart child. I can't believe you acted like that. Do you know what's happening in our territory?" At that moment, Lord Lawrence felt extremely disappointed in his daughter. He didn't want to tell her that the Barco family had borrowed a huge amount of money, for fear that she would not understand, but things have come to this. Lord Lawrence could only make it clear that the Barco family was ready to start a war. And marrying into the wealthy Dimitri family was the only way to counter the Barco family. But the daughter he expected the most made everything go to hell. "Our Lawrence family is not weak, Father. Without the Dimitri family, don't we still have a chance?" Flora still wanted to salvage the situation, but her father just shook his head in disappointment. It's true that if it were just the Barco family, the Lawrence family would still be able to resist. But the royal family accepted their shady orders, and the act of lending money to their family without requiring any collateral proved that this was not just a war between two families. "Daughter, the people who are putting power in the hands of your uncle are the ones who want our family to collapse. Now they have a legitimate reason and will do everything to take over everything. Our territory, our honor, even our children, the one who is considered the flower of the Lawrence family." The cruel truth appeared before her eyes, leaving Flora unable to refute. Actually, she had already realized some of the situation of her territory and her father's thoughts when deciding to get married. However, she still decided to put it all aside for her own selfish reasons. As she rode in the carriage with her father to Dimitri's house, Flora forced herself to give up her unrealistic thoughts. "Now, even if I refuse to marry Roman, I will lose everything in the future." That was why the father and son were present at the Dimitri mansion on the last day of Roman's seclusion. They came early in the morning, but by afternoon Roman still hadn't shown up. Hans was very impatient, while Lawrence and his father began to show discontent. But Hans did not dare to disobey the young master because he had given careful instructions. He kept walking back and forth, and finally heard the door creak open. Hans was overjoyed, but the look on his face as he walked out made him look terrified. But still he could not stop shaking. The blue veins on his forehead were throbbing. After a moment of mental struggle, Lord Lawrence stood up and headed straight to Lord Dimitri's study. Roman's father was also busy handling business at the moment. When he heard footsteps approaching, he didn't even bother to look up. The study door burst open, and Viscount Lawrence stormed in like a whirlwind. "Baron Dimitri, what are you doing keeping your guests waiting so long? If you are not satisfied with us, just send us away." "I didn't expect Mr. Dimitri to be so cruel." Under the questioning of Viscount Lawrence, Romero was silent for a few seconds, then calmly dipped the brush into the ink. "I understand your anger, but did you make an appointment with me before coming here?" I know it was wrong for us to come without notice, but we talked about meeting him a week ago. And we had no choice but to come here ourselves because he refused our request and kept quiet." It is true that a week ago, Viscount Lawrence sent a letter requesting a meeting with Roman but received no reply. Because he was so impatient, he brought his daughter without telling her in advance. The result was a half-day wait without an explanation. Lord Lawrence felt seriously offended and thought that Lord Dimitri should have refused their request to visit in the first place. Viscount Lawrence's attitude became increasingly severe. His words were like pouring cold water in Baron Dimitri's face. "Did you come here just to say you're angry about having to wait half a day?" After a moment of silence, Romero suddenly asked. His cold tone made Lawrence and his father swallow nervously. Romero is no fool. On the day Flora arrived at the Dimitri mansion, Roman took the initiative to ask him about the annulment. Even without asking why, even a child could guess what happened. Lord Dimitri guesses that Flora's death note is the reason why Roman wants to cancel this arranged marriage. What angered him most was that the person who arranged this political marriage was Viscount Lawrence, and the person who proposed canceling the engagement was also his beloved daughter. This incident was like a slap in the face for Romero. Or rather, it was the Dimitri family that was deeply offended first. And yet you, Viscount Lawrence, do you still think your anger is justified just because you had to wait so long? At this point, Romero could not contain his anger. He slammed his hand down on the desk, causing the ink bottle to spill. "We didn't want to meet in the first place, and you forgot your mistake, and decided to come here to complain. The room was silent. Flora didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Viscount Lawrence also began to feel that his move was somewhat wrong. Because the other party remained silent, Romero continued to speak. He recounted, "About a month ago, the Barco family contacted me to propose a marriage alliance with the Dimitri family, just a little after the Lawrences' offer. They promised to help the Dimitri family connect with the royal family and gave him a portion of his territory after capturing Lawrence. But Romero refused, even though a marriage alliance with the Barco family would be much more beneficial, for one reason only. It was the Dimitri family that had enough money, solid power to decide as one wishes, and deeper down it was because his son liked the Lawrence family flower, Miss Flora. So Romero decided to confront the Barco family. Yet shortly after the marriage was decided, Miss Flora came here again and poured cold water on him by breaking off the engagement with her son. Romero spoke for a while. Viscount Lawrence began to blame himself non-stop. That's why I lost my temper and made such a big mistake. Lawrence's flower and Dimitri's idiot, Romero said in a self-deprecating tone. It's true that the two are not a good match, but who should remember what the Roman surname means? When the surname Dimitri was added after the name Roman, its value changed. Romero's words were full of dismissiveness, but he wasn't wrong. Furthermore, the one who really wanted this marriage was not the Dimitri family, which is actually Viscount Lawrence and his family. Faced with Lord Dimitri's harshness, Flora could only remain silent and bow her head low. Suddenly she remembered her childhood days in the academy. It was where the children of nobles came to learn and build relationships. At that time, there was a small clan whose value was doubted by all that caught Flora's attention. That's Joel's kid. In a world where children think they are treasures, Joel's son is the exception. One day, he made a small mistake. If it had been other noble children, it would have been fine. But because he was from Joel's family, the academy opened a disciplinary committee for the boy. When Flora saw the teachers scolding Joel for his tiny mistake, a man who appeared to be his father appeared and apologized. He bowed his head deeply, asked for their forgiveness, and promised to teach his son a lesson. The other children secretly laughed at Joel and his father through the glass door. Only Flora felt sorry for them. Years passed, and now she and Viscount Lawrence found themselves in the same situation as the Joel family. This irony made Flora feel ridiculous. Her father, beside her, bowed deeply to apologize to Baron Dimitri. Flora felt that young Master Joel had been so weak back then. Now her family was the same. Flora had been silent all this time, but just as she opened her mouth to speak up for her father, the door behind her swung open. The servant announced that young Master Roman had arrived, and his new appearance made Flora gasp in surprise. After a week of training, Roman seemed to have grown significantly taller. His brown hair had turned silvery purple, and his eyes had turned dark purple. In him, it's easy to see a bit more coldness, but I have to admit he's much more handsome. "I'm coming to see you," he said. "Dad, I'm done practicing." Even Baron Dimitri was amazed at this drastic change in his son. But this change in appearance was not as important as the problem at hand. Romero wanted his son to be personally involved in the marriage discussions. Since Roman had changed, he was willing to listen to his decision as a father, as well as the host of the Dimitri house. "I understand what you mean, father," Roman replied indifferently, then glanced at Flora, making her extremely nervous. Roman had lived a long life. He was smart enough to understand what the connection between the two houses would lead to. With the Barco clan threatening the Lawrence territory, the Dimitri family's power would guarantee Lawrence a way to live. Romero hoped his son would change his mind and want to continue this marriage. But Roman remained as cold as before. He took out a delicate handkerchief and said, while wiping the ink bottle spilled on the table by his father's hit, "The very first day I met Flora Lawrence, my intentions about this marriage changed. They must have heard the rumors about the Dimitri fool, and maybe she thought she couldn't marry someone like that." Roman's words were calm, but they were like a knife piercing through Flora's last remaining composure. His stance was also very firm. No matter how others judge Roman Dimitri, he still hopes to live with someone who only judges him after direct contact. Flora failed to do so, so Roman wanted to end this unwanted marriage. As soon as Roman finished speaking, the whole room seemed to be immersed in a gloomy atmosphere. The most desperate person at this moment must be Viscount Lawrence, because that arranged marriage was his last card to save his family. But his daughter disappointed the Dmitri family. Perhaps after that, no family would accept to be in-laws with Lawrence anymore. His family will have to confront the Barco family and the power behind it with the little resources they have. This battle was originally quite balanced, but if the Dmitri family cooperates with the Barco family, Lawrence will only have to eat bran. To prevent that, Viscount Lawrence decided to endure humiliation to the end, bow 90 degrees, and say the final apology. He wanted to make up for his daughter's mistake with a sum of money, but for Romero, a man with an abundance of iron, he had no interest in that bit of money. Romero understood well Viscount Lawrence's purpose in offering this compensation. "You don't have to do that. As the head of the Dmitri household, I will not mention your decision. When discussing issues that may arise in the future, we will inform the public that Flora Lawrence has broken off her engagement for personal reasons. And if we do that, we will have no reason to cooperate with Barco anymore." Viscount Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Romero." After thanking Romero, the father and son also left. Before leaving the study, Viscount Lawrence couldn't help but glance at his son-in-law. Knowing that he was so valuable, he was more careful when telling Flora to preserve this marriage. "Even though I knew I had made a serious mistake, I can't save the situation anymore." He waited until the study door closed for a long time. Baron Dmitri had time to express his confusion. He wanted to know what had happened to his son during the past week and why he had come back with this look. Indeed, it would be strange if others saw Roman like this and weren't surprised. For a whole week, he stayed in the warehouse and trained his body. Remove all internal impurities to reach the mortal state. In the mortal state, it is necessary to thoroughly prepare the body to become a celestial demon mage. Although this is not impressive in the martial arts world, it is with the absolute energy that exists naturally in this world. The amount of impurities in Roman's body is very important. Even when preparing the body's foundation, the effects are extremely significant. The changes in Roman's appearance are the clearest evidence of the complete difference compared to before. But explaining these things out loud to Romero was not easy. Roman then said vaguely, "I don't remember all the details of the training process, but I believe energy has begun to circulate throughout my body." Romero was even more surprised when he heard him mention the phenomenon of energy circulation. From the natural energy in the body to improve physical capacity, this only happens to a few people. Yet Roman, who was always called Dimitri's idiot, was able to do it. His development began to surpass Romero's understanding, causing him to have some doubts. But even so, he couldn't change the fact that Roman was his son, so he could only continue to trust and support him. "Never forget that your name is Roman Dmitri, and I am Romero Dmitri, your father. I will always help you with anything you need." Those words were so ordinary, but they moved Roman deeply, because in his previous life, his father was cold and domineering. Now Romero is embracing and supporting Roman unconditionally. This feeling is wonderful. After talking with his father, Roman left the study. Unexpectedly, Flora was still waiting outside. She seemed hesitant, but Miss Lawrence did not stay to try to persuade him about the marriage. She just wanted to send a belated apology to Roman for judging him so quickly and causing so much trouble for both families. Roman, from beginning to end, had no feelings for this beautiful young lady. He also had no intention of continuing that marriage, so there was no need for that apology. But Flora continued to follow and explain the reason for unilaterally canceling the engagement. At the social gathering held by the noble families of the Northeast, Flora had heard rumors that she was engaged to a member of the Dmitri family. It would be nothing to talk about if the rumor hadn't spread and turned negative. She could accept marrying a useless playboy. But the most important thing is, in the rumors, it was said that young Master Roman was a drug addict, and Flora felt, "I couldn't live with that person for the rest of my life." As she said these things, Roman's expression remained very cold. Whatever the reason, it cannot change the current relationship between the two. After that, Roman coldly left, but really what Flora said back then also made him pay attention. Drugs are corrosive to both the physical and mental health of a person. The original Roman Dmitri had a body as weak as noodles. That would be quite understandable if he were really an addict. But since coming to this world, Roman has not felt any drugs in this body. Although he did show signs of using drugs to end his life, the drug had completely left his body by the time he completed the week-long training. Thinking for a long time without an answer, Roman directly asked Hans about his concerns. "Hey, have you ever seen me use drugs or been in any situation that made you suspect that I was using drugs?" Hearing this, Hans was startled by the young master's sudden question, but Roman insisted that he wasn't joking. Of course, he couldn't say outright that he was a time traveler and wanted to learn about the past of this body's owner. So Roman made the excuse that he was looking back at his own actions from an outsider's perspective. Hans did not understand why the young master changed his mood so quickly. But thinking back, even though I haven't seen it with my own eyes, there was actually a time when Hans felt Roman's actions were very strange. It happened about a month ago when Roman had just returned from a social party. At that time, his state was very strange, looking both restless and scared. After that, Roman seemed to lose all will to live and just stayed in his room. Every night he asked Hans to bring a large amount of wine. This made Hans really doubt whether the young master was using drugs or not. Roman listened very attentively and, coupled with what Flora said earlier, he also gradually became skeptical. "Hans, do you know who is hosting that party?" "The eldest son of the Barco family, young master. His name is Anthony Barco, which makes it even more suspicious. The original Roman was arranged to be married to Flora Lawrence, and after attending a social party hosted by the Barco family, his spirit changed suddenly, eventually choosing to end his life. The reason why Roman committed suicide kept bothering Hans's mind. In the will he left behind, the only thing mentioned was his fear of the battlefield. But at that time, he was already engaged to Flora. In fact, there were quite a few ways for nobles to avoid going to war once married. So did Roman really choose to commit suicide just because he was afraid of battle? This is so unreasonable." "Well, Hans, it seems like Anthony Barco and I are quite close, huh?" Roman continued to ask. Hans shook his head. The two were not close. But since Roman got engaged to Flora, Anthony seemed to pay more attention to him. This is understandable, because the political marriage between the Dmitri and Lawrence families was a major obstacle for the Barco family, who wanted to control the Lawrence territory. And the easiest way to solve that problem is to destroy this marriage. Maybe they did everything they could with Roman, and that led to his suicide. Speaking of this, Hans suddenly remembered another thing. A few days ago, the Barco family sent out party invitations here, but it coincided with the time Roman was in seclusion, so he hadn't decided what to do with it. Roman could not help but admire the tyranny of this family. They tried to destroy the opponent once but failed. Now they want to attack again. Coincidentally, Roman is someone who is never afraid of anyone. This party will take place in 2 weeks, and he asked Hans to send a reply to the Barco family that he would definitely participate. The next morning, Hans took Kevin to see Roman. He also did not forget to remind him not to be too surprised when seeing the young master's new appearance. But when he saw him, Kevin was still stunned for a few seconds. Not only had his appearance changed, but Roman's temperament had also increased by a level, making Kevin unable to help but be surprised. "How are you doing?" Seeing Kevin arrive, Roman stopped practicing his sword and took the initiative to speak first. "Ah, yes, young master, I'm used to everything here." At this point, Kevin looked tense. "But I always ask myself what I am here for. I'm not sure if I can help you." This is something Kevin has been wondering about all week. Before, he swore that his life would belong to Roman if the young master protected his family. But after arriving at the Dmitri mansion, Kevin began to doubt again. Does an ordinary person like myself have anything to contribute? Coincidentally, Roman also called Kevin today about this matter. This was the day he decided what role Kevin would play in his life. However, he did not want to decide his path himself. Instead, Roman gave Kevin 2 choices. First, if you are afraid of holding a sword and shedding blood, then there is no need to become my sword on the battlefield. Instead, Kevin can follow Hans and learn how to be a perfect servant. Just hang around working in the mansion. Second, Kevin will become Roman's sword and protect his master. This seemed difficult since he had never held a sword before. Furthermore, if he decides to embark on this path, Roman will have to test his will through torture. The first is the method of crushing the limbs. As the name suggests, this method causes extreme pain as if bones and muscles are being crushed. If he can get through this, Kevin will prove himself worthy enough to stand next to Roman. The second method is for him to take Roman's sword and cut off his own limbs. In situations of extreme self-harm, strength is unleashed. Kevin can become strong and possess unmatched speed. In his previous life, the inner demon also transformed from a street wanderer into one of the 4 heavenly kings through his own will. Now, Roman wanted to use that method to test Kevin. The person he saw had some resemblance to the devil. Whatever you choose, we will make the most of your value. How I use you is up to you. Roman's words rang out, but Kevin's ears were ringing. When faced with this dangerous and important choice, many memories from his childhood flashed through his mind. Kevin was born in a dilapidated house that could collapse at any moment, near Dimitri Castle. As a child, he had to do everything with his father to survive. So, as he grew up, Kevin learned how to do almost everything. However, his life remained stagnant and he even faced bullying from stronger ones, like the Bloodfang gang. Kevin had long understood that this was a life for the weak. That's why he never dared to forget that fateful day. The day when young Master Roman Dimitri used a dry branch to defeat a gang of Bloodfangs on the street. That incredible power completely captivated Kevin. He shakily picked up the sword from the ground. Kevin didn't understand how cutting off his own limbs would help him. But as long as it can make you stronger, help him escape his current miserable life, and possess powers like Roman, he will do it. The shining blade in his hand made Kevin extremely nervous. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. He took a deep breath and then, with almost all the courage he had in his life, raised his sword. I will do it. In another development, there are also people who are restless. That's Chris. He decided to leave the Night Order and follow the young master. But Roman responded to this decision by disappearing for a week, leaving Chris very worried. Today, when he caught Hans, Chris eagerly asked, "Where is the young master?" As a result, Roman was found talking to Kevin and was told not to let anyone in. Chris's mood was not very good, as if a concubine had suddenly fallen out of favor. Who is Kevin? At that moment, Kevin's scream came from the sword practice area. Blood splattered on the blade and he fell to the ground. That night, Hans was horrified to see the blood-stained sword. "Young master, when were you injured?" "It's nothing to worry about, I'm fine, because it's not my blood." For the first time, Hans saw a satisfied smile on his young master's face. Of course, Roman doesn't have the magical ability to make Kevin's arm grow back, so he won't let him cut off his own hand. At the moment Kevin was about to cut his own arm, Roman brought him into the illusion through the demon's charm spell. In the illusion, everything happens as if it were real, including the pain. But in reality, those things don't happen. Kevin's recklessness was witnessed by Roman firsthand. He swung his sword and touched his wrist before entering the illusion. If Roman's spell weakens a bit or a little later, Kevin would have cut off his own hand. Through this event, his worth was affirmed. Roman now has 2 very valuable cards in his hand, Kevin and Chris. There are 2 weeks from now until the party and 6 months until the war breaks out. He had to take advantage of this time to teach them lots of new things. The next day, when Kevin had calmed down, Roman taught him the magic of mana enhancement. This is not an ordinary technique, but magic that the angry demon used. While powerful, it is also very dangerous, as it can corrode the user's soul. Those who master the magic of mana enhancement can exert incredible power in the midst of extreme pain. And Roman gave Kevin such a test. In his previous life, the angry demon was Roman's right-hand man. He mastered this magic despite enduring extreme pain. Now he has found someone like him, young Kevin. But before teaching him the mana enhancement technique, Roman did not forget to remind him of a few things. As this spell progresses, the pain endured becomes more and more intense. Of course, he also had his own reasons for teaching Kevin this magic. Because this is the fastest way to teach a teenager who knows nothing about mana from the basics. If he masters mana enhancement, Kevin is completely capable of protecting everything around him. Hearing that, Kevin's eyes lit up. To him, Roman was like a god descended from heaven. Not only did he save him from the beatings, he also destroyed the blood fangs and protected his family. Now teach him magic. Kevin's gratitude was so great that it was beyond words. But along with that came great concern. Master, why do you trust me? I swore to give my life for you. But I have not shown you anything. I can run away after learning this magic. Kevin would be wondering, which was understandable. But Roman didn't reply, instead giving him another day to rest before officially training. Thinking back in his previous life, the inner demon also asked him a similar question, and he did not answer either. Because Roman knew that Kevin would never betray him. Just like the previous inner demon, when it became stronger, they would learn the price of betraying the devil. The next morning, their first class began. But strangely, Roman had not taught Kevin anything advanced. Instead, he taught him basic swordsmanship. This made Chris a little uncomfortable. Chris didn't know where a strange kid had appeared and taken all the young master's attention. This made Roman ignore Chris and not teach him anything. Chris followed Roman because he wanted to get stronger quickly. But with Roman treating him like air, Chris started to feel impatient. Swinging a sword beside a master is even better. Should I beg my master to accept me back? Chris stretched tiredly, but thinking about what Roman had said to me earlier, he felt that he should wait a little longer. So Chris swallowed his anger. The next day, he still went to see Roman teach Kevin swordplay. And then the next day, and many days after that, Roman still showed no signs of teaching Chris. Finally, he exploded. Master Roman, I have been following you for 2 weeks now. The first week I spent in seclusion. Then you pushed me aside to train this brat. If you did that because I was rude to you in the first place, I sincerely apologize. So please teach me too. I am confident that I can learn anything you teach. Chris poured out his frustration like a rap. Roman, however, remained motionless. Didn't I tell you, just watch me and learn? Chris gasped. Roman had indeed said that, but he didn't think it was literally true. Turns out Chris had been ignored for the past 2 weeks because Roman had actually appointed him to observe and learn from me. Seeming to understand Chris's concerns, Roman explained first before he could say anything more. I know, everyone has a different way of learning. Like Kevin, he doesn't know anything. So until he achieves a certain success, Roman needs to guide him from start to finish. But Chris was different. No matter what he taught him, Chris would just force himself to memorize it without trying to understand it. So you want me to continue observing you? No, Roman replied, then threw Chris a wooden sword. While he was still confused, Roman made an even more shocking request. It was Chris having a match with Kevin. This request left both of them gaping. On top of that, this felt like an insult to Chris since he was already a 2-star aura knight. Kevin is just a kid who knows nothing about swordsmanship or mana. In this match, even though Kevin was my opponent, I will teach him how to defeat you. Basically, Kevin is my clone. If you still think you're right after this match, I'll personally teach you. Chris tried to contain his anger. A series of curses began to ring out in his head, all aimed at Roman, of course. But because he wanted to prove himself, Chris finally accepted this match. Go ahead. Right here, I will prove to you that I am not someone to be defeated. So a 2-star aura knight and a young apprentice entered the arena. Roman stood behind Kevin, as expected. As soon as he got on the stage, this young man's limbs were trembling. Roman then chose his words to encourage him. I know you are at a disadvantage, but if you lose this battle, what do you lose? Nothing. There are countless people in this world stronger than you. The pirates who oppressed your family by force, or Chris, who is eager to defeat you to get my recognition, they are no different. So you're just going to stand there and take it all every time? Roman's words seemed to have hit Kevin's weak spot, instantly activating his fighting spirit. Kevin raised his sword, taking a defensive stance, which only made Chris more annoyed. I never dreamed that I would have to fight a newcomer like this. Moreover, the opponent's eyes were full of vitality, as if he had a chance to win. If Roman wanted to tame him with this match, then Chris decided not to let him have the chance to do that. As soon as the first two words were shouted, Chris, carrying a strong anger, charged towards the opponent. And against his overwhelming speed and strength, Kevin was no match. This was clear as day. However, this is only true when two people fight alone. In this match, Kevin has Roman supporting him from behind. Just before they started fighting, he heard a voice in his head. "Defend yourself in front with your sword. Chris is going to strike a blow." This is Roman's voice. He was pointing out every move of the game to Kevin. With this guidance, Kevin successfully blocked Chris's first attack. Roman continued to instruct him, take a step to the side and aim for Chris's chest as the opponent prepares to kick. Roman predicted the move Chris was going to make, but Kevin couldn't react in time. In the end, he still got hit by Chris and fell backwards to the ground. Roman told him, "Stand up and continue fighting. Meanwhile, I will continue to use sound transmission to silently guide him. Jump to the right quickly." Kevin didn't have time to think. He immediately did it. This dodge to the right helped him avoid Chris's next attack. Chris also seemed surprised to see Kevin escape. Turning around, he aimed straight for the opponent's left chest. Kevin obediently followed suit. With Roman's guidance and the basics he learned over the past week, Kevin's attack also made Chris wary. However, here, Chris is still the one with much more combat experience. So Kevin just counterattacked and got kicked again. He held his chest, trying to hold back the pain. Chris had indeed exposed an opening just now, but unfortunately, Kevin's sword was swung too slowly, so it was counterattacked. Blocking the blow from above, Roman's voice echoed in his head again, and Kevin reflexively raised his sword to block. Under great pressure from the opponent, Roman instructed him to dodge to the right to escape. But before Kevin could follow, he received another knee straight to the face. The nosebleed kept pouring out, and the pain made him dizzy. As for Chris, he was also quite exhausted. Chris didn't know anything about Roman using mana to transmit sound to the opponent, so Kevin's resistance surprised him. Roman watched attentively from the side. He also knew that Kevin was no match for Chris, as his body could not keep up with his instructions. Meanwhile, Chris reacted quite quickly, but this situation was also very interesting. On this side, Kevin was struggling to get up again. Despite the painful beating, he was quite excited to see that young Master Roman was in absolute control of this match. Because even though the opponent was a 2-star aura knight, Roman could still grasp every move precisely. Kevin also quickly realized that the problem was with his body. And if I can do exactly as Roman instructed, defeating Chris is entirely possible. Chris is now nothing more than a puppet being held in the palm of Roman's hand, and Roman is controlling him at will. As for Kevin, this young man has the most tenacity. Even though he was beaten to a pulp, he still had the strength to stand up. Each time, Kevin felt himself adapting a little more to Roman's instructions. This gradually drove Chris insane. Despite trying to defeat his opponent, Kevin continued to dodge attacks, even counterattacking at crucial moments. It would be hard to believe if this was just a coincidence. On the other hand, Kevin was very happy. Even Chris, who is considered the most outstanding genius in the Dmitri family knights, is not immune to Roman's superiority. Experiencing the class of his master, Kevin felt even more that following Roman was absolutely the right thing to do. At that moment, he swore, "This will be the person I will forever worship as my master." And no matter what nonsense Roman says, he will blindly listen. Kevin's desire to become the sword in Roman's hands grew stronger. He understood that the key to doing that was to have a will stronger than anyone else. Kevin clenched his sword in his hand, continuing to rush into this unequal battle. Of course, the lack of speed cannot be made up in a day or two, let alone in a few hours of this match. Despite Roman's guidance, Kevin was still far behind Chris. The two of them struggled like that for a long time, until Kevin was beaten to the point of blackening his face. Chris really didn't want to fight anymore, because if he continued, part of Kevin's body might be disabled. It's just a pity that the opponent is so reckless that he risks his life. Even though he was seriously injured, Kevin had no intention of stopping. In the end, Kevin's stubbornness only made Chris more angry. "If that is really your intention, I will give you what you want. From now on, every time you look at your deformed arm, you will regret it." Chris lunged forward, aiming straight for Kevin's left arm. But the moment he rushed forward at full speed was also the moment he exposed his chest. Roman didn't just guide Kevin to dodge the attack. Instead, ask him to charge straight forward and attack with all his might. Chris was completely unaware of the other party's boldness. He staggered to the side, barely avoiding the blow. But because of that, Chris lost control of the situation. Everything was not over yet. While Chris had yet to regain his balance, Kevin continued to attack aggressively. In Chris's eyes, it was just a crude attack full of openings. With his rich combat experience, he naturally missed the attack. Chris wanted to counterattack, but Kevin blocked it. The current position inadvertently put Chris at a disadvantage. Just when Roman thought Kevin had succeeded, Chris guessed his opponent's next attack direction. He put all his strength into one final blow. The sword in Kevin's hand was sent flying, and he was officially flat on the ground. Roman's mood was quite complicated, seemingly somewhat satisfied. Chris guessed that Kevin's second attack was just a feint and successfully counterattacked. "You win. As promised, from tomorrow I will personally teach you. This is your choice," Roman said, then carried the unconscious Kevin away. Late that afternoon, Chris returned to his room in a very bad mood. "Why did I decide to fight that trainee?" Chris muttered. Winning that match was useless. Not only was it a waste of time, but it was also lost at the last minute. Yes, Chris felt like he lost, even though he had knocked Kevin out. But Kevin's final attack was identical to the one that had cost Chris his sparring match with Roman 2 weeks ago. It was a day he would never forget. Without that experience with Roman, he felt he would have had a hard time beating Kevin in that situation. It was a funny story, but thanks to a sparring match with Roman 2 weeks ago, Chris was able to beat a rookie. Ha ha! He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Did he grow up just from that experience? The next morning, Chris arrived at the training ground very early, even though he had barely slept the night before because he was so busy thinking. After thinking about it, Chris made a decision and wanted to come early to tell Roman that he doesn't need any teaching. Instead, Chris wanted to find a way to get stronger by simply observing Roman. Chris felt like he had really gotten it just in yesterday's practice match. He had thought Roman wouldn't help Kevin, but thinking back, it was impossible for Kevin to be able to skillfully execute strikes and blocks on his own. Come to think of it, Roman, guiding Kevin in that practice match also created an opportunity for Chris to cope and grow on his own. Roman was no longer the failed master Chris once knew. Although it is not known exactly what happened, Chris knew that Roman had now reached a realm that even Captain Jonathan couldn't reach. To observe and learn from him is to enlighten oneself by watching him. Anyway, what you learn by yourself will be remembered longer than what is taught by others. That's why Chris made this decision. Roman also seemed happy to see that he had understood. So, he continued his career of teaching Kevin by hand. Chris continued to stand to the side and observe the two. Time passed again, and the day of the social party hosted by the Barco family arrived. A long trip to return, but almost gone. This time back, it looks a little different. A week before the social, everyone was talking. Hear about Roman Dmitri? I heard his engagement to the Lawrence family was broken off. A snort of laughter rang out. It was clearly the Lawrence family's fault. A young man continued, according to the Viscount's announcement, that was just an excuse. Maybe he felt sorry for his precious daughter after seeing that fool Dmitri. Elsewhere, a lady holding a cup of tea said, "But breaking off the engagement when the war with Barco is so close?" Another guessed, "That only means the eldest son of the Dmitri family is worse than the rumors say." The servants also gossiped. "I also heard that he defeated the Bloodfang gang. But that's just their way of saving face after being rejected." Elsewhere, a loud laugh echoed throughout the mansion. Anthony said loudly, "I can't believe Roman actually broke off this engagement. He's too easy to manipulate." He raised his glass. "Has Roman accepted the invitation to the upcoming party?" His servant replied, "Yes, we have received the letter of participation from Dmitri." Anthony smiled slyly. Good, good. Everything is going well. He pursed his lips. I'm really looking forward to next week. It's been a long time since I've been this excited about a party. On the day of the social party, Roman thoughtfully called Hans. Do I really have to wear this? Hans explained, This is the first formal meeting party since you broke off the engagement. I can't let you dress casually. Hans spoke at length. Roman could only remain silent, but Hans's expression became serious. I am sure you will not ignore this masterpiece. Hans asked seriously, But where did I put all my effort into it? It looked like he hit the nail on the head for Roman. Roman was helpless and said, Okay, I'll wear it. This made Hans happy. I knew you would say that. Elsewhere, Chris seemed to be getting annoyed. He asked with a serious face, Why is he late? At this rate, the young master will arrive first. From afar, Kevin shouted, I'm sorry! He quickly explained, I'm not used to wearing armor yet. Chris shook his head helplessly. How did you become like this? Kevin replied, confused. That's because no armor fits me, even in the forge. Chris sweated, thinking, even though he had the young master's help, I still can't believe I almost lost to such a guy. Kevin complained about the helmet. Chris saw that and could only be dissatisfied. He said seriously, Listen carefully. Chris warned, We are both the Lord's retainers and also Dimitri's face. His reputation will be decided based on our actions. Don't be reckless. You have to be careful with your words. Kevin quickly obeyed. Okay, I will keep that in mind, Sir Knight. This made Chris feel a little happy. Okay, just ask me if you don't understand anything. Kevin thanked. Thank you, Sir Knight. Chris angrily reminded, Your helmet is tilted again. This made Kevin startled and scream. The scene changes to a castle. Melodious music is everywhere, mixed with the chatter of people at the banquet. A man sipping his wine asked, Is Roman really coming today? I can't believe he joined Barco's party after breaking off a political marriage he was trying to hang on to, he said smugly. He did so knowing full well that Barco was targeting Lawrence. A girl standing nearby spoke up. That's why people call him a fool. If he had any sense, he would have stuck with one of the two families. The other person continued. Dimitri's position was shaken because of Roman. Although Dimitri is the most powerful family in the Northeast, they are still greedy and wanting to maintain their relationship with the Barco family, but at least he would join in to make up for his mistake. There was someone on that side who was watching them. Sophia wondered, What kind of person is Roman Dimitri? The person next to him answered, You'll know when you meet him. He's a terrible sight, not worth looking at because he's so short. He sneered, and the way he smugly claimed to be the eldest son of the Dimitri family. The person opposite also criticized, Even I would find every way to break the engagement if I were a woman. Suddenly, the butler cleared his throat and interrupted the crowd. The eldest son of the Dimitri family. The door opened and Roman walked in. He walked into the party, his face full of confidence. Everyone in there turned their eyes towards him. They were all talking. Is that Roman Dimitri? He's so different from before. This is unbelievable. What happened to his hair? Sophia looked at him intently for a moment, then moved closer to Roman. Sophia said, It is my honor to meet you. She bowed her head and introduced, I am Sophia of the Grisel family. Humbly, she said, You have probably never heard of our family, although we are not an outstanding family. But my father, Baron Grisel, pledged his life to the Cairo Empire. Roman smiled and replied, I know the Grisel family very well. This surprised Sophia. You really know the Grisel family? Roman replied, How could we not know a family that has existed for centuries? He recalled the butler's words. This is the information of all the clans in the Northeast that you requested. Then Hans wondered, But why do you suddenly want to see all this? Roman replied, Since I will be attending the party as a representative of my family, we should at least equip ourselves with some basic courtesy. We must remember the background of each person we meet, as well as their heritage. To win the hearts of others, one must put forth a commensurate effort. He thought to himself, that is especially true of me, the so-called fool of the Dmitri family. On the surface, he said, isn't that the family that has had influence in the Northeast for a long time? The Gristle family's wood is famous for its high quality in the Cairo Empire. I heard your brother succeeded in sensing mana. Roman expressed his sincerity. I sincerely congratulate your brother on that achievement. The two happily chatted, surprising others. What is this? A man quickly approached and started a conversation. Hello, Lord Roman Dmitri. I am Mana of the Vol family. Roman smiled lightly. I am greeted by the eldest son of the Vol family. Roman praised, didn't Baron Vol have glorious achievements in the last war? I was very touched when I read about it. Mana blushed and replied, I am very grateful that you think so. Others also want to be friendly. A girl approached and greeted, It's been a long time, Lord Roman. You've changed a lot. Roman smiled. Compared to me, Miss Eris is still beautiful. Roman got to the point. How is your mother? I heard she hasn't been feeling well lately. Dmitri has benefited greatly from our agreement. The hero's family also received a lot of support from Dmitri about 10 years ago. I am truly grateful for your goodwill towards us. Both sides chatted quite smoothly. A young man spoke up. Lord Roman, it seems I have misjudged you. I used to think you were unapproachable because you were always distant. Roman smiled. I want to drink some wine too, but it seems I have to abstain a bit. The party butler approached and called out, Lord Roman. He passed on the message. The young master invites you to the back room. Hearing this, Roman's face darkened slightly. He thought, looks like it's time to find out who's been messing with me. Scene changes to outside the palace. Chris looks around, noticing that other families had many knights as their retainers. Kevin wondered, Sir Knight, what is a social party? Chris reminded, we'll never get a chance to go in there, so don't worry. Hey, your helmet is crooked again. Some people around noticed them. What's wrong with him? Another spoke up. I heard he was Roman Dmitri's retainer. They looked at the two while Chris calmly told Kevin, don't mind them, but they make jokes. It's funny. One person was harsh. I heard that Roman Dmitri was the neglected eldest son, but unexpectedly he brought along a man who couldn't even hold a sword properly as his entourage. Chris calmly told Kevin, ignore them. The others sarcastically said, what do you expect? That was all Dmitri was capable of. Kevin couldn't take it anymore. The party took place in a bustling and aristocratic atmosphere. Roman stood among the crowd at the party. His eyes stared blankly ahead. It turned out that what caught his eye was a beautiful girl with golden hair, smiling and chatting. Her smile was really beautiful, as if it lit up the surrounding space. Anthony came up and put his arm around him, asking meaningfully, Who are you looking at so intently, Roman? He was a little startled and turned to greet Anthony. While standing nearby, Roman asked softly, Do you know the blonde lady over there? Anthony was a little surprised. What do you mean? You don't know her? She was Miss Flora. Yes, the blonde girl with the bright smile that made his heart flutter. Roman remembered the name Flora Lawrence, his face red, his heart pounding. That was Roman Dmitri from many years ago. But now Baek Jung-hyuk in Roman's body has changed a lot. The door to the room opened slightly. Roman, with platinum hair and royal noble clothes, walked in, hearing his friend's call. Over here, Roman! Anthony was sitting on the chair, looking unchanged, when he saw Roman. He excitedly called out, What have you been doing while I'm gone? Finally meeting the person he was looking for, Roman secretly rejoiced, So this person is Anthony Barco. Anthony sat across from Roman and invited him to sit down. I heard you've changed, but I didn't expect you to change so much. Sit down here and tell me everything. Roman looked around before sitting down and noticed there were still a few half-finished glasses of wine and fruit juice. He silently assessed, There are still some traces showing that someone has been here. An empty bottle of wine lay at the foot of the table, further reinforcing the belief that someone had just been there. Roman thought, the real reason he chased them away before I arrived was because he had some secret he wanted to tell me. Roman chuckled. If that's the case, I should make him more comfortable. Then he replied softly, I'm not sure either. He sat down on the chair, comfortably resting his arms on the armrest, and chatted with Anthony. I spent a lot of money to change myself, and now I change every day without doing anything. Roman's face broke into a slight smile. But I'm glad to be able to see you again. Anthony did not reply, his emerald eyes flashing with an unreadable strangeness. Then he quickly regained his mischievous look, poured a glass of wine, and kept talking. I guess I just couldn't think positively. Honestly, I don't know what you were thinking back then. Roman took the glass of wine, softly repeating his words. Back then? Anthony chuckled, recalling the unpleasant story. Back when you... He was forced to choose between a political marriage with the Lawrences and our friendship, was caught with my cousin in the warehouse. Really. He recounted the story, adding in some vague comments that made Roman a little uncomfortable. While Roman remained silent, Anthony continued, not hiding his contempt. Indeed, secrets are kept at social parties, but I still didn't expect you to go this far before your wedding. Anthony smiled slightly and asked Roman's opinion. So, would you accept my invitation to this party as a confirmation that you agree to my proposal? I will keep this matter confidential. Without waiting for Roman's consent, Anthony assumed that he was just making an announcement. Then he directly suggested, so let's discuss the marriage between you and the Barco family. Roman's purple eyes glinted in confusion as he tried to recall memories related to these events. In his mind, he thought, the marriage with the Barco family? Memories from the past seemed to replay before his eyes. An image of young Roman Dimitri standing in front of Anthony's room appeared. He stood there for a long time, looking down at his shoes and asking himself, did I betray Anthony Barco? Roman looked up in the door that separated him from the truth he was about to face and prayed before entering into a political marriage with the Lawrence family. Roman gathered his courage, grabbed the door handle, and encouraged himself, I can't avoid it forever. I will use this opportunity to mend the relationship between our two families. Roman opened the door and walked in, seeing Anthony sitting on the chair, looking happy. You're late, Roman. Come here and sit down. Sitting next to him was a younger girl. Anthony quickly said, let me introduce, this is Emily Barco. My cousin Emily said hello. Nice to meet you, Mr. Roman. He was a bit surprised and stammered, I'm Roman. Anthony politely suggested, wouldn't it be okay if she had a drink with us? This is her first time here, so she could only walk around by herself. Emily sat beside him, her hands clenched in tension, and Roman readily agreed. Of course, she is part of your family. Emily timidly poured wine into her cousin's glass. Anthony corrected her. Emily, you have to pour wine for Roman too. Roman heard that and quickly waved his hand. It's okay, I can pour it myself. Hearing that, Anthony glared. Bastard, are you bragging about getting married? Roman mumbled. Anthony, about that. But Anthony quickly interrupted in a bland voice, don't worry, the Barco family will have nothing to do with the Lawrence family from now on. Roman immediately believed it when he heard it. His face lit up, his voice excited. Really? Anthony smiled as if comforting a younger brother. So you don't need to force yourself anymore, just drink comfortably. Roman, naive and thinking that all misunderstandings had been cleared up, happily accepted the glass of wine from Anthony's hand. He closed his eyes and drank the glass of wine in joy and excitement. His eyes closed with joy but gradually darkened. In the darkness, vague sounds rang out, and Roman suddenly felt a splitting headache. Trying to open his heavy eyes, he wondered, where is this place? Roman woke up to find himself lying in bed next to a girl with her back turned. Both of them were naked. He had not yet formed his thoughts, only feeling confused and bewildered. No way! What the hell is going on? Roman was still in shock when Anthony's scream came from outside the door, causing him to jump up in surprise. Anthony looked at Roman with angry eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. "What did you do?"
Roman panicked and stammered, "No, no, this." He looked at the girl lying still beside him and remembered the last scene before losing consciousness, the glass of wine. He muttered like a lost soul, I can't remember anything." In the dim light of the candle, the room was plunged into darkness, and Anthony said slowly, "Listen carefully, Roman." Anthony sat on the chair, his hands clasped together, his tone dangerous. "Who you have an affair with is none of my business, but you touched Miss Barco." Roman sat cowering on the opposite side, listening to every threat. "I can't let things go like this." Facing the trembling Roman, Anthony arrogantly said, "I'll give you two choices. Either I'll expose the truth so you can be at peace, or—" Anthony emphasized the second option, making Roman pale with fear. "You must marry a descendant of the Barco family to restore our relationship." Anthony threatened, "What you just did made me very angry. But if you become a member of Barco, I will calm down and forgive you." Roman sat trembling, as if he were on trial for his mistakes. Anthony continued, his voice menacing, "Now, what will you choose?" That was the past that Roman experienced, and now Baek Jong-hyuk was recalling that memory. He thought to himself, so that's all that happened. All the pieces are in place. If the marriage broke down because Roman had tarnished the Barco family's honor, then the honor of the Dmitri family will fall to rock bottom. Both families have received public criticism. Roman seemed to lack the confidence to face his father's wrath, but he could not choose another path. Because he truly loved Flora and didn't want to give up the marriage he had worked so hard to establish, nor did he want to tarnish her reputation. Roman looked at the glass of wine in his hand pensively. In the end, he chose death as an escape, hoping that his death would solve everything. Thinking of that, he tilted his head back and drank the glass of wine. He thought to himself, a weak person never accomplished anything in life. That is Roman Dmitri. In Roman's body, he secretly felt pity. How miserable and pathetic. Seeing Roman remain silent, Anthony urged, "Why are you hesitating, Roman? The connection between our two houses could shake up the entire Northeast region." Anthony spoke more and more enthusiastically about his ambition. "No one can stand against us. You can utilize the power of the Barco family in the Northeast. There is no reason to refuse." At the climax, Roman suddenly interrupted with a provocative sentence. "Is that all?" Anthony was suddenly interrupted, slightly surprised, and only had time to let out a gasp. Roman put the empty glass down on the table and asked again, "Must I accept a political marriage just for that reason?" Anthony jumped up, angry. "You misunderstood. This is not an option. If you refuse, I will announce the incident in the warehouse to the whole world. How do you think the Dmitri family's reputation will be affected? Think carefully, if you want to live with your head held high." As soon as Anthony finished speaking, Roman slammed his foot on the table, making a loud bang, silencing Anthony. Anthony was surprised by Roman's attitude, completely different from the timid boy he had easily intimidated before. Roman crossed his legs and said arrogantly, "How many times do I have to say it until you understand?" There was no need for the Dmitri family to accept the Barco family's offer for such a pathetic reason. Outside, the party was still in full swing. Everyone was chatting happily, and the atmosphere was bustling. Miss Sophia was chatting happily when she suddenly saw Roman. Roman walked out leisurely, and she called him back. "Mr. Roman, where have you been?" Roman smiled. "I just need to attend to a few things. I might have to leave early for it." Sophia felt a little regretful after hearing that. "What? Really? The party has just started. You should stay a little longer." Roman tactfully refused with a smile. "Sorry, this is urgent." Everyone around heard this. Each one of them said politely, "Mr. Roman? Really? I'm sorry, I still have a lot to tell you." Roman replied, "Me too. We'll talk more later if we have the chance." Then he quickly said goodbye to everyone and walked out. Just outside the party,
he heard shouting. "Take back what you just said, you bastard." He immediately paid attention to that sound. Noise came from the area crowded with knights following the young ladies and young masters of various families. A loud argument made Roman turn around. A knight had his helmet knocked off his head. A loud scream rang out, "Kevin!" causing a red-haired boy to fall to the ground. A sarcastic tone aimed at Kevin. "What do you expect? That's Dimitri's level." Kevin turned back with an annoyed look. Chris, beside him, spoke up. "Hold on, Kevin." The two Barco knights glanced at each other, then took turns mocking. What was he thinking, making a brat like this his bodyguard? His helmet didn't even fit his head. They stood around Kevin, laughing. It looked like the kid had just picked up a random hat and called himself a bodyguard. How funny. Chris, beside him, angrily protested, "Are the Barco knights trained in verbal combat instead of swordsmanship?" The other arrogantly replied, "Who knows?" He said as he pressed his hand on Kevin's head, "Even without training, my swordsmanship is still better than this kid's." Kevin pursed his lips at the knight's mocking words. "That's why everyone calls your young master Dimitri a fool." Kevin bowed his head and ordered in a firm voice, "Take back what you said. Young Master Roman doesn't deserve to be called that." He grabbed the knight's hand and shouted a warning, "Take back what you just said, you bastard." The knight was angry and slapped Kevin hard in the face. "How dare you!" Kevin's hat was blown away. Chris shouted anxiously, intending to draw his sword to deal with it. But he paused, filled with unease because his opponent was a Barco knight. The Dimitri family is currently in conflict with the Barco family. Chris's face showed obvious worry, thinking, if I cause trouble here, the young master will be in trouble, and the entire Dimitri family will be implicated. Kevin slowly sat up, raised his head, and said, "I am Sir Roman's knight." His face was red from the slap just now. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want to fight with you fake knights." The knight clicked his tongue and laughed, then raised his hand to slap Kevin again. "Well, let's see how long you can keep that pride." But a hand appeared and held his hand tightly. The knight was surprised, Kevin was surprised, and Chris beside him was equally surprised. Roman held the knight's hand tightly, and Kevin exclaimed, "Young master!" Roman turned to look at the knight with cold eyes. Before he could react, Roman slapped him hard across the face, stunning him. He touched his face, which had just been slapped, dazed. What was that? Did I just get slapped? I didn't even have time to react. He hadn't finished his sentence when Roman slapped him again. "A fool like you." The knight couldn't believe it, tried to stand firm, and was about to say something. But before he could open his mouth, Roman slapped him again. This time he only managed to mumble a few words before Roman hit him square in the head. His face was burning with pain, and he had not yet regained consciousness. As if about to cry, Roman ordered, "You, his eyes cold, raise your face." At this moment, Anthony sat in his room, his face pale. "Damn, what the hell happened, Roman?" Anthony recalled the conversation between him and Roman. "What I'm talking about is that you have to take responsibility for your actions towards our young lady. Wouldn't proposing to marry a Barco descendant be a much better option than having to mortgage your assets? This is the last mercy I can give you. If you don't accept it, you've made an irreparable mistake." Roman just smiled sarcastically. "Do whatever you like. I've been called an idiot too. Even if there were one or two false rumors about my evil, it wouldn't change anything. And maybe you should behave yourself." Anthony couldn't believe what he had just heard. "What?" Roman said sternly. "I chose to break off the engagement because I wanted to, not because I was afraid of your threats." Anyway, he got his wish when the Dimitri family turned their backs on the Lawrence family. "But now you're threatening me. How should I react?" Roman continued, his voice cold. "Should I help the Lawrence family cause trouble for the Barco family?" Anthony's face turned pale and Roman pressed on. "To relieve my hatred for you?" Roman had calculated carefully, knowing well about the Barco family, understanding their links to the central government and their undeniable influence. But that power is only because of that connection. In terms of real wealth and power, the strongest family in the Northeast is Dimitri, not Barco. Roman looked Anthony straight in the eye, making him tremble. Now, what are you going to do? Anthony bowed his head, not daring to look up. If this matter ended here, you won't interfere in matters involving the Lawrence family anymore, will you? Roman replied, Exactly. Anthony stammered, Well then, let's end this here. Thinking back to that conversation, Anthony still couldn't believe it. Roman. Roman had changed. He trembled in fear, clearly feeling that not only Roman's appearance but also his actions, eyes, and tone of voice were terrifying. Roman was no longer the idiot he once knew. He had become a completely different person. What happened to him? While he was thinking, a voice rang out, "Young master," startling him. "Don't bother me now." The man outside hesitated and then reported, "But sir, Mr. Roman and his knights are—" Outside, people were bustling. The knight was kneeling before Roman, begging profusely. "Please, sir, please forgive me. I will never do it again. Please." Kevin stepped forward to advise, "Young master, I think you've beaten him enough." Chris also spoke up. "That's right. Please consider your relationship with the Barco family and end this here." Roman's expression didn't change. "I'm the one who decides if he's had enough. Even if he died, that was the price he had to pay for his words and actions." Suddenly, Anthony's loud voice rang out. "What does this mean?" Anthony criticized. "Roman, although he is the eldest son of the Dmitri family, I won't forgive you if you don't apologize for your rude behavior just now." Roman glanced at him coldly. "Why should I apologize?" He looked at the knight with a swollen face. "This guy has slandered me and touched the people of the Dmitri family." Roman turned to Anthony and asked, "Anthony, do you really think I'm the one who's wrong?" Anthony reproached, "Even so, you've gone too far." Roman replied without hesitation, "Too much? Didn't I tell you? My personal grudge could destroy our relationship in both families." Roman's words made Anthony pale. "From today on, you should reconsider your behavior." Roman leaned close to his face and threatened, "I don't have much patience. Now decide what you will do." Roman's threat echoed in his head. "Roman, should I help the Lawrence family to hinder the Barco family?" Anthony's heart was filled with hatred, but on the surface, he still bowed his head and admitted, "Okay, you did the right thing." Roman laughed smugly, listening to Anthony continue, "I will let him receive the appropriate punishment." Roman turned back, smiling kindly. "We are really good friends, aren't we?" He stepped in front of the knight, then waved his hand and coldly ordered, "Grit your teeth." A loud bang made the knight faint, and everyone rushed to carry him away. Everyone admits that Roman was a fool who didn't deserve respect before, despite being a member of House Dmitri, the most powerful family in the Northeast. Roman turned back and called, "Chris, Kevin, let's go home!" Everyone looked at him in horror, but now there is no choice but to accept the truth, that the idiot they once knew no longer existed. After they left, it was getting dark. The sun was setting. In the carriage, Kevin and Chris sat next to each other, both with worried looks on their faces. Kevin bowed his head and spoke first. "I sincerely apologize. It's all my fault that you're being insulted like that." Chris also said, "I am also at fault. The honor of the Dmitri family was trampled. Kevin was beaten too, and there was nothing I could do." Roman sat across from them, silently listening to their apologies. Then he spoke up. "To be able to endure like that, it must be very uncomfortable for both of you, right? Thanks for putting up with me until I get there." Chris and Kevin suddenly looked up at him. He continued, "Hot temper only brings trouble. Your decision has helped prevent a terrible scenario." Then he stopped, his face cold. "But this is not the answer I want. In this entire Cairo region, no one has the right to touch the people of the Dmitri family." Roman's eyes turned cold. "Even if I have to endure, you must also remember that person's face. Never forget your anger." He was stern. "I can't stand the feeling of being looked down upon by others. If you want to follow someone who lives a life above everyone else like me, you have to adapt to this way of behaving." Kevin and Chris were surprised to hear that, but seemed to understand what they needed to do. The carriage continued to take them back. Early in the morning at the mansion, Hans reported, "This is all the information about the Barco family that you requested from the Black Moon News Association." Hans reported, "According to the report from the Black Moon Association, the Barco family's actions have been very unusual recently." Roman was thinking as he reviewed the documents. The Barco family has settled in the Northeast for over a century. With several members working for the central government, the family began to rise to regional power. Roman finished reading and agreed. Just as we learned, their military strength is not great. Hans also expressed, "Actually, I was quite surprised. I thought their military strength was as great as their social status." Roman asserts, "That shows that their power comes mainly from the central government." There are 2 empires and 6 kingdoms on the Salamander continent. The Cairo kingdom is the smallest and weakest of them. Cairo's borders run along the northeastern mountains and are connected to all other kingdoms, so the country has experienced many invasions. As a tasty morsel always eyed by powerful enemies, the Kingdom of Cairo has no choice but to unite its army with the central government in order to survive. If the noble families refuse to do their duty, they will be immediately considered rebels and arrested by the soldiers. Once the rebels are subdued, their lands will be confiscated and turned into state property. Part of their land will be given to the lord of the neighboring region as a reward for helping to quell the rebellion, and the rest will be given to new nobles who submit to the central government. It is this system of influence that gives the Barco family invisible power when associated with the government. Hans was surprised to hear him explain, "I didn't expect it to come to this extent." He continued, "Just like the government, the Barco family can borrow such a large amount of money from the bullion bank." He looked at the Barco family information sheet. If the Barco family borrowed this money on credit without any collateral, then maybe that money was invested in the BG mercenary group. The BG Mercenary Corps is a collection of hundreds of A-rank mercenaries from all over the world, with the core being in BG. This group of people mainly earned money from fees for participating in fighting in colonial wars. Mr. Hans immediately reminded, "Considering the number of soldiers that the Barco family has been mobilizing recently, then maybe they plan to attack Lawrence within half a month?" Roman was quite surprised. It turned out that Barco had already completed all the preparations. Butler Hans hesitantly asked about the battle. "The Lawrences don't seem to be winning, do they?" Roman replied firmly. "No matter how hard they tried, they would probably only last a month at most." Roman thought to himself. He had told Anthony that he would no longer interfere in matters related to the Lawrence family. But if I want Roman Dmitri to continue living, I must eliminate the threat to myself, the Barco family. No matter how powerful the Barco family's army was, they would never be able to defeat the Dmitri family. He said with his eyes shining, "If we borrow the power of the Dmitri family, then making the Barco family fall would be a small matter. But it's useless to do so." Indeed, Dmitri was one of the first great families in Cairo, but they were no threat in the eyes of other clans in the northeast. What needs to be done now? This is the chance to restore the family's position. He sighed and stood up. "I need to see my father immediately. Now it's time to pay up for the promise we made last time." In another place, at a busy market, everyone was startled and looked in one direction. Gradually, a figure approached. It was a man wearing iron armor covered in blood. The man slowly took off his helmet. It was Lucas, a mercenary, who was already complaining that Dmitri really hadn't changed at all. Arriving in front of a blacksmith shop, his armor was already taken off and placed on the table. Someone said, "Look at your appearance." It was Hendrik, a blacksmith of the Dmitri family, who asked Lucas warmly, "Was this battle difficult?" He sighed in frustration. "Don't mention it anymore. I almost got killed by those reckless bastards with brains like grapes." He didn't ask any further, but looked at the sword in his hand. "The quality of this spear is so poor. Where did you buy it?" Lucas lamented, "At the first store I saw. It was because of it that I almost died." Hendrik got angry when he heard that. To buy iron and weapons, one must go to Dmitri's shop. Who would be stupid enough to ignore such a top-notch manufacturing place? Lucas didn't argue back. He stood up. That's why I'm here, thanks to you. Hendrik was enthusiastic. I'll make you a whole outfit, but it'll take a while. Lucas handed it over to Hendrik and turned to the door. It's okay. I'll probably go back to Dimitri's house to rest while I wait. His face was pensive. The battlefield made me so tired. On the way back, he saw a crowd of people gathered together. He was curious. What was there that made them gather so much? Lucas wondered to himself, what other battlefield is going on at the ministry? I don't intend to take on any more work, but... Out of curiosity, he cut into the crowd. He couldn't help it. He was so curious. It turned out that people were gathering around to read the notice board. He read it and saw, recruitment notice par on the newspaper, recruiting soldiers, prerequisites, healthy, ambitious to become stronger. Number of recruitment, 30. Salary, 3 silver coins per month. Lucas looked at the notice and thought, on average, a family only needs 5 gold coins per month to live. So all things considered, this job isn't bad, but I wish it didn't have that. At the bottom of the notice it says, special conditions. You will work for Roman Dimitri only, not the Dimitri family. Keep this in mind, and only apply when you are ready to give your life to Roman. A man standing next to Lucas advised him, don't even think about signing up, you can't compete with the hundreds of other people. He turned around firmly. No way, I may look like this, but I'm a B-class mercenary. At least I need 50 silver coins every month to pledge my loyalty to the nobles. Lucas suddenly realized. Wait. He turned around and asked, you said there were hundreds of people applying? The man nodded. Yes. He was quite surprised. Is this job really worth that much? He said clearly, no matter how good the conditions are, it's not for the Dimitri family. It's for the idiot of the Dimitri family, Roman Dimitri. Who knows what trials one will have to go through as a soldier under his command? As Lucas finished speaking, everyone there turned to look at him. The atmosphere gradually became silent. Seeing everyone like that, he was confused. The other man heard that and knew for sure that he didn't know anything about what was going on here, so he slowly explained, you're an outsider, so you don't know. Sir Roman is no longer the idiot he used to be. Not only did he destroy the Blood Fangs, but he also treated everyone very well. Lucas was surprised when he heard that. That person also understood why he had such an attitude. At first, we didn't believe it either, but after hearing Clark say that, I started to think again. Hearing a stranger's name, he asked, who is Clark? He introduced. After Clark's son became Sir Roman's subordinate, his family's poor life has become much better. The man vaguely remembered, let's see, what was his son's name? It must have been Kevin. Remembering a while ago, at the Dimitri mansion, Kevin wondered, what? He asked with a puzzled face, a vacation? Roman smiled and replied, from tomorrow I will allow you to take 3 days off. Rest is also a way to train, he said, and then slowly left. You've worked hard, so just rest assured and spend time with your family. Kevin still looked bewildered and quickly replied, yes, young master. And then he returned to his room to prepare his things. But he still couldn't help but wonder, vacation? He had finished changing his clothes, but he still couldn't get rid of the thought, I'm a little unfamiliar. Back then, if I didn't work, I would die right away. I haven't seen my family since I entered the castle. I wonder what they are doing now. Walking out the door, still lost in thought, he heard the butler Hans call, Kevin? He was startled and replied, Sir Hans? He happily gave him the clothes. You've been gone for so long and you're going to come home looking like this? Sir Roman has prepared some clean clothes for you to wear, so go change. You didn't have time to react when your hand took the things the butler gave you. Not only that, he also put a small bag of money on top of it. You also need money to buy gifts for your family, right? From now on, you will receive 30 silver coins every month. Mr. Hans kept chatting cheerfully. Just enjoy yourself. It's okay to buy gifts or splurge a little. Hearing the butler's words,
Kevin received the items with a blank expression. So he immediately changed into new, clean clothes, happily bought a bag of bread, and returned home in a good mood. Putting on his new clothes, he was excited. He couldn't believe how soft clothes could be. He thought, just wearing them makes me happy. He praised the loaves of bread in his hand. I also bought a lot of bread for my family. The hot bread smells so good. Kevin kept walking down the street. He was so happy that outsiders could see the flowers around him. I'm sure Mary would be delighted. She said her lifelong dream was to eat ice cream and a loaf of fresh bread. After saying that, he thought back to the past. Every day, Mary had to complain about the family having to eat stale bread. He also thought to himself, I can't even afford to buy a loaf of toast for it. A freshly toasted loaf of bread costs twice as much as a stale loaf of bread. With that, there are always creditors with knives and swords coming to the house. Thinking of this, his hands clenched. No matter what, he was determined that he would become stronger under the guidance of young Master Roman. When he got home, Kevin's face was even more bewildered than when Roman announced his leave. The scene before his eyes was his father and mother leisurely drinking tea and chatting, while his little sister was happily admiring the flower garden. He was surprised. What's going on? Kevin looked at the peaceful scene. He wondered, this is strange. It feels like I'm being asked to go to the outskirts of the castle instead of the slums, but while he was confused, Mary noticed and called out loudly, Big brother! Kevin's parents heard and turned to look. They were also surprised when they saw him. His mother rushed to hug him. Oh my God, how long has it been? Mary was excited. It's my brother! It's really my brother! His father, Mr. Clark, also ran to ask, Are you okay? Kevin hugged his mother and asked, Mom, Dad, this house? Dad just explained, Sir Hans came and gave us this house to live in. He also gave us a piece of land to farm. I heard it was young Master Roman's order. His mother added, Not only that, the people at the castle also helped us a lot. Now we can feel life in this slum. His eyes lit up. Now everything is clear. I understand, Mr. Roman. He was moved to tears and exclaimed, Thank you very much. His father suddenly noticed and asked, Son, who is your mother? His mother heard this and let her son go to see. Clark immediately questioned, Did Sir Roman hit you? Kevin was confused and denied, What? No, it's not like that. His mother put her hands on his shoulders. You can tell us the truth. If they treat you like that, we are also willing to... Kevin immediately pushed his mother away. Mr. Roman is not that kind of person at all. His mother was confused. What happened to your face? He slowly told them, Mom, Dad, the truth is... After that statement, there was a voice of doubt. Are you seriously asking us to believe this? The men sat around talking. Clark, Kevin's father, convinced his friends, Come on, how else are you going to explain our new house and land? His friend also somewhat agreed. That's right. Clark still persuaded, Don't believe those rumors. According to Kevin, he slapped the damn Barco knight to protect his knight. What noble would protect his subordinates so much? The man was surprised. And was, Gradually, people started spreading rumors about Roman. Unbelievable. Was that stupid young master the one who did it? Word of mouth has it. You see Clark and his family's current life, right? I heard that Sir Roman gave them those things because their son Kevin became his subordinate. I also heard that he gave them houses and land, and he even slapped the Barco knight, all because of Kevin. Clark's close friends heard him say it himself. Just yesterday, I felt sorry for the boy every time I saw him, but I saw him making a fuss about something in the store before. Are you sure you're not seeing things? The children also kept talking. I heard that Mr. Roman treats his people very well. I also want to be like Kevin. I just need to gain Mr. Roman's trust, like Clark's family. As those rumors spread, Roman's reputation also improved greatly. Roman Dmitri is very considerate towards his people. If you can gain his trust, you can live a completely different life.
The scene changes back to where people are gathered, reading the recruitment notice board. The man said for a while, "That's why so many people applied to become his soldiers." Lucas was shocked when he heard this. What was going on? Destroying the Bloodfang gang, and then the incident at the social party? Did Roman do all of that? He remembered the scene from before. The Roman Dmitri he knew wouldn't do something like that. "I even saw him making a ruckus in the casino because he lost all his money 2 years ago." He said to himself, what happened to this world in just 2 years? The man beside him did not understand what he said. He laughed with delight. "That's interesting. I want to see for myself." It was dark now. Jonathan reported, "The testing phase is going pretty smoothly. We only need to provide the minimum number of soldiers for entry. The rest of the overall process will be in charge of Sir Roman." Romeo asked, "Haven't we wasted too much time?" Jonathan advised, "This is your last chance to get everything back. Are you okay with this?" Jonathan still argued, it was too dangerous to form an army for an individual. At least ask Mr. Roman's purpose first. Suddenly, Romeo interrupted. "Jonathan," he recounted, "when we heard that Roman would be attending the Barco family's social party, I thought he was planning to marry into the Barco family to push back our second generation. But Roman stood in front of all those nobles, slapped the Barco knight, and even resisted Anthony's intervention. Even if Anthony could join forces with our second-generation military to apply pressure that would be fatal, then gain the right of succession and complete the goal of revenge." Romeo pushed his glass of wine. "But Roman, who had been labeled a fool for over a decade, has started to live its own life after the Bloodfang incident," Romeo said proudly. "As a father, I am completely happy for him." Jonathan understood his words. Romeo asked about the military recruitment. "So how many people have applied? 50? 100? With its reputation, getting over 50 people would be a blessing," Jonathan calculated. "It's estimated that there are over 500 people." Romeo was shocked when he heard that number. "What?" The scene changes to the city gate. Everyone has arrived to participate in the recruitment. Chris entered the tent, called Roman, and announced, "The testing process is complete." Roman was now pensively waiting for something. Another day before the audition, the full moon high in the sky, the sounds of commotion coming from the building. Lucas, inside the bar, took a sip of beer and smiled contentedly. "Dimitri's stout is definitely the best." Lucas's cheeks flushed slightly. "But I still can't believe how many people gathered before the audition like this." The number of people who signed up was even more than I expected. The people in the building continued to talk. Not only that, Lucas looked at the group of 3 men sitting in the position in front of him. 3 people sat there, belts dangling from their waists, laughing and making loud noises. Continuing to look into the building, Lucas glanced at the group of 3 men sitting in the position in front. In that corner, they were definitely C-rank mercenaries. Done. He looked towards the 3 other people who were in front of the bar and 3 more people at the bar. They don't look like mercenaries, but they must be experienced in combat. Finally, Lucas concluded in his thoughts. Other than this place, there are very few employers in Dmitri. In the cramped setting where there are 5 to 6 people per square meter like now, the number of subscribers actually exceeded his expectations. I wonder, but why is that? If they have enough combat experience, they should do better in other jobs. Surely not just out of curiosity like me. Not wanting to think further, Lucas slammed the cup down on the table. "I give up, I don't understand." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a young man ask another person, "Henderson, why are you here? Didn't you say you were going to join the Lawrence family?" Lucas heard it, which caught his attention. Looking at the two's conversation, Henderson replied, "At first it was true. Lawrence is my hometown after all." Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly became sad. "But after witnessing Roman Dmitri destroy the Bloodfang in Lawrence, I thought about it. Those who weren't there wouldn't believe it." Back to that day's memory, he stood in the crowd, completely amazed at the sight before him. That day, I saw in the square, Roman Dmitri, covered in blood. "The scene of Roman grabbing an old man's hair,"
Henderson continued, gripping the Bloodfang leader's hair and dragging him along. Can you imagine? He asked, answering himself. A young master of a noble family punishing Bloodfang for abusing his people. The scene of the man stomping hard, blood splattered everywhere. Go to another territory to smash the leader's skull. Henderson suddenly stared ahead, looking frightened. I can't get that image out of my mind. Suddenly, 3 people who were supposed to be C-rank mercenaries turned towards him at the same time. He continued. People kept doubting and denying the incident in Lawrence. The 3 supposedly capable men at the bar were also listening to him speak on this side. But I am the one who witnessed and felt it with my own eyes. Roman Dmitri is not the weakling he is rumored to be. Henderson slammed his fist on the table and shouted, He is truly a great leader, able to fight for his people. The 2 men in this distance smiled in agreement with his words. This recruitment is a rare opportunity to become your subordinate. I will definitely pass the selection round, receive permanent residence in Dmitri, and live under the command of Sir Roman Dmitri as a loyal vassal. Lucas repeated the name in his head. Roman Dmitri is the man I deserve to sacrifice my life for, that's clear. Overview of the building exterior, I think this great commotion is probably not accidental. Early morning outside the tower, right at the audition area at Dmitri's training ground. Lucas followed the crowd into the tower. Everyone laughed and talked about their plans to celebrate after the audition. He was lost in thought. If all he heard was true, so how should I choose? He continued to look at the people beside him, Lucas thought. Everyone here had the same thoughts as him. The doubters filed their applications after hearing all the rumors. The decisive moment will come when we see the real Roman. Suddenly his eyes looked down, wondering what was going on, as everyone fell silent. Lucas's footsteps changed direction. Everyone bowed to the approaching figures. That was the young master of the Dmitri Lord's house, Roman Dmitri. The crowd still bowed respectfully and parted into 2 paths for Roman and his men to pass through. Lucas thought to himself, without being asked, but all the people here unconsciously bowed their heads to make way for him. And in Lucas's mind, that idea gradually reasserted itself. Those rumors were true, in front of Roman's huge back. He walked up the stairs under everyone's gaze. The air pressure around them dropped. Roman told them, "Raise your heads." He stood before them with a voice as clear as the information on the announcement. "Today I will choose 30 brave warriors to fight for me. But before we begin, I have a few things to say to everyone." Roman raised his voice and began to express his ideals. I, Roman Dmitri, have no intention of living in seclusion in a remote territory. Glancing at the surprised faces below, he continued, "We will never stop fighting to achieve a higher position than we have now. And in the process, it is inevitable that your lives will be in danger. Those who are uncertain about following me may turn back immediately," Roman continued. "What you have to think about when you get your head cut off on the battlefield. Don't resent me for putting you out there, but regret not being able to stand by and witness your leader." The majestic and powerful figure of the ruler appeared in his words, standing high as the most powerful monument on the continent. The people in the crowd all had looks of surprise on their faces. Lucas was a little panicked. Questions arose in his mind. What is he talking about? Forget the most powerful person on the continent. Isn't your position in the family at stake? He should be more humble. However, seeing Roman's serious and trustworthy look, Lucas felt again, for some reason, maybe he can actually do it. The vice captain of the Dmitri Knights spoke. "Okay, now I'll walk you through your first round of auditions." Chris looked towards the man holding the crossbow and arrow. "The selection process is simple. The participant will stand in the designated position, and this archer will shoot 3 arrows towards everyone. The arrow may just graze or it will hit the target behind, or even stab people straight, causing sudden death." Chris's eyes flashed coldly as he declared, "Only those who remained motionless when the 3 arrows were shot passed the first round of selection." They had different looks on their faces, worried and emotionless when they heard Chris's words. The vice captain's voice echoed loudly, making the atmosphere tense. "The screening will be conducted in the order of call. Dirk, move to the designated location. Next was Morrison.
standing next to Dirk, the archer ready to shoot. Morrison stood beside him, slightly frightened, wondering to himself, he says so, but are they really targeting people? No one in this world uses death to select soldiers for themselves. As soon as the arrow is raised to the bow, he thought, this archer must be a very skilled person. Seeing the sweat rolling down the cheek of the bowman, he kept telling himself he would never make a mistake. The bow was drawn, the arrow flying in the wind. It was embedded in the tombstone just centimeters from the standing man's neck. Seeing Dirk's panicked expression, Morrison encouraged himself, okay, this is just a psychological battle. The archer continued to raise the second arrow. This time he tried to stay still, believing that everything would be okay. He was sure the arrow would miss again, but what happened was contrary to expectations. The arrow pierced through the right leg of the person standing there. Morrison was stunned, while the others, including Lucas, were also silent in shock. He screamed in pain, clutched his bleeding leg, and collapsed. Chris ran over, screaming for help. He told the soldiers to bring something here to take him away quickly. The quick man immediately obeyed. While lying on the stretcher, the young man kept groaning in pain. The crowd remained confused and scared. Is the mental preparation to get shot by an arrow that he said earlier true? It's unbelievable. Chris coldly called the next person's name. Hearing his own name made him extremely scared. Morrison. His eyes were fixed on the blood still on the wooden target. The arrow was still deeply embedded in the boy's thigh, carrying traces of pain. If the location had been anywhere else, he would have died instantly. Morrison panicked and said what he thought, "Damn, this is crazy. I just signed up for the chance to become a knight." Chris coldly explained, this was exactly what the young master said. At the same time, he said, I will say it again for those who choose to give up. Chris looked at Morrison, scared to the point of crying and bowing his head. If you are afraid of being shot by an archer, then give up now. With a stern look, Roman still the same, Chris spoke up to remind them, if you can endure to the end, even if you are hit by an arrow, then everyone will have the honor of receiving a certificate confirming that they have passed the first round of selection. Chris reinforced his words. Cowards still in this training area. Leave immediately. Back to the day before the audition, Roman said, I will explain your roles again. 4 people stood in a row listening seriously. The first screening session was tomorrow. You will be hit by an arrow. The archer is an experienced archer of this region. He will only shoot areas that do not cause fatal wounds. The archer boy clapped his hands in front of his chest and smiled authoritatively. I won't miss, so don't worry about it. Looking towards Chris, who was walking towards him with a chest, Roman said, This is your reward. He opened the chest, and inside were a lot of gold coins. Seeing the sparkling light emanating from it, everyone laughed out loud in joy. With emotionless eyes, he continued his offer and asked the question, You won't be in much pain because there will be a doctor on duty, but you will still get hit by the arrow. Do you still want to do it? 4 people shouted in unison, Yes! A reply rang out in the room. Roman said that if there was nothing else, they could go, and they obeyed. The room fell silent again. Chris asked suspiciously, My lord, why did you have to go to this extent? He was sitting on the chair preparing to deal with other paperwork, so he replied, We can't find the right person by just threatening. We have to show them that they are risking their lives. Although the chance of being hit by an arrow is 1 in 100, most candidates will be defeated by the fear of that 1% chance. Hearing this, Chris continued to wonder, So what conditions must they meet to become your subordinates? He replied, I want someone with a strong mentality. In other words, one born with the heart of a beast, Chris repeats. Heart of the beast, Roman explains why. Yes, those born with the hearts of beasts will quickly grow stronger. Even if they start from 0, only those with that quality can walk with us. Back to the current Round 1 warrior selection session. Someone shouted, What kind of crazy audition is this? Following that, a group of people discussed and decided to leave under the city gate. Are you going to take responsibility if I die? Is he a noble holding a position in the royal court? I don't want to risk my life for Roman Dmitri. I give up. Me too. Chris looked at the situation and counted. About 100 people gave up. He looked towards Roman and called out, "Roman!" Roman was thinking about the heart of a beast right now. It was an inborn talent. He remembered Kevin's face then, like Kevin, who did not hesitate to swing his sword and cut off his wrist at his command. Then came the memory of the vice captain of the Knights of the Dmitri or Chris house, the one who asked how to become stronger from the one who humiliated him. He concluded with a sentence, "Those kinds of people can be said to be born with the hearts of beasts. Those who do not have the heart of a beast, no matter how strong they are, cannot win against those who are different from birth." Roman thought, "I have to filter out those types of people with this selection." He said loudly with determination, "Keep going." The blue sky and white clouds covered the building, and a man was panting from exhaustion. Lucas looked on and thought to himself, that guy is in the inn, so he didn't give up. He saw Henderson, now trembling, leaning against the wooden target. I guess he was telling the truth then, even though he's shaking like a leaf now. Henderson cried, biting his lip and saying to himself, "This is my chance to pledge my allegiance to Lord Roman." He looked straight at the archer who was drawing his bow. I can't give up without doing anything. The arrow flew, hit the target, and was a few centimeters away from his temple. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the dark atmosphere enveloping the young man holding the bow and arrow. Henderson wondered, "No, should I give up? If I die, it will all be for nothing." The arrow flew quickly past his shoulder. The thought that came to his mind at that moment was, I still have time. The archer pursed his lips and released the arrow. Henderson's whole body trembled. The arrow flew between his legs. Just a little more, and it would have meant the end of his family line. Chris announced, "Henderson has passed," and he fell to his knees, seemingly unable to shake off his panic. Lucas laughed. He was about to give up, consider himself lucky. And so the selection continued. It went smoothly, except for those who dropped out. There were about 400 candidates. The number of candidates who passed the first round was 120 people, along with the ready faces of those who stayed. Roman thought, I have selected those who can prove useful through the first round of selection. Looking at the group of people, including Henderson, he assessed that there were people who, despite their trembling, still made it through. Then he turned to look at Lucas, as well as the others who had passed without any fear. Roman concluded, both groups were not that different from their standards. They were both brave enough to suppress their fears. Looking at the crowd, I had to realize that these hidden gems in the gravel pile might have appeared for a reason or had an ulterior motive. I have to distinguish between people who will look at me with respect or fear. He clearly stated, you all passed the first round. This round of selection proves that you are warriors. But I will only accept 30 people, so I will test all of you again through the second round, he said with confidence. If you pass this selection round and become my subordinates, you will be able to live the life of a hunter. Lucas was surprised. The life of a predator? Roman walked down the stairs. Now let's start the second round of selection. The rules are very simple. He stood before a series of swords in a wooden crate. As you can see, there are different types of wooden swords prepared for you. Type or quantity is not important. He picked up a sword. Choose the sword you like. Roman slashed the air. Prove your worth by dueling me. Henderson was stunned. He intended to duel. Lucas smiled incomprehensibly. Just him and 120 of us? Roman's eyes narrowed slightly. You guys don't need to win. For those who can last a minute against me, they will pass and receive better conditions than those stated on the notice. A villager opened his mouth. Vulcan spoke first. I will fight first. He spoke with an expressionless face, the crowd making room for the two people facing each other. Roman asked, What is your name? He replied immediately, I am Vulcan. Looking at the sword in Vulcan's hand, he asked, Are you okay with that wooden sword? He insisted. It's no problem. Vulcan looked at him thoughtfully. Roman Dimitri's confidence was overblown. Is the rumor that he has subdued the Bloodfang gang true? But even so, there's no way he could defeat me in under a minute. Chris shouted, so get ready. Vulcan continued thinking. I will pass if I last a minute. But whatever, even if he's the one I'll be serving from now on, I'll take this chance. Chris turned the hourglass and shouted, Start! The thought in Vulcan's mind grew louder than ever to engrave in his mind what kind of person he was. He took his sword and rushed forward to make a big slash. Vulcan's eyes immediately froze. Roman dodged. His legs twisted together, and Vulcan immediately fell. That surprised him. At that moment, Roman's sword was pointed right at Vulcan's neck. His cold eyes called, Next person. Lucas observed and judged. He was in another class. He dodged the attack quickly and moved very lightly. I didn't expect it to move like that. This round of admission will be 100 times more difficult than the first round. A strong, murderous aura gradually erupted around Roman, creating fear in many people. The moment Vulcan lost to Roman, Roman's image stood tall with his sword pressed against Vulcan's neck. His eyes seemed to want to eat me alive. Everyone around was thinking one thing, in his contemptuous eyes, looking at the enemy at his feet. Everyone understood that Roman was too strong, but they thought that as time passed, one by one, the others would duel Roman. Even though they were having a hard time fighting against such a strong opponent, but they believed that he would get tired and his stamina would gradually decrease over time. An hour had passed since the start of the second selection round, after 60 matches. Many candidates fell to the ground, their faces filled with pain. 60 people had lost. Roman's face was cold. He opened his mouth to call the next person. He held his sword in his hand, pointing it straight at the man in front of him. Oh no, it's the loser sitting scared at your feet. Roman showed no signs of fatigue after those 60 games. The spectators around the arena were all amazed, remembering what he had said before the selection round. If you pass this selection and become my subordinates, you will be able to have the life of a predator. It seemed at this moment they understood the meaning of this saying. Roman is a predator with an overwhelming aura, like a huge beast ready to pounce on any prey it sees. A predator can live the way he wants in a world where only the strongest survive. The people around looked at him in amazement, feeling like his words would come true. They thought to themselves, even now Roman was still considered the fool of the Dimitri family. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Looks of shock and fear appeared on the faces of those standing around the arena. They were determined to become Roman's subordinates, but a train of thought interrupted. But how can I fight that monster? In the eyes of everyone at that time, Roman was like a devil risen from hell. A dark aura covered his entire body, making the people below shiver just by looking at him. Roman said slowly, If one contestant doesn't step up, then everyone here loses. Hearing this, they began to push each other forward. Hardly anyone dared to go up and fight the man standing there. At this moment, a voice said, Okay, I will go. A face appeared, a small bag on the belt. A blue-haired man stood out, towering like a savior in times of trouble. He introduced himself. I am contestant number 61. My name is Lucas. The sky is blue. The wind blows across the city. In Lucas's mind, he thought, Monster. Roman Dimitri is a monster. Roman stands in front of Lucas. That murderous aura was still there. The two stood facing each other, waiting for a new battle to break out. Lucas's train of thought did not stop. Besides his superior martial arts, he thought, the fact that he could cause such a stressful atmosphere, Roman's eyes were as cold as the air around him. Roman was completely different from before, just as he said he wouldn't stay in this remote place forever. Roman's figure stood tall like a giant monument in Lucas's heart at this moment. He was certain of one thing, the person standing before him would conquer this entire continent. Lucas raised his hands and sword, ready to fight. I don't care about the 8 silver coins. I will know if what Roman said is true or not in just a year. To do that, The hand holding the hourglass started to turn upside down and count the time. The command began to sound. Each grain of sand falling down signaled that the time to fight had come from this moment. Along with the flowing sand, Lucas's determination became more evident. He was determined to pass this round of selection first. He held his sword and rushed forward like the wind. Roman thought to himself, he didn't hesitate to charge forward. Except for the first person, no one else made the first move. Not only that, his tactics. Thinking of this, Roman couldn't help but sweat and be surprised. Because Lucas at this moment, he wanted to slash his opponent's head with his sword and swing his dagger into his heart. A scene unfolded. Roman stepped back, blocking Lucas's sword as it rushed forward. Lucas thought, he dodged the spear and blocked his sword, then he changed tactics. How about this? He continued to swing his sword, his feet also moving forward to close in on Roman. With each slash, Roman raised his sword. A powerful impact made Roman's eyes widen, but he still parried the sword strike. He swung the sword in his hand, knocking his opponent away. Lucas was also sent flying, taking several steps back. It seems that this is still not enough, Lucas thought to himself. Normally there would be openings when moving quickly continuously, but Roman was like an impregnable fortress. Lucas gripped the short sword tightly in his hand, telling himself that he couldn't give up. If you hesitate for a second, you lose immediately. To hold out for a minute, I must keep the initiative. Lucas continued to grip the sword tightly, trying to rush forward to find the upper hand. Roman smiled coldly when he saw that. It seemed like he was admiring Lucas's courage. Roman analyzed that the way Lucas charged was not suitable for the battlefield, but was suitable for a duel. His eyes flashed as if he had found something interesting. He knew Lucas did it to keep the initiative. But along with that enjoyment, Roman began to counterattack. He stepped forward, his intention not just to let Lucas hold out for a minute. Roman rushed into Lucas's sword fight. At this moment, the two of them really looked like a match. Every minute was a milestone, an opportunity for them to feel how powerful the Lord they serve is. The two continued to fight. Lucas swung his sword and Roman dodged. In return, Roman swung his sword and Lucas blocked it. Roman's real purpose in holding this selection round was to engrave it in people's minds. At this point, Roman thought, it was time to end this match. An unexpected situation left Lucas unable to react. A fatal blow landed and Lucas fell back. It seemed the match was over. A B-rank mercenary can only go so far. An ordinary person can reach B level if they work hard and risk their lives. But if they can't use mana, they will never reach A rank. A level possesses the power to subdue anyone. Lucas was now sitting on the ground, bewildered. And the first thing that determines mana awakening is... A lonely image appeared, a figure standing alone among the pile of corpses. So Lucas had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get past level B. Even so, Lucas gritted his teeth. Even so, I survived. On the battlefields where countless people lost their lives, the raging fire seemed to devour everything over and over again. And from that, he realized one thing. His hand tightly gripped the small bag hanging on his side. To survive, to win, you have to make the most of everything. Lucas grabbed the bag and threw it straight at Roman's face as he approached. A dust flew past Roman's face, and he pressed his lips together. Is he throwing sand? Outsiders wondered suspiciously. He just said to hold out for a minute. There were no other rules. But before their eyes, Lucas had fallen, and Roman was standing still, motionless. At this moment, Lucas picked up his sword and rushed towards Roman. He shouted loudly, gained momentum, and rushed forward like the wind. But then his eyes widened, as if he saw something terrible. Roman stood there, sword raised in hand. His eyes lit up, devoid of any emotion. His eyes were cold, never leaving me, his gaze sharp as a knife. At this point, Lucas seemed to feel everything was falling apart. His figure appeared clearly in Roman's eyes. His gaze was so cold that Lucas trembled. A laugh rang out. The short knife in Lucas's hand fell to the ground.
He sighed and said, "I surrender." His hands clenched, memories flashing back because of the demon sect. Before the sect began to show goodwill in teaching martial arts to its disciples, the first thing they had to learn was how to keep their eyes open. In case of a slight change, even a blink of an eye is enough to kill. Trained scenes flashed through Lucas's mind. It is a strict requirement because when breathing, the internal energy will be circulated. Even a blink of an eye is an action that needs to be carefully considered. So, we were trained to keep our eyes open, no matter how strong the enemy was in front of us, no matter how damaged the eyes were, or how close they were to being lost. Even if the enemy holds a short sword and swings it straight at the eyes, or even though the blade was close to the pupil in all situations. Roman was the same, his eyes still wide open, staring straight at his opponent. "I surrender," Lucas said helplessly, his hands clenched in a bow. The weather was clear, the sky with clouds in that castle. A man handed Roman a small bag of water. Roman took the bag and poured water into his eyes to wash away the sand. Lucas stood behind, hands still clenched, head bowed thoughtfully. He thought to himself, "If I had known this, I would not have used sand." Lucas pursed his lips in regret. He blamed himself, having tried every way to pass the qualifying round, but only received disappointing results. The image of Lucas standing there clenched his fists, head bowed in self-reproach. A fleeting thought. He must be looking down on me. No, maybe he didn't expect anything from me in the first place. Lucas looked at Roman, whose face was wet, looking at him. Is Roman angry? I deserve to be punished. Lucas wondered what his punishment would be. But before he could finish his thought, Roman spoke up. Next. Lucas was surprised. Roman did not punish him, but just continued calmly. The people around were also surprised. Not angry? Roman didn't even ask why Lucas played dirty. Roman just tilted his head slightly, looking at Lucas. Obviously, he knew Lucas's plan and thought so. Roman saw Lucas grab a sandbag as he ducked away from the sword strike, but he decided to ignore that, letting Lucas fight with all his might. Roman thought, the hell Lucas has been through. I don't know how much bloodshed he's witnessed. Roman understands that Lucas's past is filled with life and death battles, and he lets him struggle to realize his true strength. While thinking, Roman looked at Lucas, who was confused and didn't understand what was going on. But I had no doubt. A pool of fresh blood covered my feet. Roman continued to be lost in his thoughts. The amount of blood I've seen as Big John Hughes is enough. To turn into the ocean here, the scene of blood up to the knees appeared before Roman's eyes. That's how a demon is born. Roman snapped out of his thoughts and said calmly, There's no one else. The hourglass had also run out. Another one shouted, swinging his sword towards Roman. But he missed, and Roman dodged the attack. The guy picked up a rock from the yard and threw it at Roman. He just had to tilt his head to avoid the rock. Lucas set the precedent. Now all the candidates are using all their tricks to get to the last minute. The guy rushed forward with his sword but was kicked straight in the face. Lucas thought to himself, playing dirty was not within the rules of elimination. However, he stopped, looking at the scene before him. The moment they went too far, I lost my mercy. The scene in front of Lucas now was the guy from earlier lying on the ground. Holding his face in pain with both hands, he screamed, while Roman just calmly said, Next person. A terrifying thought appeared. If I don't surrender, I will definitely be like them. Anyway, what's going on here? It makes no sense. This is the 100th match, and the qualifying round has been going on for 2 hours. Except for a few drops of sweat, his breathing remained perfectly steady. Roman's eyes were still determined. His expression couldn't be calmer. A mountain full of corpses and a sea of blood on the brink of death. No enemy will show you mercy just because you tried. The movements will stop once your breathing is no longer steady, and that's when you yourself become part of the mountain of corpses at your feet. That is why one has no choice but to become a master of fighting. Roman, at this time, inhaled and exhaled. Natural energy can be achieved through this series of actions.
It circulates throughout the body to restore the fatigue that has been stored in the body, plus ideal body management and skeletal strengthening. The body has reached its optimal state. Another man swung his sword at Roman, but he blocked it again. Back to the time when I was conquering martial arts. At that time, I fought for 3 days and 3 nights. That's why my stamina will never run out. Roman held the sword tightly in his hand, rushing towards the opponent at the fastest speed in a light test like this. All the candidates gathered, and a command rang out across the fortified citadel. Chris clearly stated the number of people who passed the second round. Amidst the heavy mood of the crowd, Chris continued, "No." He stood on the training ground and continued speaking. "However, it is not that no one can go on. 30 out of 120 people were selected. The list will be announced later." Then Chris shouted, "Well done, everyone! Dismissed!" In the evening, light shone through the window, reflecting on the grass. Roman held the list. This was the list of successful candidates. From now on, these 30 people will be trained by you. Chris took the list and nodded. "I understand." He looked at each name. So these were the successful candidates. Vulcan, the first to challenge the young master, must be very brave and respectful to the young master. And Henderson, Chris was full of questions. Because the person just mentioned in his impression was a rather shy person, there is nothing outstanding. Did the young master find any outstanding points about him that I couldn't see? Chris doubted himself. Except for them, everyone else could understand. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, surprised. He asked Roman, "Was Lucas also chosen?" Roman just sat there and coldly replied, "Yes." Roman put his hands on the table and asked Chris again, "Is there a problem?" Chris just said again, "I admit that Lucas is more talented than other B-rank soldiers, but he also played dirty in the qualifying match." The image replayed in Chris's mind as Lucas and Roman fought each other. He decided to surrender as soon as he realized he couldn't win. He did not fight until the last minute. "People like this will only bring us harm on the battlefield," Chris seriously affirmed to Roman. Putting aside his honor, he is the type of mercenary who would abandon his comrades and do anything to survive. If I were the one responsible for these soldiers, I really couldn't accept it. But before he could finish, Roman interrupted Chris. "So he chose him," Roman said, looking very comfortable. Chris asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Like the person said, Lucas can be a coward who doesn't care about his own honor. But while people don't think of playing dirty, he had the practical mindset of coming up to me and acting like that. This type of person will usually shine on the battlefield. They are constantly looking for ways to survive and find a way to escape, no matter the cost. Roman asked again, "Let me ask you this. How are you so sure Lucas would abandon his teammates just because he played dirty?" Hearing that, Chris seemed to come to his senses. He stood still holding the selection list in his hand. The memory flashed when Jonathan had gently called, "Survivors on the battlefield. Unlike you and me, true warriors cannot use light energy. Only those who can keep a calm face in every situation and act based on what is happening, only the one who can survive to the end." He continued to Chris, "So remember, no matter how strong a knight you are, you can never escape being killed by those who hide behind the knight, waiting for their chance to change." Chris calmed down and thought, yes, Lucas's decision was indeed very practical. His vision was still so limited. Chris's eyes were a bit sad. But then he continued, "Young master, please explain one thing to me. There is still something I don't understand clearly." He still had 5 months to go before he had to go to war, and the nobles were not forced to go to the front lines by conscription. "So why did you train the soldiers so early?" Hearing that, Roman's emotions sank even further. He just quietly replied, "I will announce it soon." The next day was the official announcement of the Bay Cow family. We have been waiting for the Lawrence family's decision on the treaty that was signed in the past. However, they betrayed their honor as nobles as well as their treaty with us. So, after much patient waiting, we decided to raise our swords. The Lawrence family's crimes were obvious. Not only did they not pay the debt owed to their ancestors,
They also enjoyed the luxuries in magnificent villas and expensive delicacies. And they also arrogantly declared that their family would not give up the land that had been mortgaged. Therefore, we will make an announcement to the people of the Cairo Empire through this report. If the Lawrence family does not pay off their debt or return the mortgaged land within a week, then the Barco family, which had the permission of the central government, will wage a territorial war against the Lawrence family. Chris suddenly realized something important, only to see Roman calmly reply, "Yes, starting now." He gave a meaningful smile. "We are about to enter the battle between the two families, Barco and Lawrence. Miss Flora, we have to part ways from now on, so we have to decide our own things. The Barco family borrowed a huge sum of money from the bullion bank. Do you know what that means? It means war is the only thing left for them to do. The ones who suffered despair because of political marriage were not us, but the entire Lawrence family. No matter what society thinks of Roman Dimitri, I still want someone to believe and follow things that they personally see and experience. Therefore, I wish to get out of this binding engagement without any further changes. This is her fault. He is the one who brought this family down." Flora's face was filled with confusion and fear, her eyes wide, her pupils constricted. Flora screamed. She had just woken up from a nightmare. She gasped, surrounded by the dark room with a little light from the moon outside. She sat up, putting her hand to her forehead. Flora was bewildered, wondering to herself, "What have I done?" 3 days later, under the clear sky and drifting clouds, a voice rang out. Was it because of the broken engagement? 2 servants came over. The one beside her said, "The young lady has locked herself in her room since returning from the Dimitri family." The other person replied, "I heard that the broken marriage was Miss Flora's fault, right? What could she have done to make her fiancé break up with her? Besides, are we okay? I heard we're about to have to fight the Barco clan." The Lord's mood, meanwhile, in the room, Flora was now sitting absent-mindedly at the table. She thought to herself, "I always thought I was so smart." Her long hair fell down, her eyes dreamily looking into the void. "I completed an advanced course in the academy with very good grades. From the bright smiles that my father always showed me, I thought I was a good daughter. But really I am nothing without my family, no different from flowers in a glass cage. How ridiculous is Dimitri's child. That child is me, the figure of Flora sitting alone, so miserable. I don't have the confidence to face my father anymore. What would that man do in this situation?" She closed her eyes helplessly. Thinking back, Roman was the complete opposite of me. There was absolutely no one who depended on him or felt any desire for anything from him. He conquered Nok-Hugh with his power and did such a terrible act to his own family. Could he really do that without remembering to ask for help? Since when did he get so strong? Flora sat on the edge of the bed, wondering how he could do such a thing. No. She pushed the thought away, putting aside the possibility of doing so. First, the fact that he could find a way to work it out. Compared to that, Flora bit her lower lip, unwilling. Outside the room, the butler gently knocked on the door and called inside, "Miss Flora, the meal is ready." A servant pushed the food cart behind. Feeling no movement, the two of them looked at each other and sighed. Suddenly, the door opened. Flora walked out, and the butler was shocked, speechless. The butler stuttered and called out, "Miss Flora!" She only saw him tie her hair up, her face carrying an indescribable sadness as she walked out. Flora coldly told the two of them, "I have to go to the study. Father is trying his best to seek help from other families, but I'm sure in this situation no one will help." She flipped through the book as if searching for some information with determination. Just like how Roman Dimitri conquered Nok-Hugh, we must also find a way with our own strength. That morning, a call was made to the Lord. "House Martel has refused our offer." The urgent voice came. "Then we will sign with Vastra." But the next sentence made the Lord lose all hope. The Vastra family also refused our offer, although we agreed to set up the distribution system they had always requested. But they had made it clear that they would not help us on this matter, and the urgency made him put the book down hard.
The close servant quickly dissuaded the lord. No matter how you look at it, asking for help from a neighboring country is also very difficult because of the oppression of the Barco family. He continued to reach for another book and flip through it. It is rumored that they will retaliate against anyone from the northeast who interferes in this battle. He quickly took another book, and the messenger's voice rang out again loudly. If Lawrence fails to pay the debt or surrender the mortgaged land within a week, then the Barco clan, with the permission of the central government, would declare territorial war on Lawrence. Finally, the book was closed. Flora sat absent-mindedly at the reading table. She held her face helplessly. Only 1 week left until the battle. The best thing Lawrence could do in this situation was, an angry voice rang out, hands clenched into fists, and he punched the table. Damn it! Every single bastard, after all, is just a bunch of people who are holding us back from this. Now treat us like we don't exist, Lord Lawrence gritted his teeth in anger. Have you contacted the Gold Bank yet? He asked his confidant, who replied, Yes, they said they would investigate the issue of land mortgage, but it looks like the investigation won't be over within a week. Considering the huge amount of money they have invested in Barco, I think they decided Barco's side would have the advantage. The Lord raised his hand to rub his forehead. His face darkened. So, after trying everything possible, we have no solution left. Everyone was silent in the meeting about this issue. No one has any good suggestions to offer. A voice said, Maybe it's better we surrender. A bearded man said, All help from neighboring countries was blocked by Barco. The difference in our forces is as clear as day. So I think surrendering and giving them what they want will protect our innocent soldiers, as well as protecting more land instead of letting them take it all. Everyone who heard this was excited and scared. They all understood that this was the last thing they could think of at the moment. The Lord was silent for a moment and helplessly said, The speaker was right. At this moment, the servant's voice rang out. Lord, Miss Flora requests to see you, the Lord asked in surprise. Flora, I'm busy right now, so... But before I could finish my sentence, Flora pushed the door open and entered. The Lord and his courtiers just sat in silence, unable to utter a word. He just whispered Flora's name. Flora's eyes were filled with determination. Father, I have something to say. On this side, an angry voice also rang out. What do you want to say? At another meeting, Roman spoke up. This is exactly what I wanted to say. He calmly repeated what he had just said. I intend to personally participate in the battle between Barco and Lawrence under the name of Roman Dmitri. He sat in his chair, his hands clasped together, and his serious look as if he was not joking. Romero held a cup of tea and asked, Do you know what that means? He replied that he knew, but then he slammed the cup down on the table, spilling tea. He shouted, You know, and still say that. The battle between Barco and Lawrence was a legal battle, approved by the central government. His face changed color, his eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. Since you have now broken off your engagement to the Lawrence daughter, there is no reason for us to interfere in any matter. If Dmitri intervenes, the northeastern nobles will cut off all ties with us, and in the worst case, the central government might send soldiers to punish us. If you're going to help Lawrence just because of a small wavering in your heart, don't, for God's sake. I think you're all grown up. His father put his hand on his forehead in helplessness, and Roman only called out, Dad. Then he said, Is that how you want me to live from now on? His father shouted angrily, What the hell are you saying all of a sudden? He replied calmly, I don't interfere in the battle just because of a small wavering in my heart. To tell the truth, I was recently threatened by the eldest son of the Barco family. He did that because the engagement between his son and the Lawrences might hinder their plans. He told his father seriously, I have no evidence to prove what really happened that day, but I just had a thought. People say Dmitri is the true power of the Northeast. This statement shook the entire mansion, but he calmly continued speaking. The Barco family thought we were under their command, and father does nothing with the power and wealth he has. I'm sure your father is satisfied with the current situation.
Hearing you expose him, your father was also startled and panicked. At this moment, his eyes flashed with ambition and a gloomy aura. But I, Roman Dmitri, am different. I want power and will not stand idly by. Faced with his son's expression, his father also felt a little guilty. He continued, because Dmitri's name had been tarnished, whether by Barco or anyone else. You have many reasons, just like the Barco family declared war by creating a reason that doesn't exist. The reason is just child's play between the powerful. A new life, but it feels like I'm still struggling in the middle of an endless ocean. But one thing is certain. The identity of Beach Dung Huyet is changing. I must live a life of domination. I'm not asking you to lend me your family's power. We only intervene in this match with the ability of Roman Dmitri, Roman said in a low voice. So follow me. The path we are about to take is the path we want to live from now on. The origin of each person's birth cannot be changed, no matter how great that person becomes. Romero clasped his hands behind his back and looked thoughtfully through the window. No matter how much success you achieve, how rich you become, or even become a lord ruling over a territory, the truth is that I am just an ordinary person, and that never changes. Mrs. Lihana sat on the velvet sofa and said softly, I guess something happened to the other nobles when you came to the royal palace. He smiled gently. It's nothing. Romero slowly walked over and sat down beside her. Just look at their eyes to know how they look at us. His eyes suddenly became dangerous. Not how one noble looks at another noble like them. Lihana looked at her husband tenderly, so he wanted to change it. He smiled slightly, not satisfied with his current life. We don't want to destroy it just to get some extra benefit. In the large living room, there were only the two of them sitting and talking. We hope our son will be different. Outside the palace, it was getting dark. Mr. Romero's voice to her still echoed evenly, unlike mine. He was content with ruling over a small, remote land. We want them to transcend their original boundaries and reach higher. At this moment, Roman was sitting solemnly on the chair. Seeing his son's seriousness, he was a little startled. Those eyes. Yes, his eyes reflected the steadfastness and integrity of a mature man. Mr. Romero thought to himself, the eyes of a man cannot be shaken. As a father, more than anyone else, he was the one who felt extremely happy. Yes, I always dream about this moment. The child that always made us worry has grown up to be what he is today without us even realizing it. Roman sat in front of him, his cold face showing an unapproachable look. He sat quietly, listening to Father Romero's encouragement. Do what you like and tell me if you need help. He clenched his fist and said loudly, You, Roman Dmitri, are my son, and I, Romero Dmitri, am your father. He firmly declared, no matter what the child did, there is no need to take responsibility alone. Hearing this, Roman couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The next morning, the gate of the forge area echoed with all sorts of metallic clanging sounds. He just stepped to the gate, looking around. No one was there, but it was very noisy. So this is the place, Roman thought as he looked up at the sturdy gate. It seems they weren't exaggerating when they said the Dmitri family's forge is the largest blacksmith in the Cairo kingdom. Inside the forge were all strong craftsmen. These facilities were places where many blacksmiths could work at the same time. Each person takes on a different position to ensure the highest level of professionalism. There are about 30 such establishments in this blacksmith district. Roman thought any doubts about Dmitri's wealth were answered just by looking at this neighborhood. A look behind the palace that houses the largest number of officials in the country, and the Dmitri family blacksmiths were able to sell the iron mined here at exorbitant prices. For that reason, the nobles of the northeast of Cairo never dared to oppose Dmitri, besides being afraid of Dmitri's wealth. If they cannot receive the Dmitri family's weapons supply throughout the kingdom, that would be a serious problem. Roman looked around and realized, so he was here. The man he was referring to was the man known as the symbol of the Dmitri house, the master blacksmith.
He slowly suggested to his father, "I intend to solve this on my own, but I really need your help, Dad. Necessary equipment for the army." Mr. Romero crossed his arms in front of his chest to show that he understood. "Armed," he said, and took a cup of tea. "Go see Hendrik." Holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, he looked at his son and slowly said, "I used to handle everything in the forge myself as the boss. But Hendrik, who used to work beside me, took over that job after I was ennobled. As the family master, he oversaw the entire production of iron equipment. Seeing his son so enthusiastic, he was also quite happy. If you say you came at my request, he will give you what you need." Roman nodded happily, thanking his father. He also did not forget to remind him. "However, there is one thing you must keep in mind when you get there. The blacksmiths of the Dmitri house are extremely arrogant. They are not people who will show loyalty just because the child was born with the name Dmitri. Only those who can distinguish the quality of iron and are capable of handling it can win the trust of blacksmiths." Indeed, father did not lie to him. The people in the forge looked at Roman as if he were a burden. If it wasn't for the obvious contempt I showed for him, they didn't even bother to look at him and continued to do their daily work. Roman witnessed it firsthand, so he quickly understood. It was exactly as his father had said. He clenched his hands into fists and walked nervously under the contemptuous gazes of some people. Considering Roman's previous foolish actions, it was no surprise they behaved this way. He soon arrived at his destination. Just as he reached the gate, he heard an unfriendly greeting. "Look who's here." It was the voice of Hendrik, a burly man with a bushy beard. Seeing him just arrive, he sarcastically asked, "What business do you have that you're here?" Roman straightened his back and said clearly, "I believe my father sent word to him about the reason I am here." Hendrik approached with his hands on his hips. "Oh, yeah. Armed for 30 men, right?" His voice was filled with hatred and contempt, and I thought he came here to steal because he ran out of pocket money. Faced with Hendrik's attitude, he pursed his lips in annoyance, but absolutely did not respond. Then he pointed to the pile of clutter in the corner of the workshop and said, "Take whatever you want from the pile in the corner. It's more than enough to arm 30 soldiers," Roman said slowly, meaningfully. He was telling me to take them. "This is your best, Mr. Hendrik," he sarcastically added. He didn't mind, muttering and cursing. "If you're not satisfied, you better get out of here." Roman walked to the corner of the room and picked up a weapon. "Sir Hendrik." He raised his sword and looked at him questioningly. It seems that Cairo's praise of Dimitri's iron gear being the best was all bragging. "I didn't think you'd call this soldier equipment." Hendrik was extremely annoyed with his words. "I will ask again." He gritted his teeth in anger at Roman's interrogation. This was truly his best, Master Hendrik. Unable to hold back any longer, he roared, "Dimitri's iron gear is proudly the best in Cairo, but you, a man who has never broken a sweat in front of a forge, dare to judge the equipment of the Dmitri family." Roman held the sword and looked at him as he was venting. "If it weren't for Romero's offer, I would never have given you anything. While your younger brother, Rogel, spent years as my assistant to inherit the family. You, the eldest son, spend your time flirting with women on the street." He kept talking, constantly scolding him. "Do you understand what that means? Compared to the things on the ground, you, Roman Dmitri, are a piece of trash that cannot be recycled." Hendrik pointed at him and scolded. "You are just an eldest son who doesn't know how to do anything. No, you are trash that can't do anything." Roman thought to himself, "This scene again, you are probably already familiar with it. After he finished speaking, you spoke up. It's not that I don't understand your anger." With that, he held out his sword and explained, "However, this sword was not hammered evenly during the casting process, to the point that it changes color with just sunlight hitting it. It must have been the product of an inexperienced blacksmith who did not master the use of a hammer." Roman looked at him calmly and disapprovingly. "So this thing is not worthy to be called Dmitri house equipment." And because he, Master Hendrik, could not deny that fact, he said, "You really look down on me instead of calling it trash?" His firm and clear words really surprised him. "What are you talking about?" Roman swung the sword testily and continued his comment. Master Hendrik, every word you speak is like that of a real blacksmith, both commenting and blaming me. Just now, one of my soldiers died because he couldn't cut his opponent with this junk sword. The blade was so blunt that it could not cut through flesh cleanly, and that soldier, unable to pull out the sword stuck in his opponent's muscle, had his head fall off with a bewildered look on his face. Hearing his words, Hendrik gradually became thoughtful. He continued to question, "What do you think about that injustice?" He tried his best to survive, but had no choice but to die because his trash master used trash to equip him. He frowned. "What the hell are you talking about?" He continued to pick up a piece of armor on the ground. "Sir Hendrik, why do you think soldiers wear armor?" Roman lifted the armor to look. "If it could protect the body from the opponent's attacks, even if just once, the weight of the armor is worth bearing." Hendrik watched silently as he threw the armor to the ground. But another soldier, wearing the armor I gave him, was betrayed by the very thing he trusted and lost his life. Looking at the armor on the ground, Roman felt pain. He believed that the steadily woven pieces of iron could protect him, but a scrap of an unknown blacksmith's wares could not stop the enemy's attack. It punched a hole in his armor, causing his organs to shoot out from the middle of the plate. Hendrik still scowled in defense of his hatred. "What the hell are you talking about?" Roman asked without asking. "You still don't understand what I'm saying?" In his heart, he actually understood Hendrik's psychology. We can understand his resentment at bringing his eldest son only when he needed something. Started judging the pile of iron equipment while having no interest in forging. I understand your thoughts and feelings, but you've gone too far. Roman was furious, stabbing his sword down on the nearby armor. If we do not realize that the things littering this earth are all waste, my soldiers will trust their lives to this pile of discarded armor without knowing anything. The armor on the ground was torn apart with a light force. He constantly attacked him with words. This matter is not simply his revenge on me for his own personal feelings. It carried the lives of 30 people. And even knowing that, he, Master Hendrik, still turned his back on the truth. Facing him, Roman was not afraid at all, sarcastically. "Do you really consider yourself a proud craftsman representing the Dmitri house?" He looked him straight in the face, loudly speaking because of the pile of trash he intended to give me because of his own emotions. Those who did nothing wrong faced death. Hendrik was startled. "I didn't mean it." Roman quickly interrupted. "His intentions don't matter." He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. "The purpose of weapons and armor was crystal clear, and I especially recommend you, in honor of Baron Romero." "My father!" But he responded by giving me this armor. His eyes gradually became sharp, and he accused, "Your actions, Sir Hendrik, can we consider them as disobedience to my father?" Roman questioned Hendrik. "I know that you did not deliberately disobey my father's orders, and he just didn't want to give me anything. However, this action is like he is resisting." His face was serious, constantly questioning Hendrik. "This is not just my personal request. This is an order to make good weapons and armor for me and the landlord. The moment the line between landlord and slave becomes blurred, the class system will collapse immediately. Loyal slave and slave whom you call your friend. The moment they cross the line of slavery, they should be punished accordingly." Roman did not see him answer. He asked in a harsh voice, "I will ask you again. Is your action towards me against my father?" Hendrik immediately refused. "Objection? Absolutely not," he asked without any concession. "If not, then explain. Why do you give me this rubbish?" Suddenly, someone spoke up. "That's so noisy, what's going on?" Hendrik's students took turns blaming him. "You bastard! What are you doing to Master Hendrik?" "I don't know what's going on, but I cannot bear to see this bastard Dmitri defy you any longer." Someone pointed at his sword. "That bastard is still holding a sword." Seeing that, people became even more aggressive. "Hey, what are you trying to do to Master Hendrik? Hold him back!" Roman looked at them with cold eyes. Hendrik could not stand the scolding any longer and shouted, "Stop!" The person next to him immediately turned around. "Teacher!" But he interrupted. "I said stop." Everyone was silent. He said, "I'm sorry." Hendrik admitted, "This is entirely my fault." He recalled his youth. At that time, he was slapped in the face by his boss and cursed, "Hendrik, you bastard! A useless person like you still dares to stay? I told you it was too early for you to make your own sword, didn't I?" He cursed more vigorously. "Throw that trash away now, and get out of the forge if you ever want to do something like that again." Outside the workshop, someone was complaining. "That pig, Hendrik, both stubborn and reproachful. He is not very likable, even though he is the master of the forge." Hendrix was chopping wood and scolding. "He taught me nothing, even though he was the master of the forge. He made me do all the errands and even punched me. When will I become a blacksmith like that?" Suddenly, someone said loudly, "Do you think we are a charity or something?" The young man held a gold coin and trembled as he begged. "We know that this is absolutely not enough to buy a sword," he awkwardly explained to the owner of the blacksmith shop. "But this is all I have, and I promise to return it to you if you give me another sword. For someone like me who has nothing but good health, I really need weapons to make a living." Hendrix was eavesdropping on the conversation inside. "If you just want to look around, then go away, please. I beg you. I have a family to feed," the boss shouted again. "I said go away." The young man left dejectedly. But Hendrix called back. "Hey!" the young man suddenly shouted. "Huh?" Hendrix replied. Then, holding the sword in my hand, was given. "You will give me this sword for free?" he continued. "I heard your situation in the store. If you need a sword, take this one." "I am so happy to thank you. Thank you very much. Please take this coin." But he refused. "No," I said, "I don't need the money. It will be thrown away anyway. I just need the sword I make to help others." He smiled happily. "Thank you." Making Hendrix also embarrassed, he kept thank you very much. But not long after, he was scared. The young man died in a pool of blood. He died with his eyes open. Hendrix put his hand on his chest, then ran away from the crowd in fear. People around were gossiping. It was said that he died while escorting a merchant, poor thing. If the sword doesn't break when fighting robbers. Hendrix fell to the ground listening to the gossip all about his sword. The others are fine, right? That's why we need good weapons. What about his wife and kids? He trembled with fear and tears kept flowing. It was as if I had killed him. Back to reality, he clenched his fists, shaking. In my heart of regret, that day I swore that I would not let that happen again. He couldn't help but blame himself in his heart. "Hendrix, what the hell have you done?" he thought. "I can't believe I tried to make that happen again just because I didn't like him. How could I be so evil?" Then he spoke. "I will pay for my actions." Roman continued, "If you want to atone for your mistakes to this extent, then I won't pursue it further." Then he threw down his sword. "I know you are a good blacksmith, Master Hendrix." He turned back to look at him and continued, "So I will leave the preparation of equipment for my 30 soldiers to you. Like I said, I don't think you deliberately disobeyed my father. Maybe it's just your annoyance with me. I completely understand that. So I think we should forget about each other's mistakes. I only want weapons and armor to protect my soldiers," he continued. He thought to himself, "After punishing me so much, you finally gave me a way out. I heard the rumors, but really, how can a person change that much?" He suddenly understood. I understand. He is no longer the Roman of the past. Then he promised him, "I will say it again. I am really sorry. I swear this will not happen again." He promised to make him laugh with satisfaction, and in return, "The armor and weapons for your soldiers will be of our highest quality." Hendrik ordered, "Everyone back to the counter. We will start now." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, sir." The forge was immediately ignited. Everyone worked at full capacity to quickly forge the best quality weapons and armor. "I stole Mr. Hendrick's sword?" he asked suspiciously. A blacksmith who was forging a sword replied, "Don't you remember?
You were drunk at that time. Roman wondered, "What are you talking about?" Then he explained, "That was about 3 years ago because I was in dire need of money provided to me by the Lord of the Forest. I sneaked into the blacksmith's shop, stole Master Hendrik's sword, and sold it to some merchant for a pittance. The sword I stole at that time was Mr. Hendrik's masterpiece." Then he looked at his teacher. "It was a masterpiece that took 6 months to design and 3 more months to complete without leaving the forge a day. Such a thing is sold for cheap." He listened silently as he continued. "You will never understand, young master. A masterpiece he made himself was sold and never returned." In his heart, he knew that the one who crossed the line was Roman back then. After he finished listening, he left the forge. Someone called him back. "Roman Dmitri." He stopped and looked back. It was Hendrik. He called him back and said, "I still haven't completely forgiven you for that. I accept your request because this time I was wrong. But I still cannot accept that the eldest son of the Dmitri family completely ignores the forge. Remember, the foundation of the Dmitri house is this forge," he stressed. "If one day you can create even one trash sword yourself, we can look at you with different eyes." Roman smiled in agreement. "Then it won't be long. I'm going. I'll be back when I'm done." After a while, he came to a door. He opened the door, smiling. "It's been a while where I trained myself." Roman looked around the house, which was arranged to his liking. "All the tools are here. Now let's get started." The forge in the house started to burn, and Roman remembered the past. "When I was in the martial arts world, I decided to forge my own sword at the age of 18, when the devil had not yet won. The brothers are often at odds. I must always sleep with my eyes open to guard against assassination. My 11th brother, Baek Chang-hyun, ambushed me. It was a life-and-death battle, but my sword broke, making us unable to resist Baek Chang-hyun's attack. The image of the battle at that time appeared clearly. Baek Chang-hyun rushed forward to hit the person on his side. 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other tensely. A loud noise rang out. On the ground appeared a broken sword covered in blood. He thought again. When I slashed my brother's face with a broken sword and narrowly escaped death, I thought I needed a sword that would never break when fighting and reaching my full potential. Roman was determined. I need a sword made just for me. Remembering his past self working hard in the forge, but that day he was not like his brothers. I jumped into the forge and learned to forge swords myself, and before every decisive battle I would forge a sword suitable for my situation. The flow of memories began to run faster, and after hundreds of thousands of battles, my sword continued to change. Back to reality, each hammer blow hits the iron, but the memories still do not stop. And the 39th sword I made was called the Heavenly Demon Sword, a priceless treasure. And now, he strongly hammered each blow on the red-hot iron. His face was covered in sweat in preparation for the coming war. Thinking hard, it's time to make a new sword for me. Roman immediately set to work forging weapons. He continuously struck the hot sword, repeating the same motion. While using the same tempo and power, the moment when a person is completely absorbed in an objective object, the idea rang out in his mind. He was so absorbed that he struck the piece of iron he was forging with great strength and certainty. His eyes were filled with thought. What do we live for? I must survive in a world where only the qualified can survive because my father is a heavenly demon. Then become the one considered the strongest after overcoming countless hardships that fell upon me. I never thought it was a bad thing. Now, too, we just live in our own reality. He continued to train while telling himself, however, my current state is not enough to deal with every change, so we need to practice to become tough. The world of Roman and the powerful forces within it, we still have not clearly perceived. The loser deserves no mercy. He breathed a breath of fire. Fire vapor surrounded his body. Flame, fire, divine art. Roman should be crazy about forging weapons, a martial art created by people called the flame demons. Use burn power to quickly store mana. It is the most optimal ability for the useless me at present. Our lungs and other internal organs will be damaged if used too often. His eyes now burned with determination. But right now, I crave the power to face all odds. The next day, a beautiful day at the palace, we are present. Flora continued, having reached a dead end. She was serious. The people around refused to help, and the military strength was too obvious. There were talks of surrendering to preserve at least a small part of the clan's territory. But we believe that is something we cannot do at any cost. Flora's father slammed his hand on the table. He stood up and spoke. Instead of sacrificing the lives of innocent soldiers for a war that was destined to be lost, surrender is the best option for all. Barco used its cabinet connections to get a loan from the warehouse. If so, the loan may be considered an unsecured loan. The people below heard and were confused, discussing what to do. No mortgage. Flora continued, "Father, unsecured loans usually have very high interest rates." Barco wasn't the only one who benefited from this battle. Her father stood listening. Flora continued to explain. Barco was the one borrowing the money. The gold vault is the one that lends money to receive rewards that both benefit. They will dissect this land as soon as they invade Lauren. Everyone looked at her in silence. Her father calmly sat down after hearing this. "So, what should we do?" She replied, "There is only one solution. Fight to the end." Flora insists, "It is the only way we can survive." He clenched his fists, fighting back. He bowed his head, feeling disappointed. For a moment, I was looking forward to Flora's speech. I thought that Flora, who could take advantage of any situation, would tell us a brilliant countermeasure. But it turned out to be just ordinary words. He asked Flora, "Is permanent closure the only way to survive that you speak of?" She replied, "I did not say we just hold out. Abandon the entire year's produce and burn the fields. We will also stockpile as much food as possible to sustain." When winter came, he wondered, "We just need to hold out until winter." Flora replied, "Yes, although Barco could borrow a large sum of money thanks to his cabinet connections, but that's it. Interest rates will increase over time." Her eyes were sure of what she had just said. The force that holds enormous power with influence spreading throughout the empire, the gold mine. If the war continues to drag on instead of ending quickly, they will put pressure on the Barco family with the profits. She continued, "The gold mine is not a force that can be easily threatened with just cabinet connections. Merchants on the move needed money, and that money came from the gold vault. When winter came and the siege strategy no longer had any advantage. Here she emphasizes that they will be inseparable from offering themselves as dessert." Flora's father seemed to understand. Everyone was surprised and happy, unable to believe there was such a way. "Very reasonable. She is right. This is a battle of time. I think so too." He sat silently in the noise of the people. "Because of the incident with the Dmitri family, I think I raised my daughter to be immature. But that's not it. My daughter has grown up like this since then." He put his hands on the table and stood up. He spoke up. Flora was right. "From this moment on, we will prepare to defend. We will endure and protect the Lauren family bloodline. Even if every city collapses and we all perish, we will fight patiently until the last moment." Flora looked at her father with determined eyes. On this side, Roman was equally determined. He focused on continuing to craft the sword. Outside, it was a beautiful sunny day. The surroundings were quiet. He slowly walked out, holding the newly forged sword. No matter what it is, a person's first time is very special. My first sword. This sword is perfect for the current me. He held the sword in front of him, the name of the person who would be given this sword. Fire Dragon, the messenger, walked slowly to the front of the castle. A strong wind appeared from somewhere, making the atmosphere even more tense. "The soldiers on guard couldn't help but feel tense," he chuckled. "Then take the paper and read. With the authorization of Viscount Barco, I will give you 3 choices. First, leave the castle and surrender unconditionally." The messenger warned that surrender was the only way to save all of your lives. He said loudly, "Secondly,
local war with us. We will have a fair and equal fight in a desolate open area, the messenger continued reading, witnessed by a judge from the cabinet. You can also choose to fight one-on-one, he shouted loudly. The form of war will depend on the choice you make. We will follow whatever decision is made. Lord Lawrence stood and watched with raised eyebrows. He spoke up, We don't believe Barco's reasons. Lord Lawrence slowly stepped forward as he declared, This war is legal. The records of our ancestors' deaths are fabrications, moreover. He suddenly shouted loudly, I also have no intention of betting the lives of the people of Lawrence. Lord Lawrence said sternly, So tell Viscount Barco that Lawrence will never. The messenger ignored it and continued speaking. The third option is to give up your honor as a noble family. He looked up and continued to struggle hopelessly inside the castle. The messenger continued, From this moment on, Barco will respect all your wishes. His face darkened, and blood would be shed on this fierce battlefield. Making the guards tremble, Lord Lawrence's face revealed anger. The war has begun. Soldiers, draw your bows and shoot, they shouted. Go forward, no retreat allowed. The soldiers quickly ran up to fight. A voice rang out, Damn it! Lord Barco cursed, Those bastards! The soldier behind thought Barco was under 3 times more pressure than Lawrence. However, he was sweating profusely. I had thought the battle would come to an end within an hour, but the direction of the battle went against expectations. The soldier frowned and said, It seems Lawrence has completed his preparations for this war. My lord, he reported, they have dug a ditch to prevent our soldiers from reaching the walls. The soldier's name, along with the number of arrows fired, did not hesitate from the beginning. It seems they have arranged a relatively large amount of war aid, he said. This made Lord Barco extremely angry. What the hell happened in that week, he thought. I can't believe Lawrence chose to stay put. Lord Barco looked at the map, pondering. According to our calculations, Lawrence would surrender to retain as much territory as possible, no matter how little. But in fact, his face was pale. They risked being wiped out and the gates closed. Where did it go wrong? The soldier asked, What should we do, my lord? Lord Barco ordered, Whatever it is, use that thing. He visibly tensed, obeying. He suddenly smiled. Viscount Lawrence was not a man of strong will. Lord Barco's face showed cunning and calculation in his heart. He sold his precious daughter to the Dimitri family. When unable to withstand pressure from Barco, he guessed that he was the type of person who would cower like a turtle and cowardly avoid it if he encountered a difficult situation. The scene changes to the castle. Lord Lawrence orders, Quickly move it! The soldiers immediately obeyed. We don't know when Barco will continue to attack, he reminded. Raise your guard and prepare your weapons, they said in unison, obeying orders. Lord Lawrence turned his head and said, Flora, you are right. He looked at his daughter. Barco was probably confused and ordered his soldiers to retreat. How could I even think about that? She walked up to me, and I realized that I had to be strong myself. Flora said seriously, instead of waiting for the problem to be solved, that was the path I would take in this life. Her words moved Lord Lawrence. Flora, he said, I feel guilty. I apologize for forcing the marriage between you and Dimitri. At that time, I thought that was the only way for my family to survive. Lord Lawrence said, but he continued, From now on, no matter what the circumstances, I trust you will make good choices. She said gratefully, Father. Flora's face became panicked. A bomb flew out of nowhere and exploded in front of the 2 people. The wall was punctured by the bomb. She thought in panic the wall was destroyed. Could it be? Flora speculated. Is this fire? A soldier was shocked. Crazy. Barco's side had prepared fire. The guy standing next to him was also surprised. What? No way! The fireball is a giant magic launcher aimed at the wall. It is a magical weapon. Each shot will cost a lot of gold because it is a strategic weapon. Therefore, it cannot be used without permission from the cabinet, no matter how much money the owner has. Flora clenched her fists in thought, ignoring the money they had borrowed. It was unbelievable that Barco had the connections and wealth to borrow fire.
She was sweating profusely. There were only two ways to stop that thing. Flora couldn't hide her panic. Counterattack with a magical weapon of the same level, or get out of the city and destroy it. Both options were impossible. She closed her eyes and told herself, "We can't give up." The servant appeared from somewhere and reported, "Miss, we just received a magical call." Flora was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Magic. "Roman Dmitri told me to tell you I have a way to help, so pick up the phone." She was surprised. What? Flora could hardly believe what she had just heard. "Roman Dmitri by any chance?" Flora Lauren wanted him to clarify. "Exactly what he intended." Looking at Roman in the magic remote calling device, she continued, "How I rescued Lauren from danger." He replied, "Let me be frank. I have a personal grudge to avenge against the Barco family. This is my decision, and revenge is just a matter of time." She looked surprised when she heard that answer. Roman continued, "If the Lauren family complies with my plan." Flora listened seriously to the next words. "Then we will speed up the progress and solve the Barco house." Flora immediately expressed her doubts. "So what role do we have in your plan?" He said very simply. He bowed his head and looked at her in the magic circle. "If the Laurens agree to set the stage for us first, by making a small sacrifice, then I will use all my strength to help you. I swear on the name Roman Dmitri." The word sacrifice made Flora think. Clenching her fists, she thought to herself, he must have known her situation to make such a request. But we have no other choice, even if he is unreasonably asking us to be sacrifices. Thinking, Flora said, "I promise you, as long as you can protect my family, you can do anything you want me to." Raising his index finger, he added one more condition, and one more thing, giving us an excuse to intervene in this war. Outside the city, the enemy troops were preparing to invade, Roman explained. "Since our engagement is broken, I'll need another excuse." She looked a little worried. What kind of excuse was that? He opened his mouth. "Anthony Barco," he said he had molested her. The girl was stunned when she heard that excuse. Roman continued to instruct. She just needed to say it, even though nothing had happened between them. But she also had no choice but to cancel her engagement with Dmitri because of such harassment. Followed by the other guy's sinister smiling face. He analyzed the future after that. Her value in the nobility would be 0. Flora knelt down before the crowd of onlookers, and her title, the flower of the Lawrence family, would be shattered. In conclusion, Roman emphasized, however, if she gave up all the things that a noble's daughter had given her, she would have an indispensable excuse to solve the Lawrence family's danger. Flora is imagined as a bluebird freed from chains. His eyes looked at her calmly. That is the excuse we need to intervene in this war. Her hands were placed on her chest, her whole body trembling. He offered a word of reassurance. If the time of harassment was before she broke off the engagement, then she was still mine. Roman asserted that he would not forgive anyone who touched his person. Flora was surprised by what he said. She pursed her lips, repeating in her head, "My man." Outside at that moment, enemy artillery flew in, exploded, and a huge fire broke out. The wall collapsed from the explosion like a person being swallowed by fire. The soldiers guarding around shouted and announced to each other, "The wall is collapsing! Prepare the barricades!" Back inside the room, the two people's conversation continued. Flora agreed. "I will satisfy all your conditions." She closed her eyes and screamed, "So please kill all those Barco bastards!" Facing the enemy attack, the soldiers discussed, "The enemy is approaching. Don't let them near the wall." And Lord Lawrence immediately commanded, "We must defend the wall. Continue to hold out." "Done. An enemy has climbed the wall." He rushed to the Lord with his sword. The soldiers saw that the situation was not good. "Master, be careful." The situation was dire. The blade was only centimeters away from his face. Fortunately, at that moment, an arrow carrying great power flew over, sending the man flying backwards out of the castle. And the one holding the bow and shooting the arrow was her.
He turned his head to look at his daughter, Flora, who immediately replied. With a determined gaze, Flora looked into the distance. We must open the gates and confront the Barcos head-on. Lord Lawrence was shocked. What are you talking about? Opening the city gate, her tone filled with certainty. Roman Dmitri has promised to help us. Roman's image appeared, followed by a group of elite soldiers. She gave a solution. If we distract their attention by opening the city gates, then Roman Dmitri will be able to command his troops to destroy their cannons. Her father wondered, Roman Dmitri, but why? Flora said hastily, I don't have time to explain, but I know for sure. Saying this, she smiled confidently. Roman Dmitri is a man of his word. The magic stone used for communication suddenly went out. He stared at it. His eyes seemed to be thinking about something. The vice-captain asked, Shall we attack now? Roman replied, No. Chris didn't understand and worried. If we hesitate any longer, the Lawrence family will lose. Chris cited evidence to support his words. Cannons are powerful siege weapons. If you really intend to thwart the Barcos' plans by aiding the Lawrences. Looking at the distant citadel that was gradually being destroyed by bullets and fire, the vice-captain said the obvious, Then we must attack their camp immediately. Roman looked at Chris with a cold face. Why do we have to do that? Seeing his still confused expression and way of speaking, he explained, Whether the Lawrences lose or not doesn't matter to me. Roman called, Chris. A pile of corpses appeared before him. He assessed, Instead of the deaths of hundreds of people we don't know. Making sure our people don't bleed is important. After the death of a soldier, Lawrence will lose many men because of this. Then, to the other body, he said, But that's partly because they chose to support an incompetent master. In the end, Roman concluded with himself, and unlike them. I do not intend to make anyone who has sworn to support me become a meaningless sacrifice. Hearing that ideal, Chris said with sweat pouring down his face. Yes, sir. Looking at his back as he walked away, he stood still. I understand. The wooden gate shook. Someone shouted, Open the gate! That piece of wood fell down. Those evil bastards of Barco must be punished, Lord Lawrence ordered. Where are the troops? The soldiers ran out with swords and shields, shouting loudly and full of spirit. The enemy general sneered, You guys don't seem to know your place. He used his sword to break one man's arm with the first strike and cut off the soldier's neck with the second strike. He created a scene of blood splatter, laughing loudly. They were the BG mercenary group. The army had just entered the battle when they saw their comrades' bodies were not intact. All the soldiers looked scared. I don't know who shouted first, We're going to die. The soldiers ran away in panic. Flora stands on the command tower. Must hold out to the end. Cannot retreat. She fell into deep thought. If we don't prepare good bait, he won't appear. The sound of horse hooves running on wet ground echoed, the sound reaching the group of soldiers. Lord Barco turned his head and asked, What is that? What is? It turned out to be Roman and his army riding towards them. He thought to himself, War, the moment his soldiers had to risk their lives sooner than expected. The army, including Lucas, rode up. Hesitation was present on Chris's face, and concern appeared on Kevin's face. Roman opened his eyes wide, the reality that they had to face. If you survive as my soldiers, I promise to give you a life. He held his sword and led his soldiers to run, but in the end, your strength and will is what determines whether you can survive or not. Roman clearly directed, Our priority in this operation will be to attack Barco from behind and destroy their siege weapons. He offered both a prediction and a reassurance. It's likely that Lawrence won't be provoked by my actions, so we don't expect too much from you guys on this trip. With an expressionless face, he declared, I will take the lead myself. In the voice of a supreme commander, Roman continued, We will slaughter the soldiers in front of our army to clear the way. So what you need to do is follow me and wipe out the remnants. Remember, though, our main priority is destroying the siege weapons. In the present, Barco's army looked at the cavalry galloping towards them.
He was angry. Did they really think they could do it with just a few soldiers? Lord Barco ordered a soldier, prepare quickly to welcome the crazy new guests. Immediately he raised his sword high and replied, "Understood." His soldiers lined up with shields, spears pointed outward. A seemingly solid defense stopped his horse. But no, Roman took his sharp sword and slashed down. Break through the defense and slash those soldiers, he recalled. The people of the Orthodox martial arts sect once had a saying. At the same time, the spear pierced the horse. Roman stepped on the saddle, continuing his train of thought. The devil is always the vanguard of the demonic sect. He flies high. He slashed down with the first blow. The demon king was invincible. The blood of the soldiers splattered on Roman's armor. Facing him alone was no different than suicide. He said to himself, "People have wondered, why did he take on the most dangerous role, even though he had already become a demon?" At the same time, he faced the frightened army. Then he answered himself, "There is always only one reason, because the strongest must be the vanguard to completely destroy the enemy's spirit." The troops began to show fear. A powerful aura surrounded Roman. "If you guys won't come forward, then leave it to me," he announced loudly. Seeing this, Kevin clenched his teeth and shouted, "Charge! Follow the Lord!" Chris held on tight, looking at him, as did the rest of the troops. Everyone started attacking, opening a path of blood. An enemy on Barco's side stabbed his horse. Kevin's eyes were bloodshot. He swung his sword to slash that enemy. "I must." The slash ran from the neck to the heart. The voice was crazy. "Follow my lord!" His eyes widened. Chris gripped the sword tightly in his hand, reminding himself, "Just a little more." He also slashed a curve at the enemy's side. "Just need to get a little closer to the Lord." At this moment, the Barco army gathered in many rows, shouting their encouragement, "We have to stop this monster!" Not letting them finish their sentence, Roman continued to slash. His eyes were fixed on the front. That was our target this time. He slashed in a zigzag pattern, then charged up to the top of the fortress where the flares were. The BG mercenaries couldn't believe their eyes. "What is that? Is that Roman Dmitri?" Han thought of the gold filled. This mission had a great reward but was full of risks, because the fate of the BG Mercenary Corporation is in danger of bankruptcy. Surrounded by aura, BG drew his sword. "I must finish him off myself." The ground still held the cold force of the air as he flew. Roman flew straight towards him. He analyzed in his mind. BG, the A-rank mercenary known throughout the Empire. Two great powers from two men collided through swords. Unlike B-rank mercenaries, A-rank soldiers know how to use aura. The air emitted from the two swords continuously clashed against each other. While he was using all his strength, he still leisurely assessed his opponent. BG was a 2-star aura knight. He looked at him in surprise. "Not moving at all?" Roman smiled lightly. The sword energy from his side began to weaken. The battle was probably over. He swung his sword up. BG was stunned. "Impossible, he is too strong." He swung his sword. Roman's sword rushed forward, piercing through his body. 5 seconds later, BG's body collapsed. That was the time a rank A mercenary could persevere against Roman. His body fell to the ground, headless. A and Kevin smiled brightly. In contrast to their army, the BG Lord had a face full of anger. He shouted and pointed forward, "Kill him! Kill that bastard for me!" The enemy stopped him. "It's dangerous. We have to take you to a safe place." Roman didn't care about them. What he was thinking about right now was the flares, a product of magic that does not exist in the martial arts world. A glowing magic circle hanging high above was in front of Roman. He kept thinking over and over in his head, celestial magic, celestial demons. Suddenly, he brought the sword in front of him and shouted, "Heavenly demon sword form! First move!" The immense power from the sword extended, penetrating the magic circle. The BG crowd was stunned, seeing the scene appearing before their eyes.
The so-called flare was broken into pieces. It was falling. The whole thing collapsed, leaving only broken pieces of wood. He declared loudly to everyone present, "Listen, Lawrence, I, Roman Dmitri, right hand holding sword pointing straight up to the sky." The eloquent tone destroyed Barco's siege weapon. Everyone raised their hands and swords in celebration. Flora covered her face with her hands. "I can't believe it. He actually did it." After taking down BG, the A-rank mercenary, Roman Dmitri stood right in front of the shattered remains of Barco's siege weapon. The fire burned fiercely, sending up white smoke. His red cloak fluttered under the enemy's rubble. At this moment, Barco lost its key weapon, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. The remnants of the army looked utterly miserable. In the distance, white flags symbolizing undeniable defeat fluttered. Those defeated people fled without any face left, leaving behind Roman Dmitri a thick cloud of dust and dirt. Something a little strange happened, and that was Chris. After the battle, his silver armor was covered in fresh blood. And what's different here is, in this battle, Chris used a different aura than before. He lifted the sword in his hand, and from his whole body to his sword, it was emitting a deep, shimmering blue aura. The blood-stained sword of the vice-captain of the night squad continuously emitted that blue aura. He tried his best to control the aura as strongly as possible, like Roman had done. As a result, the amount of mana he consumed wasn't too much. Even though he was fighting fiercely, he had once been laughed at by everyone for following Roman. But what was the scene that appeared now? Chris's mighty back stood firmly there. Behind him were scattered the miserable corpses of Barco's dead soldiers. His power was radiating strongly. Chris was getting stronger and stronger. Against the backdrop of victory, his lips drew a confident smile. I had no choice but to admit. Blue eyes lit up and a mouth smiled bravely under the bright sunlight. "Chris," he sheathed his sword, deciding that his lord's method was correct. Then, in a split second, he returned to reality, looked around, and let out a hum. Before him was a group of allied troops panting and breathing heavily. Everyone was wearing sturdy armor and had blood all over them. In that moment, Chris suddenly realized and thought, "I get it, all of them." The scene narrowed to just Chris and the soldiers, his thoughts continuing. To avoid being isolated, they chased after the Lord in anger, clearly exhausted. A proud smile appeared on Chris's bright face. He was satisfied. And even so, not a single soldier out of the 30 was left behind, and none of the injuries were too serious. Looking at the determined warriors, tired and exhausted, Chris was sure that was why the Lord chose them. The soldiers were still breathing heavily, and Chris kept talking to himself, "There's only one reason why we can be safe." Speaking of this, the image of a brave warrior appeared, with a crimson cloak and silver hair flying in the smoke and fire. He turned his back on the shattered remains of the battle, step by step, majestically walking forward. It was Roman Dmitri. And in Chris's mind, he is a monster that defies logic. The soldiers were shocked at this sight, their eyes wide as they looked towards Roman. At this moment, the face of the demon magnified before the soldiers. Silver hair shone under the bright sunlight. The person bowed his head, opened his mouth, and said, "Everyone did a great job of surviving." At this point, everyone was convinced that their survival was thanks to Roman Dmitri. A sigh of relief rang out. "We have completed the mission." The stone gates of the kingdom appeared before the victorious returning army. A wooden bridge, secured with chains, was lowered, opening the way for the army. Leading the way was Roman Dmitri in his majestic red cloak, followed by soldiers in shining silver armor. They walked with great energy on the wooden bridge and entered inside. The sun was shining. Everything seemed to welcome the victorious warriors back. It was the aura of victory, permeating the surrounding atmosphere. As expected, right behind that seemingly silent stone gate were all the people of the kingdom. From men to women, from old to young, they have been waiting there since who knows when. Everywhere there was the sound of cheering. "Lawrence's hero, Roman, thank you very much. Lawrence will never forget what Mr. Roman Dmitri did for us." But in the distance, Lawrence's lord looked at Roman and sighed. "What a pity."
His expression remained pensive, and his blue eyes stared intently at Roman. I knew he was no ordinary man from the moment I met him, but it was hard to believe he could destroy the enemy team by himself. Roman Dmitri now appeared before everyone's eyes with a brilliant halo shining around him. As the Lord's train of thought continued, talent beyond imagination. Lord Lawrence envisioned Roman Dmitri as a war beast, a white tiger with a majestic aura, emitting a strong purple-blue light. He imagined himself standing before that white tiger, confidently asserting himself but with a hint of regret. Dmitri was born a tiger. If there was no mistake, that tiger would be my son-in-law. He regretted and clenched his fists. It was unfortunate, but that was in the past. In contrast to the deep inner turmoil, the Lord was extremely happy and rushed towards Roman with excitement. He smiled kindly and raised his hand. "Oh, hero from Dmitri!" Lord Lawrence reached out his hand, intending to shake Roman's hand, his smile slightly forced. "I'm so glad to see you again." Facing the Lord, Roman just smiled, his sharp eyes looking straight at him. They shook hands blandly amid cheers from the crowd. Scene changes to inside the royal palace. The light illuminates every architectural detail of the palace. Roman's figure turned to face the wooden door with its distinctive carvings. Behind him, there was a figure. That person spoke a little timidly. It was Flora. She was wearing silver armor, her expression a bit timid. She said softly, "Thank you." Facing Roman, he seemed to intend to leave, but Flora, with her armor standing at a distance, still persistently continued to thank him. "Even though we didn't completely complete our decoy mission, you still didn't ignore it and helped Lawrence to the end." From Flora's perspective, Roman turned his head, looking straight at her. Flora continued, "So I want to thank you very sincerely." Roman didn't take her words to heart at all. He frowned slightly. His face remained cold from beginning to end, and he spoke calmly. "I just did my duty as promised." Without waiting or giving Flora a chance to respond, he continued, "Lauren has done more than I expected." Hearing that, Flora understood, but she continued, "I understand, but I still want to repay you anyway. Maybe you don't need any gratitude, but as Lauren's representative anyway." Roman heard that without any expression. Just silently listened to Flora continue. "If you have anything to say, please say it at the meeting." Her expression was determined, her eyes shining with determination. "Whatever it is, I guarantee you'll get it." As if a thought flashed through his mind, Roman's lips slightly curled up. His mouth smiled, but his eyes did not. He looked straight at Flora and said, "If you are still so determined, then I will not refuse." Having said that, without further hesitation, Roman placed his hand on the conference room door handle. He smiled coldly at Flora. A strong arm pushed open the door, letting in blinding light. Roman's voice rang out, "Let's go to the conference room." The conference room was large, with a long, shiny wooden table in the middle. The officials sat on either side, and Roman sat at the head of the conference table. Roman's face was pensive, listening attentively to the words of those present at the meeting. If we suggest ending this, they should accept it, agreed, since Barco still had many soldiers, instead of continuing to get into danger and trouble. At the other end of the table, across from Roman, was the Lord of Lauren, with Flora standing beside him. The voices of the ministers continued to ring out, continuing the previous words. "We should let go of the past and look towards peace." Hearing this, Roman seemed to take it a little lightly. He pursed his lips slightly, his eyes lowered, thoughts starting to run through his head. "Lauren, you are such herbivores." In response to the discussions of the ministers, the Lord frowned slightly, his face serious in approval. "I agree with everyone's opinion. Even though we can stop their attack with help, there was a limit to Lauren's ability to block Barco's attack with just his strength." His voice continued, "So I will send the message immediately." At this moment, Roman's face flashed coldly. He opened his mouth. "Can I intervene?" His sudden words rang out, causing the air in the room to freeze for a moment. Everyone was motionless. No one said anything. Finally, the one who broke this heavy atmosphere was the Lord. He spoke up, "Go ahead.
Just wait for that. Roman stood up and said in a formal voice, "Thank you." He stood up and walked, making the official beside him tremble slightly as he spoke. Barco is currently facing economic pressure. With each step he took, he swept his eyes over each face at the conference table. His voice still unchanged, he said, "To pay off that huge debt, they had no choice but to invade Lauren. That won't change even if their siege weapons are destroyed." He paused for a moment. At that moment, his entire body exuded an aura that could not be ignored. "What we get back is the messenger's head." Hearing this, some officials in the room seemed to have their own thoughts. Some cleared their throats, others were silent, but their hands and feet couldn't stop shaking. The Lord heard this and became thoughtful. Sweat poured down his cheeks, but he didn't know how to respond. Just listen to Roman calmly continue. "Soldiers are still dragging dead bodies outside. Don't you feel empty looking at that scene?" That scene immediately appeared in everyone's mind. Images of brave soldiers rushing into the battlefield, seriously wounded. Covered in blood, they helped each other to survive. And there are also living people supporting the dead. Roman's voice continued to ring out, "Barco cannot be forgiven. We must show the world." Standing in the middle of the conference room, he shouted, "How we will avenge those who dare to touch Lauren!" In response to Roman Dimitri's resolute words, the Lord felt a little scared and confused. "It's not that we don't know," he said, "but what can we do with this little strength?" It seemed that right after the Lord's question, the young man immediately asserted firmly, "There is only one way." At this moment, his expression and demeanor were like a real tiger. The fierce tiger looked down at the Lord like a small creature, smiling slightly. "There is only one way." Faced with Roman's image, the Lord was truly terrified. His eyes widened as he looked at him, his face turning pale. He understood what Roman meant. Herbivores have no choice but to fall prey to wild animals. Elsewhere in Barco's stronghold, an angry clang of steel rang out. Lord Barco's figure appeared, grimacing. His face darkened, his mouth wide open in anger as he roared the other man's name. "Roman Dimitri, why is he interfering in this?" His face was dark, as if a fire was burning fiercely. He muttered, "To reverse this unfavorable situation, there is no other way but to—" The two faces of Lord Barco and Roman Dimitri seemed to appear at the same time. One side was extremely angry, the other side cold. Their eyes all lit up with danger. Their voices rang out almost at the same time. "Dueling, you must organize a duel." When Roman Dimitri proposed a duel, it aroused an explosion of anger in the Lord of Barco, and not only in Barco. His proposal also made the Lauren region really concerned, the great battle itself. Back to the meeting scene, after his face turned pale, the Lord of Lauren regained his composure. He frowned deeply, expressing his concern. The great battle not long ago has now degenerated into a battle of relationships and resources. But his deep concern remains that the opponent is Barco. The fearsome Lord Barco immediately appeared in Lord Lauren's mind. He is a powerful man holding unlimited gold in his hands, with connections to the central government, thanks to the huge amount of money he borrowed from the gold bank. This is what the Lord of Lauren is deeply concerned about. He thought of a giant-sized man with eyes that glowed orange-red. The Lord was troubled, not knowing which master he would invite. Outside, the sky seemed to be turning to evening through the glass windows. The orange sunlight shone through the glass onto the distinctive tiled floor. Roman Dimitri's words clearly rang out. "I understand." Before the eyes of the courtiers and under the bright sunlight, he opened his mouth and smiled with complete confidence as he assured them, "From now on, we will give you guarantees." At his words, the whole room suddenly fell into silence for a moment. The Lord pondered for a second. A moment later, as if pondering and doubting, he expressed his feelings through an uncertain tone. "Assurance?" Unshaken by the attitude of the Lord and his courtiers, the boy with platinum hair still maintained his own confident demeanor. He looked down at the Lord with a confident yet cold smile at the corner of his lips. "Then there is no better way than the great battle." The ministers at the meeting table did not know how to respond to this, but perhaps they had no right to respond. And so, Roman's strong voice continued to resound steadily. First of all, Barco is a level 3 swordsman. This is probably his first time participating. His face was still glowing with overwhelming energy, confidently and firmly asserting, "I will represent Lauren and participate as the first contestant." His pale purple eyes lit up brightly, staring at the Lord. "Whether the opponent is a Barco knight or an outside expert, I am still confident that I will win the number 1 position." Hearing this, the Lord's whole body shook slightly. He looked up at Roman, and his words still echoed throughout the room. "I don't know how strong the person in his hand is, but if you win the first time and lose the second time, it doesn't mean anything." Speaking of this, the figure of Chris, the vice-captain of the night squad, appeared in Roman's thoughts. With a strong blue aura radiating from Chris, Roman's train of thought only now began. "In the third match, my man Chris will complete the match. Although he is only in secondary school, he has genius qualities to be able to face a level 3 knight and still win." At this moment, Roman Dmitri looked towards the conference table and spoke loudly again under the attentive eyes of many people. "So this match is very promising, right? If he wins the Grand Temple battle, Lauren's reputation will be restored." The meeting ended. Stepping out of the meeting room, Roman immediately faced Flora. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say to each other. But that silence did not last long. Roman regained his arrogant attitude and glared at her. "Please decide." That sentence immediately ran straight into Flora's mind, and the memory of standing at the conference room door appeared. She said, "If you want something, say it in the meeting." She thought at this moment, could it be? Could this be what he wants? Flora's face turned a little pale at this point. The bloody scene of the arena had already appeared before her eyes. Was he going to attend the grand ceremony? Could he be whispering that Lauren would be responsible for unforeseen variables? In her eyes, Roman Dmitri, he was indeed a dangerous man. She closed her eyes tightly. "I agree to join the Great Temple battle." With the agreement of both sides, the grand battle was decided. The battle would be fought within a week of the letter being sent. The scene changes to the arena. From somewhere, a voice echoes, "I am Count Oates." A man in a black cloak is called the referee of the grand battle. Count Oates shouted in his booming voice. "The Great Battle Temple is a sacred place blessed by Valhalla. On one side of the main arena were the lords of Lauren, Flora, and Roman Dmitri. Count Oates' voice still rang out steadily. Whatever the outcome, both families had to accept the result. If either party violates this, the Cairo Kingdom will judge with honor. On the opposite side was the figure of the Lord of Barco region, grinning arrogantly. Count Oates then shouted again, "Now the 12 families nominate 3 swordsmen and submit their competition boards." Seemingly to represent confidence, in the kingdom of Barco, at this time they still leisurely poured each other wine. Roman looked over and was speechless, his eyes flashing with unprecedented coldness. As if thinking of something, he immediately looked at Lord Lauren and made a suggestion. "Maybe we should change the order of play." He wondered, "What do you mean? We decided it a week ago." But that 1 week is actually the problem. As time passed, Barco became more and more pressured by interest rates. He replied, "It seems the Barco family was deliberately stalling for time." While the others were still laughing and talking as usual, they were now not in any hurry at all. As if realizing it, Lord Lauren looked to the opposite side. Did they find a very strong outside expert during that time? A chair in the group of lazy Barco people moved. A rather dusty-looking man was lying on the wooden chair sleeping. Roman's attention had turned to him at some point. Lord Lauren looked up at Roman in horror. So, what should be changed? Because Roman Dmitri was originally going to be the first to go into battle to ensure the first victory. Second would be Lauren's knight, and finally Chris would go into battle and finish things off. A decision was made in a flash. Chris would fight first. Hearing this,
Both Lord Lauren and Flora were surprised. Roman Dmitri suddenly lit up with enthusiasm. "We will play second and face the cards that Barco has prepared." And so the plan was changed at the last minute. Cheers echoed throughout the arena. It seems many people are curious about the warrior who will fight first. On the field was a Barco warrior. The other one was none other than Chris. Barco's soldier, a level 3 Halo swordsman, introduced himself. "I am Ianson of Barco." In response, Chris also spoke. "I am Lauren's Chris." After the introduction of both, a commotion arose from the audience. "Jonathan's disciple Chris? Isn't that the genius from the Northeast? Why send a level 2 swordsman to fight? What a waste of young talent. Ignore those gossips." Chris said to himself, "To become stronger, one must feel danger. That's why I escaped the well and followed the Lord." The grand ceremony flag was raised at the same time as the loud shout, "Begin!" Seemingly immediately, both Chris and Ianson charged at each other. A fiery sword strike from Barco's warrior Ianson swung down towards Chris. Chris's thoughts were now clear and ringing. "The first time I fought the master, I realized a truth." He quickly dodged the sword from that body. "Got away!" Chris's aim was pointed straight at Ianson, no matter how strong the aura was. Another fire blade slashed past Chris, who continued to dodge. His face was filled with anger, his eyes fixed on the swordsman Barco. "It has to be hit to be meaningful. Just take the chance once." The other guy still blindly swung powerful but mindless sword strikes towards Chris. He shouted, "You mouse, how long do you plan to run?" The red aura flared up and he madly charged towards Chris. "Die!" The blood-red halo spread out widely. Was it a broad-spectrum halo? At this moment, Chris opened his mouth in panic. "I can't avoid this thing. What should I do?" At this moment, Dimitri's voice rang out as if to guide him. "Chris, throw away morality." His eyes lit up and his powerful aura instantly radiated. He charged straight towards the enemy. Well, pouring mana indiscriminately won't maximize the aura's potential, like how the Lord shows off his power with just a small amount of mana. From side to side, from line to point, concentrate the power of the aura. Both people in the arena lit up their eyes, pointing at one point. There was a loud crash, and blood splattered everywhere. Ianson's head fell off. Immediately, the shout of Chris's name shook the entire arena. Chris gasped. The level 2 swordsman that was me had defeated the level 3 swordsman. Backstage, Roman Dimitri's satisfied smile was evident. "Okay, next!" the referee's voice rang out. The level 2 swordsman won against the level 3 swordsman. The stands were in an uproar. "Impossible! Oh my God!" Someone clenched his fist, his voice trembling. "Ianson lost again?" Lord Barco gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "In the second battle, I think it will all be over. Now the final match becomes important." He consoled himself. "It's okay. I don't need to worry about the second match." Looking at the waiting area for the competition, Barco felt certain in his heart. "Because I spent a large amount of money to get this winning card." After being informed that it was his turn, Homeros was immediately suspicious. "Is it my turn already?" He slowly walked up the stairs, yawning deeply. Homeros scratched his head and introduced, "I am Homeros of Barco. This is Homeros, level 4 swordsman." As soon as they saw his appearance, Chris, Lauren, and Flora's eyes widened in surprise and they exclaimed, "Homeros!" The entire audience started to stir. "That wandering swordsman? Why is he here? Is there still a chance to see a swordsman of this level in this life?" "Homeros, ranked 49th. He let out a frustrated sigh, thinking, "If it weren't for the guildmaster, then..." The swordsman rank originated in the Bangala Empire, which was a holy land where swordsmen fought and died with honor. They risked their lives to reach Bangala and wanted to prove their strength. The results of the victories would be recorded, and the names of the strongest would be noted in the records, which was the origin of the swordsman's ranking. Ranking was once a Bangala culture, and after the Bangala Empire expanded its power, it spread throughout the mainland. The ranking selection up to the 100th position is done by Bangala. Lauren thought in panic,
I didn't expect Barco to bring Homeros, a great swordsman of this rank, into battle. Thinking back on his achievements, he couldn't help but sigh. There was no one in Cairo who didn't know that person's identity. He traveled around the kingdom, enjoying the thrill of dueling the strong, so everyone called him the Wandering Swordsman. The chatter in the stands continued. I once heard that he fought a level 4 swordsman ranked 30th. He just reached level 4 recently. He might have to give up this time. They only won one match. What a pity. Down below the arena, Homeros yawned in boredom. Someone just smiled. Roman thought to himself, level 4 swordsman? Through the guild's information, I investigated Barco's whereabouts, but what I gathered was only peripheral information. Looking at Homero, he judged, the information that Barco is hiding is this big card? Roman was extremely interested. It's really worth looking forward to. Just like how the other party hides their strength, they also cannot guess what kind of person they are. This is their chance to see the battle of the strong that only exists in books. Seeing Roman walking up to the ring, Flora immediately grabbed his hand and shouted, "Are you crazy? Give it up!" She said loudly, "The opponent is Homeros, ranked 49th. On the Swordmaster level, when rank 1 is a legend, then that person is a strong person who is expected to climb to rank 30 in the future." Flora anxiously said, "Do you really think you can win against a swordsman of that level? Give up to save your life." She kept praying that her team would win the next match. Homeros turned his head, his eyes becoming sharp. Meeting Roman's eyes, Homeros exclaimed, "That determined gaze. I don't like it at all." Flora was still advising him, "With this huge difference, we have no choice but to give up. Let's skip this match." She screamed, "This match has no chance of winning. There is no reason for you to trade your life." Roman shook Flora's hand away, then replied to her in an annoyed tone, "I don't like having to explain to anyone." Roman's robe fluttered in the wind. He proudly stepped onto the stage, loudly introducing himself. "I am Roman Dimitri." Roman pulled out his golden sword. On the other side, Homeros also pulled out his sword and took a defensive stance. Looking at his opponent, Roman silently assessed, "With his ability, he is too small. Level 4 swordsmen are considered high-ranking throughout the continent. Let's see how strong he is." On the other side, Homeros was also extremely upset, thinking to himself, "I should have fought Fernando, who was ranked 30th in the rankings. But I have to participate in these unattractive matches," he shouted. "Finish it quickly!" Immediately, he rushed towards Roman like the wind. Chris was horrified. "That speed!" Surprisingly, Roman's golden sword quickly blocked Homeros's sword strike. He gently moved his head to the side, avoiding the sword tip. He then quickly turned around, causing Homeros's sword to deviate from its trajectory. He saw that and got excited. Look, what an interesting kid. 3 consecutive sword strikes were launched, Roman firmly holding his glowing sword. Homeros went crazy and shouted, "How did you block my sword move?" Roman thought dejectedly, "I was expecting a decent duel, but he is looking down on me and is not fighting with all his might." Homeros began to release energy, launching his third move, the sword kick. He said loudly, "How interesting! I will fight you with all my might in this match." The entire arena seemed to be oppressed by the countless thunderbolts Homeros created. The crowd in the stands cried out in horror, "His power is too terrifying, hold on tight." Roman commented in disgust, "A person like this is ranked 49th? What nonsense." He made up his mind. There was no reason to prolong the match any longer. Stepping towards Homeros, Roman called. The hand holding the sword had been enveloped in an eerie light. He growled, "Try blocking this move of mine. Demon sword technique, no trace, no shadow," he said. Homeros stood frozen before that sword move. This sword move! He was terrified as it was about to touch him. Was he really that refined in his swordplay? Truly, the battle was merciless. The sword move had no name. Roman coldly held the sword. It was only called by order. He observed for a moment, closed his eyes, and thought, "Heavenly demon sword technique, Third form. Returned a few days before the match. The president is sitting in the room talking. Homerus, I know you're looking forward to the match with Fernando, but this time consider our stance. He sat at his desk, looking at him lying on the chair, reminding. This is the great temple battle between the border clans. Think of it as a chance to rest. Homerus rested his head on his hands, sighing in thought. In fact, after receiving his A-rank mercenary card, he refused all missions. Travel throughout the kingdom, still not able to fight the strong. He grinned wickedly. There's no reason to refuse. Back to reality, the match was already underway. Miss Flora had a look of shock on her beautiful face. In the stands, everyone witnessing the match was also very surprised. Looking at Homerus lying face down on the ground, everyone had the same question. He is a strong player, climbing the rankings before reaching 4 stars. The contrasting image between him and Roman standing proudly made people admire. He was ranked 49th and was knocked out immediately. Roman glared. A person who couldn't climb to the top but was quite arrogant truly deserved to die. He put his sword away. This was not a world of life and death competition, according to Roman standards. Thinking back to my previous life in the martial arts world, it was completely different. At that time, there were elite martial arts masters. That's a dangerous world. You could lose your life at any time. But here, it's like a garbage dump. Roman blandly turns to urge, "Hey, referee!" The referee flinched when he mentioned himself. Roman had to say something to him first. Declare the result. Then the referee remembered his duty and shouted, "Winner of the second match, Roman Dmitri!" All the soldiers were shocked and in disbelief after hearing the announcement, "What is this?" The 2 soldiers who had just witnessed it were also shocked. "Homerus is dead, did I hear wrong?" Chris clenched his hands, trying not to show too much emotion. He thought in surprise, is this really his true strength? From surprise to concern, Chris looked puzzled. Since I fought the young master, has his strength reached this level? If not, would he have improved so much after fighting me? Chris suddenly remembered that time when the 2 fought each other, young Master Roman at that time. Obviously, there is no one who can defeat Homerus, and the time is very short. Unbelievable. He looked at Roman slowly walking down the field, his mind still filled with thoughts. Could this be happening? He became more and more worried. In the first match, I defeated my opponent with 2 moves. I thought it wouldn't be long before I surpassed him. Chris frowned thoughtfully. My thinking is too narrow. The family flag fluttered high, announcing Roman's victory. The Battle of Dai Dian Temple has decided victory or defeat. There is no reason to waste manpower. It is unacceptable to change the list. Mr. Oates loudly announced that the 2 sides had determined the winner. The Lord heard the news, his hands clenched, his head bowed, his whole body trembling with anger. He stared blankly and muttered, "It's over." Random thoughts kept running through his mind. After all, Homerus had failed. Homer is a level 4 swordsman. He is far from the lowly people of the north. Is a rare swordsman in the entire kingdom. The more he thought, the harder it was for him to accept the truth, and came up with a stubborn hypothesis. Could it be that the mercenaries brought a fake Homerus? His subordinates came forward to announce, "Lord, we will present the grand ceremony, we can't lose any more," he protested. The Lord commanded, "Take Benson away." The other guy was surprised at his decision as soon as he heard it. He lost Barco's honor at a social party, then he knelt down before Roman and begged cowardly, "Please let it go this time. This battle is your chance to save that." The other bowed his head in obedience, thinking Benson, an unknown knight, turned out to be telling him to seek death. On the podium now was a big but timid guy. He trembled as he held out his sword. "I am Benson Backle." Everyone below saw him and whispered, "Who is that? This knight is met for the first time." Chris and Kevin fell silent as soon as they saw each other, and the sound of footsteps echoed. Kevin quickly ran in front of Roman and suggested, "Young master, I will confront him." The boy's eyes looked straight ahead. His face was immature, but his eyes were very determined. Roman looked at him, saying nothing. In the world of big fish eating small fish, the loser is destined to die. The nameless knight is also quite difficult for Kevin. He wants to prove himself. Looking at the way he stands, he looks very confident. Roman chuckled and reminded, "Be careful." "Just waiting for that," he quickly replied to him, then turned and walked away. "Yes, I will not let you down." On the podium at this moment, Benson was trembling and wondering, why am I being punished in this situation? He was so scared that he had to grip the sword tightly with both hands. "Thanks to my knight father, I have no worries," Benson gritted his teeth. "Even if he is a useless knight of Barco, I will still do my best for Barco. But the price of this loyalty is death in a warrior's battle. Damn it!" He looked up at his opponent and paused for a moment. Kevin's small steps slowly approached the podium. Kevin just looked up at him and asked silently, "Could he be my rival?" Thinking of this, Benson smiled strangely as if he had just escaped death. "God, thank you." The two started fighting. At first glance, one could tell that this was a completely unequal match. He laughed happily. Benson threatened, "Kid, want revenge?" Whether willingly or forced, we were abandoned by our Lord. He was secretly happy, but for me, it was lucky. Kevin ignored what he clearly said. "I am the sword that protects the Lord," Benson shouted as he swung his sword and charged towards him. "Arrogant name, go die." The sharp sword aimed straight at his head, but Kevin quickly dodged it. Taking advantage of his small figure, he swung his sword from below as he jumped. The sharp tip of the sword almost pierced Benson's neck. He was angry, cursing and kicking. "This bastard!" Just one kick was enough to send Kevin sprawling on the ground. The helmet on his head was also kicked off. Fresh blood dripped onto the tiled floor. He leaned on his sword and tried to stand up. Chris stood from afar watching the match, his heart filled with worry. The gap in strength is too great. He looked at Roman, who was still standing silently, watching. Even more confusing was what the young master was thinking by letting Kevin join the battle. Kevin had just managed to stand up when Benson continued to attack him. He threw consecutive blows that made him unable to control his anger and curse. "He is strong! Kill! Kill! He wants to kill you! Take revenge quickly. It seems this has increased your power many times over." In his head, Roman's stern voice echoed. "From today, cut down all obstacles yourself. The demonic spirit has taken root and awakened the demon within you." Kevin's whole body seemed to contain a new source of power, ready to burst out. His eyes flashed a blood-red light. A voice in my head reminded me to think carefully. Just then, Benson attacked head-on from above. A powerful sword slash came straight down, but Kevin quickly dodged to the side. Benson seemed a little surprised by Kevin's quick reflexes. A strange laughter echoed in his head. "It almost broke my head. I would have torn that bastard to pieces." Kevin gently rubbed his head and wondered, why is my head so noisy? Deep inside him, a strong motivation was surging, constantly pushing. I want to be a useful sword for my lord more than Chris. Kevin felt his body getting hotter and hotter. The guilt, loyalty to the master, and the emotions in his heart were as chaotic as a whirlpool. He held the sword tightly in his hand. The time had come. It was the devil's spirit's attack. The devil in him rose up strongly, laughed wildly, and killed. Kevin turned into a demon. His eyes were cloudy as he held the sword and rushed straight towards Benson. He stood there, stunned. What was this? The sword tip stabbed straight into Benson's chest, piercing through his armor. The slightly stiff armor made Kevin stop for a moment. He loudly swung his sword. "This bastard!" Kevin continued to aggressively attack. This made him even more afraid. Tears fell down. He exclaimed, "You're crazy!" Kevin said nothing. His eyes were red and scary. As expected, the demonic power within him allowed the sword to pierce through the rock-hard armor. Witnessing this, Chris was startled. Even the audience below could not hide their surprise. On the platform, the battle seemed certain to be Benson's victory, but now he was lying under Kevin's blade. He grinned, a devilish grin, then pulled out his sword, fresh blood spurting out like a waterspout. In the dark scene, combined with the red rain of blood, the stadium was filled with an extremely gloomy atmosphere. Miss Flora and her father were scared stiff. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, covering his armor. Kevin stood tall, admiring his work. Then he hurriedly left the stage. Kevin came before Roman, knelt down respectfully, and reported, "I'm back." Roman smiled at him with satisfaction. "Kevin, you've worked hard." Kevin raised his head, smiling brightly. After the match, the demon inside gave way to a docile and loyal boy. The grand battle between Lawrence and Barco, 3-on-3, Lawrence won overwhelmingly, and in the center was Roman Dmitri. Like a heroic legend passed down from generation to generation, rumors mixed with truth and falsehood, people began to praise Roman's achievements everywhere. In a tavern between tables full of snacks and large glasses of beer, people were talking excitedly about a new story. "Have you heard the story?" The two men sat together and talked animatedly. The great battle from there, Barco must have been very angry, causing a commotion everywhere, but in the end, he lost to Lawrence. The man at the next table loudly joined in the conversation. "You know my relatives are all Lawrence natives, right?" They told each other that Roman was Lawrence's savior, able to single-handedly slaughter hundreds of Barco's rearguard soldiers in an instant. The blond guy raised his beer mug, took a generous sip, and added, "Furthermore, even the player was defeated with just a single blow." People everywhere were praising him. If Roman hadn't appeared, Barco would have planted his flag on Lawrence land long ago. The red blood of the 49th general of the Cairo kingdom, Honros, covered the sky, putting an end to the great temple battle. On the streets, children impersonating him shouted, "I am Roman Dmitri of Lawrence. Your fame has spread far and wide. Roman Dmitri is a hero. The Dmitri family has finally risen." This is the golden time for Roman to leave his mark in people's hearts, collecting every anecdote about himself. In contrast to the joyful atmosphere, Barco City was now covered in a gloomy atmosphere. In the study filled with books, the Lord was disappointed. "It's all over," he said, holding his head sadly. "It's really all over." The article in front of him made him even more confused. The document urged the principal and interest payments from Golden Bank. Honros from the Mercenary Association must take full responsibility and compensate the workers. Too angry, the Lord slammed his fist on the table, cursing, "Damn beggar!" The papers on the table fell like trash. He recalled the days of public praise with regret during the time when Barco was influential in the Northeast region. "Every day we are mentioned about Barco. Now we pretend not to know each other. He was angry, damn it. If only that Roman Dmitri wouldn't interfere in this." He suddenly stopped. Now the name Roman is engraved in memory, all because of Roman Dmitri. Roman Dmitri did something unacceptable in aristocratic circles. The Lord comes up with a sinister plan. This is the last chance to save Barco. A few days later, Lord Barco held an important round-table meeting. He solemnly announced, "Before we begin, I would like to sincerely thank the nobles for coming to Barco. Thanks to you, we believe in a bright future for the Northeast." An impatient noble from Georgia interrupted. "Let's get straight to the point." Mr. Barco continued, "Then let me be frank. Just as Barco used a legitimate name to attack Lawrence, reputation among the nobility is also very important." The guests listened in silence, and the Lord began to get to the main point. This battle is to repay the debt of the ancestors. The central government thought this was the right thing to do and even sent judges. But Roman Dmitri had no status to interfere in this war. He angrily accused him. Because of his surprise attack, Barco lost the player. Even Lawrence's warriors in the great battle were all gone. He banged the table loudly. "Does this sound reasonable? After all, what qualifications does Roman Dmitri have to help Lawrence?" From start to finish, he blamed Roman. If the two families are related by marriage, there is no problem. But we all know Dmitri and Lawrence are broken off. To Lawrence, Roman Dmitri was just an outsider, without any status. He sat down solemnly and came to the final conclusion that this was an act that went beyond limits. The room was silent for a moment, then everyone spoke in agreement. "You're right. Roman Dmitri has no title, that's right."
The first step was successful, he chuckled. Okay, that's enough. The evil lord secretly calculated and pushed all the responsibility onto the Dmitri family and received a huge compensation, settling the debt to Golden Bank. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. Roman unexpectedly walked in to say hello. So everyone is here? He smiled slightly. I heard that everyone is dissatisfied with me. If so, then... He looked at him in shock. Roman, what was he thinking, daring to appear here? Roman looked at him dangerously, discerning every word. I will personally talk to Viscount Barco, return a few days ago. Chris exclaimed worriedly, Are you really going to Barco? Doing so would be no different than committing suicide. Viscount Barco would definitely not leave his lord alone. Roman cut him off, adding, Chris, have you ever thought about the relationship between me and Barco in the future? He explained slowly, in Barco's mind, the master was his sworn enemy. If possible, I think you two should avoid each other, Roman said coldly. No, if you don't start, then you don't know. But what has begun must end. Then he jumped on his horse, emphasizing the sentence. It is a very clear fact that Barco has a grudge against us. Chris was stunned. He continued, If so, this is the right time. To avenge them, Roman smiled. Goodbye. I will go alone. Chris just stuttered, Master. He entered Lord Barco's room, where he was meeting with everyone, and asked the question. I'm also curious, what title does Barco have to get this position? He gritted his teeth, looking down on him in his heart, his eyes bloodshot. Just a brat from the Baron's family, but has not inherited the title. How dare you look down on my rank? He showed his contempt. You're here. Perhaps because of your humble origin, you do not understand the laws of the nobility, he said. He clenched his fists and continued, No status but dare to intervene in war is an act that is not allowed in the kingdom of Cairo. We are given titles according to the law of nobility. By the central government before taking action, declare territorial war. His voice was full of challenge. You think nobles are stupid to have that procedure? It is to keep each other's honor. He banged on the table. Not understanding the law of nobility is stupidity, he shouted more aggressively. Now do you know how stupid you have been? Because of you, the Dmitri family is in serious trouble. His face was expressionless. He was even more angry at the crime his son had committed, and the northeastern nobles blamed him. He finished speaking and sat down. The whole room fell silent. He calmly asked him, You done? He looked around. He began to tell, Lawrence and Dmitri were originally two families with a marriage contract, but now I have become the fool who broke the engagement between the two families. What do you think is the reason we broke off the engagement? Is it my reputation, or is it our love story? All those rumors are false. Then he pointed towards Lord Barco. Truth is Barco's eldest son, due to the intimidation of Anthony Barco. He stood up, stunned. He continued slowly. Now it's time for Barco to return to the cult. Someone who was close to Anthony Barco, like me, joined his side. Before he got engaged to Lawrence, I fell into his trap. When I woke up, I found myself in a room with Emily Barco. Anthony threatened that, then asked to cancel the engagement with Lawrence. He said coldly, This is the perfect trap to eliminate Lawrence and Dmitri. Everyone immediately started talking excitedly. Threat? So that is the policy of the Barco family. He laughed triumphantly. It's time to show your weakness. It will no longer be a weakness, he shouted. You think I will listen to your nonsense? We all know you've been living like a piece of trash. To hide the truth, you dare say any disgusting words. He smiled faintly. I knew you would say that. He turned to look at him. I will give one more reason, causing us to intervene in the fight between Barco and Lawrence. He doesn't believe it. Another reason? Anthony Barco has crossed the line. Flora was engaged to me, but she was harassed by him. Affected by that, Flora decided to cancel the engagement. His face was solemn. Is this true? Try asking Flora Lawrence again. In his heart, he was determined to take revenge. Lies trapped me. If so, I would do the same. He clenched his fists in anger. If we had intervened in the war with only our strength, without dragging the whole family into it, it was the only revenge I could do for her.
You insist. I want to ask Viscount Barco and all those present here. Is there really no status to intervene in the war? And Roman twisted Barco's argument like this. To get status, he began to panic. No other way. Fighting for the truth of identity no longer has any meaning. Must buy more time. First of all, we must avoid this situation and find a solution. He was calm. I don't believe what you say is true, but I will confirm whether they are true or not. You go home today. He called him Viscount Barco. Now make your choice. You chose to make Anthony pay the price for his personal problems with me to end this, or cause trouble for the whole family just because of this? His eyes were full of menace. If you don't make a choice now, at this location I will go home and tell my father everything. Lord Barco turned pale, stunned. What? Absolutely cannot choose to declare war on Dimitri. Already fallen to rock bottom and still involved with the Dimitri family, then Barco will be destroyed. His hands trembled unconsciously. Cruel name, he made the conditions. I don't want to turn your and Anthony's matter into a family matter. With my authority, I will make my eldest son Anthony kneel before you to apologize, okay? He immediately refused. When did I tell Anthony to kneel before me? He couldn't believe what he had just heard. What do you mean? After everyone left, Anthony pleaded with him. Father! Father! But he just shook his head. Sorry, son. He knelt down, hugged his legs, and cried, not believing. Absolutely, absolutely not! Judgmental duel? Dad, would you really put my life in someone else's hands? He screamed even more miserably. He will definitely kill you. Please refuse Roman's offer. He grabbed his hand and shouted, Wake up! I am the eldest son of the Barco family. From the moment I became the heir to the family, your life is tied to the fate of your family. He gritted his teeth in anger. So let's face it, don't forget this hell and accept having to give up an arm. He walked quickly, passing by the boy kneeling on the ground. In his heart, he could only cry for help. Father, father, please, father. Everyone was amazed at the sight before their eyes. Lord Barco stared, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense. Anthony held the sword with trembling hands. His face turned pale, his mouth stammering. Mr. Roman, you know I like Flora very much. When I heard the news that you two were together, maybe I was out of my mind then. Anthony quickly apologized. I'm sorry for everything I did to you. His voice trembled. I don't mean any harm. Aren't we friends? Anthony was visibly nervous. Roman, he shouted. Our not owner, please spare my life this time, if you spare my life. Then Anthony, this Barco, willing to spend the rest of my life to make amends. People around whispered, It's ugly. Lord Barco gritted his teeth. Secretly cursed, the barbarian named Roman's face darkened. Your whole life? It doesn't make any sense. He took a step. Did you borrow money from the gold bank? Roman approached Anthony with his sword in hand. Even your relationship with the government cannot wipe away your sins. The Barco family is finished. He questioned, Reason do we, someone you despise to such an extent, again got trapped in the scheme of appealing for mercy and forgive you? Lord Barco suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, Roman stabbed him through the body with his sword. Right, no reason at all. He looked at Anthony. He was hit by a sudden slash and coughed up blood. Roman, in his previous life, was in a life-and-death battle with his brother. Every night, he had to be wary of assassination attempts by his brother. Then one day he stabbed him straight in the heart. To end life, Beek Hoyel asked, Jong-hyuk, you know what your problem is? He sighed, then said, That is, you do not know how to compromise. Beek Hoyel rested his chin on his hand. From the moment you see someone as an enemy, you always want to destroy them immediately. Jong-hyuk was silent and said nothing. He was continued by the herd. Even have any sympathy for your enemies. One day the problem will turn around and hurt you. Although cold on the outside, he admired Hoyon very much in his heart. He is awesome. Not only does he have terrible power, but he also has forgiveness, Jong-hyuk thought. How can I conquer enemies after defeating them? He looked up. I see what you mean, but crush anyone who hates me. It's the way I choose to live. Jong-hyuk's face became scary. That's how I survived from the bottom of the devil's sect, and I will continue to live like that. Back to reality, he thought. Death is the only way to end it all forever. Roman swung his sword and slashed once, the death of Anthony Barco. It was an outcome no one wanted. Lord Barco ran to stop them, but it was too late. He shouted, "Are not!" Lord Barco screamed in vain. Roman calmly turned back and asked, "What's the problem?" He smiled softly. Dying in a duel is a common occurrence. He tried to scold. "What the hell are you doing? How dare you kill the eldest son of the Barco family? Kill without mercy like that." Everyone around was horrified by the scene before their eyes. They discussed, "Monster, how?" Lord Barco's eyes began to fill with tears. "Play with the Barco family from the moment that Anthony Barco guy treated me like that." He turned his back. "Look at everyone, and this is the end of him." Roman warned, "If anyone is unable to give up his relationship with the Barco family, one eye of his will be shining. Then I am the one you have to face." Lord Barco shouted, "Are you really going to give up that easily?" He still coldly replied, "Say those nonsense words, what does it mean?" Roman turned and walked away. "From now on, I say goodbye, I go first." They all had the same thought. "We have bumped into someone we shouldn't have bumped into." A few days later, Viscount Barco, who could not pay his debts to the bank, tried to avoid them, but then was found dead on an unnamed hill. The Barco family once expanded its power in the northeast, now die so tragically. The moonlight shines on the castle. Hans called, "Roman." "Young master," he wondered. "Where are you going in the middle of the night?" He made an excuse. "The moon was too bright, so we watched it for so long." Hans noticed something unusual about Roman's clothes. He pretended not to see anything. "Everyone is very worried, young master," Hans reminded. "I would be happy if you were known by many people, but if you keep putting yourself in danger like that—" He was sweating profusely, making us unable to stop worrying. "Please be careful." His face remained cold. "Hans, didn't I say it before?" Roman repeated, "You are mine." Hans raised his head to look at him. "Yes, I still remember, young master." Roman, in his previous life, had massacred many enemies, to the point of blood flowing like a river. But there is one rule that makes him capable of becoming a demon. That is to protect your subordinates. Roman thought, "One of mine is more important than hundreds of enemies." Hans looked at him blankly. Young Master Roman suddenly smiled. "I will try my best to make sure my subordinates are not in danger." That's enough. Although the Barco family affair was still very tumultuous, the family still held a party. Lady of the Maloc family, Helena Maloque, held her fan and chuckled. Even the ladies who supported the Barco family, always flattering them, were also present here. Her eyes were full of thought. From now on, Dimitri will be the central family of the Northeast. This is the perfect opportunity for the Maloque family. He has always stood by Dimitri. Looking at the woman coming, Helena said in an excited voice, "Oh my gosh, welcome. I've been waiting for you." The woman smiled slightly. Helena continued to praise, "Oh my God, why are you getting more and more beautiful, lady of the Dimitri family?" "Lihana," Dimitri smiled gently. "Thanks." Seeing this, the other noble ladies also rushed to say hello and chat. "I have prepared a special bottle of wine for you, Lihana. It's an honor to meet you here." Mrs. Lihana, Baron Dimitri's wife, put a hand over her mouth and smiled tactfully. "Me too, madam." She often interacted with noble ladies to build up support for Dimitri. She has incredible political talent. Occasionally, Baron Romero had to give in. Without Lihana laying the foundation first, the family, when Barco interrupted, will collapse before it can enter the aristocracy. She stepped forward lightly. "Thank you, everyone, for joining this gathering." Lihana placed her hands on her chest. "The presentation is why we are here, because we think that people in the same area as us need to understand each other and start getting to know each other from now on." She looked back at the family members who once supported the Barco family with a slightly worried look. Of course, not everyone has been on the same page. Then the woman looked at the crowd present and declared, "But now it's different. We need a different bottom line than before." What does Lihana mean by saying these things? Perhaps she was secretly threatening Barco's followers. While showing his generosity and accepting them on her side, the tea party was still going on. Helena walked up to the table where Romero's wife was sitting, making an offer. "Lihana, what do you think about our Veronica?" She smiled brightly, matchmaking. "I think she's a good match for Roman." At the same time, the lady sitting next to him with shoulder-length red hair appeared very surprised. Helena added to the persuasiveness, "Roman is 25. He has to get married." "And get married!" Finally, she concluded. "I don't say this just because she's my daughter, but Veronica gets along well with Roman." "Him," he immediately interrupted. "Come on, isn't Veronica engaged? With another family?" At the same time, she thought to herself that she was so greedy. Helena continued while Lihana closed her eyes, leisurely enjoying tea. They continued to discuss, "Those girls, right? Roman's marriage partner must be carefully chosen. Listen to the ladies, come visit us next time." She opened her eyes, put down the teacup, and the sound of a clatter could not stop their voices. "My daughter told me that she fell in love with Roman at first sight. My cousin's daughter is quite smart, always top of the academy." Lihana stared at her reflection in the teacup. "My daughter is still young, but the future will definitely be a beauty." Then Roman's figure appeared through the teacup. She pondered. For the past 6 years, Roman had always been considered a nuisance among the nobility. The fact that he was the eldest son but did not inherit held him back. But his 4-star knight potential is enough to promise a bright future. And if the boy is entitled to the inheritance, then there is no son-in-law more valuable than him. The door to the future is wide open. This is when the boy went from being a nuisance to being a star. Thinking so, she said, "I am glad that you appreciate my son. Move the teacup a little." But Roman had been deeply hurt before. Lihana refused their offer. "Instead of following the wishes of the two families, I want Roman to find someone he truly loves." She then emphasized, "So don't mention marriage anymore." The ladies looked startled. However, they are still full of hope for the future ahead. In other words, the girl who wins his heart first wins. It's dark. The crescent moon and the stars above shine softly with clouds covering the castle. Flora sat in the study, turning the pages of a book. In my opinion, power is necessary to survive in this world. Continuing that train of thought under candlelight, the fact is, Lawrence lost the match against Barco. "I thought if we could hold out until winter, we might have a chance. But everything came as fast as a flash flood. There are too many variables," she exclaimed. But Roman had predicted all those events. Deal with them bravely and save Lawrence. Flora's mind was filled with admiration for him at that moment. "How can I become like Roman?" Her face was burning. She shook her head, brushing away the thoughts. "No, I hate that Roman, Dmitri. Why am I blushing?" Flora fell into deep thought. "He is an arrogant and selfish man, only cares about his own interests. But how can he be so strong? What kind of person is he?" She closed the book in her hand, definitely. "I just want to know a little bit." Flora ran down the hallway, looking for answers. She suddenly stopped, held the railing. "We have to go get some fresh air." "Yeah, even though I'm curious? We have no contact with each other anymore. The engagement is broken." Looking up, she felt a little sad. "I have no choice because I will definitely not see Roman again." Suddenly someone shouted, "Sister!" Flora was full of doubts. "Huh?" The girl laughed. "Long time no see." Her eyes sparkled. "Flora." At the same time, she replied, "Sylvia." Seeing Sylvia Lawrence's fake smile, sister, she wondered. Flora called, father, wondering about the news she had just heard. "The family is having a party at Dimitri's place?" Questioning eyes, "Why didn't you tell me?" Lord Lawrence turned his head. He replied to his beloved daughter Flora, "We have learned a lot from this incident." She was stunned when she heard her father's comment. "You have shown me the ability to judge right from wrong while we can do nothing." Lord Lawrence slowly approached her. "And thanks to you, Roman Dmitri joined the battlefield, and we can win the battle." Having said this, he placed his hand on his son's shoulder. "Affirm that I will not lower your value anymore. I will support all your wishes, and I will not force you to do anything for the family anymore." Lord Lawrence finally said, "Flora, live your dream." And of course, she was very happy to obey him, father. Then her eyes looked away with dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, "Very touching speech, but I want to be the one to attend the party." The father does not understand what his daughter is like. Back to the main question she wanted to ask, why did Dad invite Sylvia to the party? "I'm sure you have other intentions, Dad, because she traveled quite far from the capital to here." He glanced at the invitations on the table and replied, "It is only because of my personal greed." She immediately repeated in her head, "What is greed?" remembering her innocent and lovely face. Flora predicted, "Dad is planning to reconnect with Dimitri through Sylvia." Her face darkened. "If so, then I understand." Then she placed her hand on her chest and smiled radiantly. "Because we must repay Roman, I will go with Sylvia and guide her." He waved his hand to stop him. "You don't have to do that. I'm sure you have nothing to do with Roman anymore." Not letting his father finish, Flora clenched her fists, emphasizing each word. "I said I would guide, lead her." The Lord is really very confusing. Afternoon in the capital of Cairo, Temple Cairo branch. Someone holding an envelope in his hand asked the question, "Is it true?" He wore the robes of a monk, sitting in the room in front of the crucifix, analyzing. His son is only 25 years old, from a noble family in the outback. Killed a 4-star knight with just one sword stroke. That is really impossible, he thought for a moment. But if this is not just a rumor, then a terrible prodigy was born. Monk, rated from Valhalla ranking. Willis smiled wickedly. "We have to confirm it ourselves." Dressed in royal attire, they gathered together in one place. They met, chatted, and laughed happily. Everyone was dressed in beautiful clothes. "And the most expensive sparkling jewelry," a blue-haired girl said softly. "This is Dimitri, is the second daughter of the Lawrence family, Sylvia Lawrence." She looked around for a while, frustrated. "It is as gloomy as the rumors say." The crowd walked happily, chatting and laughing. "Because this place is famous as a metallurgical area. It's mostly around coal bins and jet black iron ore. And boring, simple houses," the ladies commented as they walked. "Oh, this place is so exciting. This is, after all, the land of the miners. Most ladies like colors. I don't understand how it is possible to live near a place like this." In the capital, even ordinary people are concerned with basic aesthetic principles. Hearing Sylvia's complaints, Miss Flora thought to herself, compared to the capital, Lawrence and Dimitri are just rural areas. In the distance, a group of miners was faintly visible. Sylvia exclaimed, "Oh my God, are those miners? The group of people just finished work and came back." Hands and feet covered in mud, but still smiling and talking happily. They noticed the appearance of the ladies coming from the opposite direction. Some workers looked back. The ladies tried to appear noble as they passed them. "Oh, my beautiful dress is getting dusty." A miner crossed Street A. They laughed louder and louder. This is what got Dimitri in trouble. Flora was the only one who kept silent among the dramatic ladies, and also did not mean to look towards the miners. Suddenly, she passed by a very familiar person. Not sure if that was the real person, Flora quickly turned back to look, wondering, was it really him? It was him. Roman Dimitri, in his dusty miner's clothes. But with that muscular figure, even just passing by was enough to attract attention. From afar came the sound of running footsteps. Mr. Hans ran in a hurry and shouted, "Young master!" He quickly ran over and helped him use a towel to wipe the dirt off his body. "With my mouth constantly complaining, I could not stop you from entering the mine. You even take care of yourself while working?" Hans kept talking. "Look, I just wiped a little bit, but the handkerchief is already dirty." Roman's face was distorted by his father's wiping. He helplessly said, "Okay." He was like an old father feeling sorry for his child who had just come home from playing dirty. He is covered with dirt every day. I think Hans's heart is about to break too. His voice attracted the attention of the ladies on the street. The girls' eyes lit up when they heard the name Roman Dimitri. Sylvia was no exception. She was excited. He was even more handsome than she thought. She secretly admired his strong body. Oh, his body. Sylvia liked him so much that she licked her lips longingly because he was so attractive. She secretly calculated. There were rumors that the second son would likely lose the right to inheritance. But what noble family would let their son work as a miner? He is definitely the successor. Recent moves show that Roman's status has skyrocketed. He was officially in Sylvia's sights. She immediately suggested, "Let's go meet Roman Dmitri. Saying hello before the party sounds great." Meanwhile, the remaining ladies were still hesitant whether to go or not. Roman had just taken off his miner's cap when he heard a hello. Sylvia led the group of young ladies to chirp and ask, "Mr. Roman Dmitri, am I not mistaken?" She put on her most polite and lovely appearance to greet. "My name is Sylvia from the Lawrence family. Thank you for helping us. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." Sylvia smiled and gave him many compliments. "You are indeed an extraordinary man, just as the rumors say." In response to her joy, Roman replied very politely, "Oh yeah, I know." Then he said to his close servant, "Let's go, Hans," leaving Sylvia standing behind, stiff from being ignored. Miss Flora also knows Roman well. Seeing this scene, I can only laugh with tears. Short-legged Hans hurriedly ran after to remind, "Master, you still have to go to the party. Don't you want to rest a bit?" He walked and took the opportunity to put on a clean white shirt and said, "We will associate with worthy people, but they mock the Dmitri mining business." Hans wondered cautiously how long he would be working in the mines. Even though the king did not order it, he had been working hard there for many days. Roman said sternly, "Dmitri's roots were in blacksmiths, and it was an iron mine. The iron ore that the blacksmith excavated with blood and sweat, melted in the furnace fire, and turned into iron. That is the nature of the Dmitri house." He explained as he adjusted his clothes. "Words cannot coexist with the people of this region. We just want to experience and empathize." Hans was moved to see his figure moving away. He hugged his miner's cap with tears in his eyes. "Young master, since when has he matured to this extent?" Hans encouraged himself, shouting loudly for the young master to hear. "I, Hans, will not cause trouble for the young master anymore. I will make everything perfect." In the private area of Dmitri's house, the sound of practice 1-2 echoed. The soldiers were being trained in swordsmanship. Everyone was highly focused. Captain Chris shouted loudly once again, looking at his soldiers training enthusiastically. Roman said to himself, his prestige in the last battle with the clans having inspired loyalty and fueled the soldiers. "I know that the soldiers who followed me in the last battle learned a lot. With the training methods that I've accumulated before, along with swordplay and the ability to forge unique swords, I can unleash the potential of soldiers and help them become skilled warriors on the battlefield. It is truly a treasure trove of valuable knowledge." He watched their every move on the training ground, calculating carefully, and realized that we had an army of our own. But that was not enough. The new soldiers had little combat experience. "I need my own elite army." Roman crossed his arms over his chest, standing pensively. "The problem is that to form an elite force, we need both financial and human resources that we currently do not have the capacity to provide." He called out loudly to the deputy captain. "Chris," he ran back quickly, calling me sir. Roman asked about the situation and how the training was going. Chris happily reported, "They are all passionate and learn very quickly." "I think we can expect their progress soon," Roman announced softly. "Chris, I will now teach you a new sword technique." Hearing this, Chris thought in surprise, "A new sword technique for me?" He recognized the ability of this vice captain and frankly commented, "You're different from other beginners." Roman assessed that he had made progress and gained experience after the recent clan war. "It is the foundation for you to be able to absorb advanced sword techniques. Although it is difficult, I think you can do it." For all these reasons, he decided to propose to Chris. "I think you are ready to take on something new now," Roman began to teach. "The sword technique I will teach you is called Thunder Break. It is a sword technique with great damage and extremely fast attack speed. Its owner is called the Sword Saint, and that will be Chris's next step."
The glowing ceiling lights exude luxury throughout the entire space. People were dressed in their finest, and whispers of conversation filled the air. The main door slowly opened, followed by a solemn announcement. "Young Master Roman Dmitri has arrived." The shout immediately attracted attention, causing everyone to turn around and wait for his appearance. Roman, with a gentlemanly demeanor and a bright smile, stepped inside. All the girls in the room blushed at his radiant beauty. He was surrounded by them. "After leaving early this morning to go to Dmitri's house, we would like to have a chat with you before the party." He smiled politely at them. "I just finished work, please understand me. I also want to look a little neat." They were quickly convinced by him. "Oh, I see, of course." Sylvia gently started a conversation with him. He was indeed as wonderful as the rumors said. Her face lit up with admiration, unable to believe that the heir of a noble family would work with minors like this. She opened her sparkling eyes wide, wondering, would I be better off if I had someone like you as my husband? Roman bowed his head and politely replied, "You compliment me too much." He began to chat with the noble ladies. His gift of gab made the girls swoon. The party continued, and everyone raised their glasses to celebrate. His hand rested lightly on the balcony outside. Roman was a little tired. He went out to get some air. A soft voice interrupted his train of thought. "He really is a good actor." Roman turned around and saw Flora walking towards him. His voice was low. "It had to be done." She moved closer, using a bland tone to reply, surprisingly. Flora looked at him. "I thought he didn't care about relationships." Roman replied coldly, "Usually not." He began to explain to her, but at this party, parents and their guests were invited, which was different from the usual parties. He hesitated a bit. "The first time we met was like this, so it's no surprise." His words surprised her. Flora lifted her hair, smiled, and thought, then realized he was right. "Actually, I was the one who acted rashly." She confided in Roman, who was always very steadfast. "That's why I'm more and more curious. How did you live your life to be able to maintain such principles?" Flora couldn't help but wonder, but why did he become a minor? Aside from forging, there's no reason for an heir to do any of that. Roman did not answer, but asked her back, "How did you think Lawrence got this position?" She was a bit surprised because he asked her back. "Huh?" He went on to explain that people think Lawrence achieved what he has today thanks to fertile land and abundant resources. According to him, the history of the family is told. Family made their fortune through trade, selling or bartering their goods. And to reach his current position, that was also the reason why Viscount Lawrence's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. Flora's face showed surprise. It was amazing. In her heart, Flora was very impressed with him. He also knew what she had only recently known, with absolute precision. However, she still acted like she didn't understand what it had to do with mining. Roman patiently replied, "The origin of the Dmitri family lies in iron mines." He expressed his views. If not for the miners who dig up iron ore buried in the ground every day, Dmitri would not be here today. His eyes were steady. "I'm sure he spent time working in the mines. We'll help understand and empathize with them." Flora was stunned by his noble words. "I believe it is the duty of a person with the surname Dmitri." It was late at night. Roman said goodbye. "I've been standing here for a long time. I'm leaving." Flora hesitantly replied, "Oh, okay." Roman's words made her think to herself. She had made a decision. Immediately, Flora smiled beautifully. Her mind was clear, still dusty from my battle. Finally, order and clarity again. Flora said happily, "I knew meeting him would be the right decision." And a few days later, Flora went to the capital. It was the time when Flora Lawrence's flower in a glass cage left her family to explore the world. Elsewhere, Jacob raised his beer bottle, laughing heartily. "This is great." The person opposite asked, "How are you today?" He replied, "As usual, the mine just keeps going on no matter how much is dug. Seriously, we've only dug the entrance to the mountain."
Jacob was certain that even if the Dmitri family dug for several more decades, mine will not run out. I am sure of that as someone who has been digging all his life. Hendrik asked around. There were rumors that Roman had started working at the mine half a month ago. Why so quiet lately? Jacob heard this name and immediately reacted. Roman? Back half a month ago, a worker carrying goods announced, I heard that Mr. Roman will start working at the mine from today. Person was quite surprised to hear that, huh? Why? He wasn't sure, didn't know, probably just pretending. A miner with an annoyed look said, Sir Dmitri is confused. He started to get annoyed. If he wanted to teach the heir, he would have done it long ago. He only treats blacksmiths well and always abandons us miners. The more he talked, the angrier he became. 3 heirs learned to forge iron at a young age, he shouted, but they had never learned how to dig. This, he continued, was clear evidence that Sir Dmitri discriminated against us. Another person heard that and wanted to advise, Isn't that saying a bit too much? He continued to spew out reproaches. You're talking about Dmitri's foundation being in the iron mine, but the blacksmiths get all the glory. He insisted, I'm sure he was forced to come. But I will not bow to him, he shouted. Let's show Roman what mining is like. A pair of legs appeared. He was introduced to the miners. From today, young Master Roman will work with us. Below, they yawned without caring. The other group laughed. Roman kept his face cold, emotionless. They were reminded, always remembering that in the mine, safety first, safety second, safety third, all said in unison. Understood. Everyone started working as ordered and moved away. Roman observed the miners' attitude. He secretly judged they completely ignored me. I will not mind their attitude, he thought to himself. The mining city of Dmitri, the way the people of Dmitri lived. Roman was lost in thought. How much power do they have? And what can we do for this place, for our future plans? He made a great determination. We will find out all about Dmitri's problems down in the iron mine. Many people are sweating profusely and busy with their work. Okay, hurry up. There's still a lot left to fill today's quota. A pair of strong arms were supporting sacks containing raw iron. That is Roman Dmitri. He also joined hands with the workers to work hard according to the rules. He glanced around and saw everyone engrossed in their own tasks. I think the division of labor is very even, and the safety aspect is not bad either. The reason why Dmitri's ironware is so famous, an uncle with graying hair wiped his sweat and said to him, is not only because of the blacksmith's skill, but also because the iron ore is of the highest quality. That's why it has such high value. Other places are suffering heavy losses due to having to repurchase iron ore. He continued proudly, wagging his finger. But since Dmitri is self-sufficient, he can make a huge profit. Roman listened quietly to him rant. What other reason was there? After listening, he fell into deep thought. Because it is self-sufficient in raw materials, and it is also a blacksmith city, they can profit more than any other family. It's been like this for decades. The image of the Dmitri family mansion appeared in his mind. The assets are probably even larger than I thought. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. This is not the place for small talk, young master. Roman turned slightly, saw a worker standing there with his fist clenched and said, If you don't want to work, don't bother others. The other guy was a veteran miner named Morkan. He said, as if ordering Roman, Get out. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Seemingly beyond Morkan's expectations, Roman opened his mouth first and apologized. I'm sorry, I'll focus on work. Without saying a word, he immediately lifted a large bag of raw iron onto his shoulder. Morkan was a little surprised and his eyes followed the young master's actions. A week later, on the plate was the standard ration of 2 loaves of bread and a cup of warm milk. Roman sat away from the other miners. He thought as he ate, having worked together for over a week now, but they still haven't talked to me since I asked the last question. His eyes looked towards them while still chewing on the small loaf of bread. Perhaps this is how they mark their sovereignty. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped in front of Roman Dmitri. It was Morkan. He sat down in front of him. May I ask you something? He continued calmly. I have been observing you all week and have a few curiosities. Now he raised his head and asked directly, "Why did you come here to work?" Morkan thought of the other children of the family, including Rodwell, the second son and most successful heir of Dimitri. The person had never been to an iron mine, and the young master only pretended to come here to train after all this time. I thought he was looking down on mining. The veteran miner's train of thought continued. That's why I always pay attention to him, but he's more diligent than I thought. No, not only is he hard-working, he is also more enthusiastic than other miners and always meets quotas. During the observation, many other miners came to talk to him. According to my friend who works as a servant in the castle, the master never ordered the young master to go to the iron mine to work. The others continued to gossip about it, and to Morkan's surprise, he came here voluntarily. His face was serious, and Roman smiled and asked back, "An ideal answer, or a realistic answer? Which one do you want to hear?" He looked at Roman. "Both okay?" Roman smiled and opened his mouth. "If so, then let me say the ideal answer first. Many people here work in iron mines for a living. Instead of trying to understand the people here through remote data," he continued, "we want to experience their daily lives for ourselves." Hearing that, Morkan immediately asked back, "Do you really need to do that?" And Roman replied immediately, "Of course." His face was serious. "As long as my name is Dimitri, then I must do so." Morkan secretly admired. What an ideal answer. That was what he wanted to hear from a ruler and noble figure that everyone admired. And then Roman immediately brought up a shocking truth. "The real reason is that I am not Dimitri's master. Even though Dimitri has a large fortune, it still belongs to my father." Speaking of this, his face became solemn. "That's why we came to the iron mine, to find something we can offer Dimitri and find a legitimate reason to ask for our share." Morkan heard that and immediately curled his lips, laughing softly. Then he burst out laughing. "So that's why. To ask for a share of your father's property, I don't think so." Roman was a bit stunned by that statement. Roman was a bit stunned by Morkan's cheerful smile. He continued to tell him, "I thought you came here just to compete for the throne." Mr. Roman built his foundation in an iron mine, not a forge. He clasped his hand, indicating that he understood the importance of mining. Morkan now puffed out his chest with enthusiasm, grinning at Roman Dimitri. "I will answer all your questions." Morkan honestly answered my long series of questions. I gathered some surprising information from him. The size of Dimitri's iron mine is the largest in the kingdom. It's not wrong to say it's the largest on the continent. Especially the unknown land at the edge of the kingdom next to Dimitri, endless area. If it is possible to develop that area, Dimitri's assets will increase indefinitely. Morkan stroked his chin and said, "Actually, compared to the size of Dimitri's assets, product output is not very positive." Images of miners working hard appeared. Morkan's words continued. "Mining speed is reduced because of dangerous working conditions. As exploitation speed decreases, output also decreases. Of course, homeowner Dimitri has provided many safety measures. But nonetheless, mining is still very dangerous." He continued, his voice filled with concern. "The Northwest Mountains constantly have earthquakes. How can one person stop them?" The sentence was interrupted by a terrible earthquake, terrifying all the miners, not excluding Morkan and Roman. Morkan panicked and ran towards the source of the sound when a scream rang out, "Mr. Morkan!" In front of them, the image of a mine pit and a tragically collapsed ladder appeared. "Oh my God, what should we do? It could collapse further. Don't measure anything yet." While everyone was panicking, a strong voice rang out from Roman, "I will go!" Hearing this, Morkan immediately turned pale and shouted in panic, "No! You are the eldest young master of the Dimitri family. Even though you're a knight, going down there is still dangerous. We need to confirm the situation first." Roman turned to look at him, his eyes dark. "Then it will be too late, Morkan." Morkan turned pale, but Roman's steady voice continued, "I told you. Those with the surname Dimitri must fulfill their responsibilities." Standing tall in front of the collapsed hole, Roman firmly affirmed,
I will return. Prepare to bandage. Having finished speaking, he rushed into the hole. Just a short time later, a hand clung to the edge of the hole. Everyone was surprised to see that scene. Roman slowly climbed up, carrying the person in distress. Loud cheers. Young Master Dimitri has saved people. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Bring the splint and come here now." Roman began to treat the miner's leg wound. Everyone stood silently, watching him carefully bandage his wound. Only Morkan pondered. First aid is not easy, yet he understood it so clearly. Finished, Roman turned to everyone and said, "I finished first aid and brought him to the doctor. If medicine is needed, we will be responsible." Everyone said in unison, "Understood." After that, they quickly took the injured person away. Roman pondered and then spoke. "Listen, everyone. Today's accident is the fate of the miner profession." Roman clasped his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "No matter how carefully we prepare, we still cannot resist sudden disasters." He frankly declared, "But even though it's difficult, there will still be a way. As someone with the surname Dimitri, I will solve everyone's problems." Roman continued, his eyes filled with determination. "At any rate, it won't take long." The next day, Roman's father called him into his room. He worriedly asked, "Are you injured?" Roman shook his head and replied, "It's okay." The casual answer made him angry. "What were you thinking that you dared to do such a dangerous thing? Even if you are a swordsman of light, you cannot fend off disasters alone." He breathed a sigh of relief, but then slammed on the table, unable to control his anger. "Your reckless courage almost caused me to lose my beloved son. I'm not saying that because you're the eldest son of the Dimitri family." His face was full of murderous intent. His voice was deep like thunder. "If it were someone else, I wouldn't forgive. Two people risking their lives to save one person is unacceptable." Faced with his father's anger, Roman calmly replied, "I just did what I had to do." His father shouted, "Roman!" He remained calm and affirmed, "Even if I go back in time, I still won't change my decision." There was an accident at the iron mine. As a Dimitri family member, I believe I made the right decision. Roman emphasized each word. His father was angry at his son's stubbornness and ordered, "Stop working in the iron mine. I never asked you to work there. Why did you choose that? If you worked at the blacksmith shop, I wouldn't have stopped you." Roman slowly replied, "Father, I worked at the iron mine to better understand the Dimitri family. Dimitri is famous for its smelting techniques, but most people rely on iron mines to make a living. So of course you have to work in an iron mine, not a blacksmith shop." Father Roman was angry and asked, "So what did you learn there?" Roman answered clearly, "I see the difficulties people face." He was surprised. "Difficult?" Roman continued, "I know you care very much about the safety of your workers, and everyone respects you." His father disagreed. "But mining cannot be without danger. Earthquakes can happen at any time. What if the mine collapses? I repeat, that place is very prone to landslides like yesterday. Disaster cannot be avoided even with careful preparation." Roman firmly replied, "There is still a way, which is to use a magical artifact." His father pondered. Magical artifact? Using them to ensure iron mine safety is also good. But do you know how expensive they are? Protecting the iron mine entrance with artifacts would be very expensive. Roman did not hesitate to answer. "I know, but it is necessary. Furthermore, the use of air shields is not always guaranteed." His father wondered, "You know that, but still do it. Do you mean you need to use it anyway?" Roman continued to present his point of view. If the artifact is installed, not only will iron ore production increase, but there is also no need to limit exploitation in unused mines. This is a huge opportunity cost. He clenched his fists, showing his determination. "Although using ancient artifacts is very expensive, if we make more money than before, it's still worth it. Furthermore, we will organize a team of dedicated safety workers to reduce risks. Then use the increased profits to pay their salaries." Listening to the intelligent and lucid analysis, Mr. Romero was extremely satisfied and proud. "You said it so clearly, you must have already thought it all out. So, how much do we need to invest?"
If it doesn't work as you say, then watch out! In the world of martial arts, where there are only the weak and the strong, there are two groups famous for news gathering, Zibangwa and Haoman. Zibangwa gathered information through the world's beggars, listening to every story. Haoman relies on disadvantaged groups, always opening his ears to listen to people's stories. Roman closed his eyes and thought, choosing to work in an iron mine instead of a forge. I will catch all the news in the Northeast. Okay, thanks to my father's money and manpower, I will establish the Haoman group in this world, but that's still not enough. Roman returned to the study to continue thinking about strategy. The guild collects information, also known as tin hoi, cannot be limited to the Northeast. Furthermore, as information from across the continent was gathered, someone needed to organize it, because the guild members don't have enough expertise to handle news. The arranger must be from Dimitri's upper class. He had an idea. There was only one suitable person. After the war, the soldiers heard shocking news. Vice Captain of the Dimitri Knights, Chris, declared boldly, "From now on, I will teach you how to use mana and swordsmanship. This is a gift from the owner. Practice with all your soul and strength." Everyone was surprised, couldn't believe this was real. It was absurd. What is mana move? It's a unique system of mana usage. If it is not something that is widely devalued, it is certainly a priceless treasure. Lucas, with a sad look in his eyes, clearly recognized its value. Even a father wouldn't teach his son how to use mana, he insisted. Surely he just wants me to roam the market. No matter how loyal you are to Mr. Roman, it's not enough to give that treasure. Chris solemnly announced, "This move is called Kwangnang. This move is also called Asura, the name of a battlefield ghost from a distant land." Lucas was shocked and couldn't believe it. "It's crazy, I can already feel the mana." "It's only been a few days, and my senses have become extremely sharp. I even felt the gentle wind passing by." This is the light sword technique, compiled from 108 ways to fight enemies. A perfect move to take advantage of mental power. Chris kept wondering, casting blue mana from his body. What kind of person is Roman Dimitri? If I knew that Kwang Nong and Kwang Kim were taking over this world, even with relatives, I will keep it an absolute secret, let alone with the soldiers. He happily unleashed his moves. That day, I lost all my money just to learn how to use mana and endured the anxiety just to keep this Lucas happy. Lucas came to meet his master, wishing to live and die with him. "Sorry, but I want to be with you, master." Roman looked straight at Lucas, thinking deeply and evaluating him. Don't refuse. Former mercenary, experienced, with extensive connections, high improvisation ability. Having gone through many life changes, he is a very suitable person, Lucas said sadly and disappointedly. If I had to manage the Tin Association, then I will no longer be by my master's side. He said with all determination, when war with Barco. I have bet my life for you, master. Please don't push me away. Roman heard that and was extremely pleased. As I expected, everything is in my thoughts, he praised himself, then asked, What do you think? Why do I teach you light energy and light sword? Lucas was surprised by his master's question, not knowing. Roman said in a warm and majestic voice, I gave you that gift in return for your loyalty to me. He asked again, Lucas, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think this guy named Roman would do anything just to gain the loyalty of his soldiers? Lucas seemed to understand what Roman meant. Roman continued to explain. I don't expect you to be absolutely loyal to me. This is just the price I pay for you following me on the battlefield, risking your life. He smiled meaningfully. So what else do you think I would give to someone more important than my soldiers? Lucas heard this and understood for sure. Is there anything better than Kwang Nong? It seemed like Lucas himself didn't know what it was. But if he is absolutely loyal to this master, surely he will achieve it. Please obey, master. I will create the best guild in this entire continent. Roman looked at Lucas thoughtfully, thinking, You are agile and thoughtful, truly the leader of the High Moon Guild. At the mine, where everyone was working hard, everyone shouted in unison, Mr. Roman is here, my master! All were overjoyed. Everyone came to his side one by one, thanking him with all sincerity. "You really care about improving our safety, thank you very much." An old man was moved to tears. "Young master, thanks to you, my only son survived." He knelt down at Roman's feet, thanking him. "If you need us in the future, I will dedicate my life to you." Roman smiled happily. His eyes were satisfied and grateful. "Thank you, I look forward to your cooperation." From that day, the people's feelings for Dmitri turned to Roman, and this made Baron Romero extremely angry. 1 month has passed since the battle with Barco. At the permanent meeting of the Dmitri family, one person presented, "The Barco family has collapsed. In the northeast, there is no longer any force that can confront Dmitri." The old man continued, "The pro-Barco forces had also expressed their desire to ally with Dmitri." The old man looked towards the leader. "As you ordered, we have directly refused to negotiate with those who sided with Barco and caused tension with us." Looking down at the flyers, he asked, "How do you want to handle them?" Romero gave instructions. "Making peace with those who have seriously injured us is not noble but arrogant." He emphasized, "Do not negotiate with them. We will make them know the outcome of confronting Dmitri. Barco has shown us the variables that can occur when borrowing power from outside. Even though Barco and we have faced off, they are still a big threat thanks to variables like Flora and Homeros." Captain Jonathan explained, "That's why I want to increase our military force to counter these variables and buy more magic weapons." Roman's father thought, "Military force? Nothing makes us safer than it." The officials continued to discuss. "Thanks to young Master Roman, we have a lot of funds, even though we spent a lot on installing the artifact into the mine shaft." He pointed to the information written on the paper. "So the amount of iron has increased by 30% in a very short period of time. Turn around and say to the person next to you, 'If this continues, I believe it won't be long before I reach 100%. Romero Dmitri questions, "What about the cost of the antiquities?" Another person on this council immediately replied, "It's still okay if you count the increased profits." He began to make comments. Roman was right by working at the iron mine himself. He recognized this problem and thought of the most effective solution. Then, looking at everyone's smiling faces, his train of thought continued. People's assessment of Roman was something that was always changing, but it was finally completely concluded in this event. Dimitri's knight captain interrupted his thoughts with a question. "Sir, what are you thinking? Inheritance?" Romero's face lowered. "It's begun." Jonathan gave his opinion. 3 years ago, he chose young Master Rodwell as the new lord, because at that time young Master Roman's actions and personality were not suitable for this important position. The sound echoed out the window, but everything had changed. But now, he has proven his abilities. The battle with Barco, the safety issue of the iron mine, and his talent in swordsmanship. The crowd discussed and expressed their agreement. Young Master Roman's current actions showed the character of a ruler. "Yes, we think so too." According to the opinion of the crowd, he stated his opinion, "Since there has not been an official announcement yet, we think that equal competition is obvious." The inheritance battle between Roman and Rodwell creates a stir in the normally quiet Dmitri family. Romero repeated the names of his 2 children in his head and analyzed Roman and Rodwell. Although Roman had proven himself in a short time, Rodwell had shouldered the responsibility of heir from a young age. Then he sighed and wondered, is making them compete with each other after all this time the right decision? "Finally," Romero declared, "we will continue to observe the situation first." His hand tightly grasped the edge of the table. The issues from the meeting earlier surround Romero. The inheritance requires the consent of a few key individuals. The vassals, the iron mine chief, and finally the forge chief, Hendrik. Close your eyes, lean your head against the back of the chair. Only with the consent of those 3 parties will you be allowed to participate in the competition, no matter how chaotic. He spoke up, calling, "Hans!" Roman's close servant walked in, expressing doubt. "I don't understand what you mean." With a serious face, Romero repeated what he had just said. I'm asking you if Roman is suitable for the position of heir to the Dmitri family? He expressed bewilderment, but also answered seriously. If you asked me that question 3 months ago, I would have said no, but young Master Roman is very different now. His eyes were shining. From what I saw when I was around him, he became the right person for that position. Romero Dmitri said, Explain. Immediately, Hans gave the reason for what he had just said. Young Master Roman told me that he came to work in the mine to understand the people of Dmitri. People humble themselves to understand how they feel. Remember the image of him holding a pickaxe and following a group of miners, and face Dmitri's reality when directly exposed to them, Hans said in an assertive voice. Young Master Roman is currently the one who cares about the responsibilities of the person named Dmitri. Hearing that, Romero expressed, I understand, you go. Roman's father announced to the people outside the door, Call the iron mine chief immediately. I want to ask him about the iron mine collapse. The iron mine chief entered with a man. Romero turned his head to look, showing curiosity. Who is behind the skeleton? He presented the matter to his superiors. I heard you wanted to hear about what happened, so we brought people present at the scene. Having finished speaking, he slammed his hand into the worker standing behind him. He shouted, My name is Morkan from the iron mine. Romero silently thought, Morkan, the name is very familiar. At the same time, he asked him to tell in detail what happened that day. The veteran miner began to tell the story. The incident happened when the young master worked for a week at the iron mine. The pillar collapsed, crushing a worker. When we want to take the safest option to avoid further collapse, young Master Roman said, that he could save that worker. Although a bit scared, Morkan continued to narrate. He entered that place even though we stopped him and saved him. He expressed his true feelings. To be honest, at first I didn't have a good impression of the young master. But now I realize how stupid I was, the veteran miner reported. In that accident, the young master said that he was responsible, must solve everyone's problems as the eldest child of the Dmitri family. Recalling the image of Roman at that time with a determined face, I'll go, you said. He was the one who wanted to save that worker. Mokan bowed low before Romero Dmitri. If you want to ask me how I evaluate the young master, then I will say, he is the heir I will trust and obey wholeheartedly. Although he asked the two people, Romero was still not sure. Everyone says Roman is fit to be the heir, but I'm still confused. The most important decision belongs to the blacksmith. The sound of weapon repair echoed outside. The sign hanging the hammer signifies that this is the blacksmith's workplace. A worker went to ask for instructions. The furnace chief, young Master Roman, has requested many items to be repaired. What should we do? The forge chief said, Take it. Then he couldn't believe his hands and asked again, Ah? Hendrik shouted loudly, I said accept! Saying this, he immediately obeyed. He finished casting the sword furnace and thought to himself, Honestly, I wanted to refuse, but after hearing what happened in the mine from Jacob, then I feel guilty for treating him badly. It's really chaotic. On this side, looking at the pile of broken costumes and battle weapons, the workers exclaimed, How much training did they have to get like this? Standing out in the pile was a sword with golden light. He shouted, What the hell is this? Holding the sword in his hand, Hendrik felt it. The blade was so sharp. The weight is also very suitable. The handle is gentle. This is also a masterpiece. And then he had to say to himself, This is an excellent sword. Even in the forging land, Dmitri was hard to find. He was extremely curious. Where did he get this? Looking at the bright golden light surrounding it, that was no less than a flame, Hendrik appreciated its mana sensitivity is excellent. The power from the sword continuously radiated. Without mana being put in, it was already so strong. When there is aura, the sword will be even stronger, so this cannot be ignored. His thoughts continued. I claim to be the best in the continent in the field of iron casting, but raising the mana sensor is a completely different matter. I have to ask him myself. All weapons have been repaired. Chris was surprised. It's done. I thought it would take at least 2 weeks. The blacksmith's whole body exuded the feeling of living without regrets and replied, Me too, it usually takes about 2 weeks, but Hendrik is having some sort of seizure, should make the blacksmiths focus entirely on this.
The vice-captain slowly turned his head back. Hendrik's face was dark from working continuously without stopping. He shouted, "Roman, where did you get this sword?" He quickly wanted to know the answer. "Who made it? Tell everyone." He thought to himself, just as planned, smiling slightly. "I didn't get it from anywhere." He was extremely confused and immediately asked again, "Why, what do you mean?" At this point, Roman raised his hand to his chest, smiled brightly, and replied, "That sword was made by me, that's right, I made it myself." Hendrik then shouted loudly, his voice sounding like thunder, "Do you think I will believe it, Mr. Roman, who stands before you?" "It's the blacksmith master in Dmitri," he said seriously. "Even though you know that, you're still joking with me. The rumors saying that Roman Dmitri has changed are definitely not true." Roman still kept a calm expression on his face. "I'm serious. The name of the only sword on this continent is Salamander." He was angry. Even now, His words were interrupted. "I will show you. If you see it with your own eyes, you will believe it." "You are confident. I believe that the master blacksmith representing the Dmitri family will have the right view, right?" Two people chatting in a house. Inside there is a smithy. He walked closer to the table while recounting the process of making his sword. "While preparing for war with Barco, I realized that I need a very good sword to be able to entrust my life to it. So I endured the hot fire of the smithy and worked diligently. It feels like the smithy is my hiding place." Hendrik listened silently, standing next to the smithy, his face illuminated by the light. I turned my head to look at him and said deeply, "I think he also understands how I feel." "Hendrik, you hold out your hand in front of the forge. We will soon need to defend, so I recently started making a sword that can replace the salamander." He stared at the table, making a decision. "What I will show you is the process by which I made that sword." Having said that, he took off the shirt he was wearing. Hendrik stood behind him and observed, secretly surprised. Didn't he wear protective gear? He crossed his arms and sighed. "I bet he doesn't know anything about blacksmithing. I have no other choice but to stand and see what happens." While he was thinking, a sound of metal colliding with the table rang out. He glanced over in surprise. His hands began to work. Each knock of the hammer rang out. In my mind, I constantly remind myself of the difference between the two worlds. Metal processing standards between the martial world and this world are very different. Because people in this world do not have complete control over mana, they invested more effort into their ability to use the sword. On the other hand, martial arts focus more on the speed of airflow. The sword has increased gas density. Only swords like this are considered superior in martial arts, and because I survived a life of war, so I created valuable swords for myself. Roman's whole body seemed to be enveloped in firelight. He was currently in what Hendrik called a trance. In his heart, he kept screaming in disbelief, "No way, is it Roman Dmitri? Is that Roman Dmitri?" Metal processing ability, iron forging speed, the sound of the hammer, and the welding ability are all perfect. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't stop exclaiming in his heart. This scene reminds me of Romero Day, while in the prime of that day. I believe this feeling is unmistakable. The sun gradually disappears behind the mountain. It seemed he had finished the product and was currently holding a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. He bowed his head in recognition. He was truly the one who made that sword. "I sincerely apologize." He slightly raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. "Then make a decision. I will give it to Mr. Salamander." The words shocked him, and he immediately raised his head. "He means the finished product he just created is lying on the table. You see, I just created a new sword. Furthermore, I sold your sword a while ago. You hold the hilt of the sword in your hand, so now I want to give it to Mr. Salamander as a gift." Going back in time to 3 years ago, a loud scream came from a large house. "Please come to your senses. Hendrik is losing his temper. Is your eldest son so important that you would abandon the future of the Dmitri family?" He never stopped persuading. If someone asks what kind of person Roman is, surely there would be dozens of people who would describe him as a bastard. Do you really want to make Roman the heir to this family? He felt confused. Wasn't there any alternative?
Romero Dimitri sat with his arms crossed and eyes closed, listening to his questions. He slammed his hands on the table and said loudly, "I'm talking about the second son." Only Rodwell was the one who learned blacksmithing from a young age. Isn't that enough to prove the value of this capital? Romero looked worriedly at the glass of wine he was holding in his hand. After 3 years, Roman has changed, but I'm still worried that Hendrik won't accept it. Hendrik laughed and couldn't close his mouth. Of course we agree. Mr. Roman is very qualified to become his successor, Romero asked again. Are you serious? Hendrik was sure. How could I lie to Master Romero? He recalled the image of Roman working hard. Even though no one is watching, he also worked extremely hard. His voice lowered. To be honest, when he asked me to give him some weapons, then I only gave him old things because I didn't like him. But do you know what he said? He said the act of giving those weapons to my soldiers was no different than murder. After the days when I thought poorly of Mr. Roman, I started thinking again. It's true that Mr. Roman always thinks about the interests of the Dimitri family. He recalled the image of Roman absorbed in his work. Not only that, I even witnessed him working in the smithy with my own eyes. Working extremely enthusiastically despite having to endure the heat from the forging fire, I cannot help but acknowledge his talent. He placed the sword on the table. This is the sword he made himself. Surely you will know its value just by looking at it. Romero pulled his sword out of its sheath to observe and was surprised. He looked at the sword and felt incredible in his heart. How could Roman make a sword like this? Hendrik stood facing him with a serious voice. As a master of blacksmithing, I think I need to reconsider my decision from 3 years ago. Romero opened a drawer with a letter inside. Rodwell's letter, Dad. It's Rodwell. Currently, I have been promoted to S level at the Royal Academy in the capital, Cairo. You will be able to skip theory classes and just focus on accumulating experience as a family manager. You will graduate with the highest score at this academy so that father can be proud of his son. You will open a new future for Dimitri. He placed the letter on the table and turned away. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood, looking out the window, thinking. Both Roman and Rodwell are showing off their talent. But Rodwell, who is considered a genius, cannot compare to the current Roman. Roman is so talented that he is famous not only in the Cairo kingdom, but also in the entire continent. He seriously analyzed that, as soon as Rodwell graduated, Roman would carry out the responsibility of managing the defense army. At that time, I will declare war on the succession dispute. A few days later, Willa is a monk in Valhalla and a high-ranking officer. At the entrance to Dimitri, 2 people were riding horses slowly entering. Inside, Romero and Hans, his close servant, were waiting. Romero said hello first. I am Romero Dimitri. Are you from Valhalla Temple? The person opposite introduced himself. My name is Zalas, a monk of Valhalla Temple in the Cairo area. I heard Roman Dimitri defeated Homer. He took off his hood and said, the fact that I personally came here is to further confirm whether the level ranking is a true reflection or not. It's just a coincidence, level ranking. Even if that person is low level, it is also necessary to consider recognizing the level of the family. Romero smiled politely and offered, take a break and see him tomorrow. Why don't you take this time to visit Dimitri? He agreed. Okay, he reminded. There will be a guide nearby. Hans guided the 2 around and introduced. The Dimitri family is famous for having the largest forge in the Cairo kingdom, as well as extremely high-quality metal products. Walking around here, you will see that the interior is all made of metal. He passionately introduced. Even the gate was no exception. At this moment, suddenly a simultaneous shout rang out from behind, 1-2, attracting Lars' attention. He turned his head and saw a group of people practicing not far away and immediately commented, Can we go over there and take a look? Hans stood behind him, smiled, and said, You can stand here and observe. He replied casually, Thank you. 2 wooden swords collided. The 2 people who were fighting were thrown far away from their opponent's attack. Warrior Bucky proudly encouraged his opponent, Can your body still grow despite such poor defense, Kevin? Kevin raised his sword into an attack stance. Don't say such meaningless words. Bucky laughed loudly and agreed, Okay, let's go. Both were filled with determination, their faces filled with the will to win. Seeing the intense battle, Dallas couldn't help but feel confused and worried. He saw two warriors rush at each other, their two swords sparkling with light at the same time, making him surprised and stuttering. No, those new recruits are light swordsmen. Of the 30 people chosen to be Roman warriors, no one was a light swordsman. Roman crossed his arms over his chest and asked, "It seems like you have quite a bit of martial arts." He said a few more words to Bucky, then scratched his head apologetically. At that time, no one understood what he said. But one day, not even a month had passed, and Bucky was able to activate his light energy. After that, the warriors' attitude towards training completely changed. To become stronger, to overcome that wall, they are willing to risk their lives. The test match took place. Bucky swung his sword to challenge. "Block this attack and see." He slashed the sword straight without hesitation. Kevin blocked the attack without changing expression. Bucky shouted loudly, "Damn, those eyes are so scary!" Kevin pulled out his sword and stabbed straight. The tip of the sword was now in front of Bucky. Kevin, with fiery eyes, rushed forward. Bucky yelled, "Was it necessary to go this far?" Kevin, with a cold face, said, "Yes," but pushed forward. Then the two rushed into each other again. Kevin put his sword to Bucky's neck and said coldly, "If this were a battlefield, your head would already be rolling on the ground." Zalas had been watching, a bit startled. What the hell was he witnessing? All warriors used the same swordsmanship. Furthermore, they performed it extremely skillfully. Truly, warriors from a remote land like this. It's like a miniature version of the Valhalla Empire. They were certainly not ordinary warriors, but knights specially raised by Dmitri. He looked at the two of them arguing, filled with doubt, not understanding when Dmitri got this power. Indeed, Dmitri was the main resource of the Northeast, but this power was completely beyond the capabilities of a rural family. The person next to him also suddenly asked him, "Is Dmitri really a mining city, Father Zalas?" He didn't know how to explain it, and I couldn't believe my eyes. He was reluctant to say a single sentence. What we can be sure of is that they are not ordinary warriors. It was definitely Barco Romero's Dmitri Knights. Hans, next to him, heard it and explained, "Well, they're not Dmitri Knights. They don't belong to any organization." Then he chuckled. They were simply young Master Roman's private soldiers. After hearing this, Zalas was stunned. He was just a private soldier. He held Hans's shoulder tightly. He impatiently questioned, how could a light swordsman be just an ordinary private soldier? Hiring them must cost a lot of money, right? Or are they just apprentice knights? He slowly said, "I don't know why you ask that. If you're talking about Bucky and Kevin, they weren't light swordsmen before. Kevin was a commoner specially invited by the young master, and Bucky is just a sea-level mercenary. They only grow thanks to the docility of the young master. Isn't it great to be the successor of the Dmitri family? Young Master Roman has a great eye for talent. He is truly Dmitri's blessing." After hearing this, Zalas was rooted to the spot. Who the hell is Roman Dmitri? The next day, he put the cup of tea on the table, mumbling to himself, finally able to meet him. He sat comfortably with his feet up, lost in thought. Roman Dmitri. Maybe he's a genius in the human world who hasn't found a chance yet, or a hero who hasn't been able to fully develop his talent. The door opened and the servant's voice rang out. "The young master has arrived." Zalas began to evaluate. His gait was leisurely, his eyes confident but not arrogant, his attitude relaxed. He was used to the life of the strong. He stood in front of him and introduced, "Nice to meet you. I'm Roman Dmitri." The two sat down together. He began to ask, he had indeed defeated Homeros in combat, had he? He affirmed, yes. He continued, "It seems like you still don't realize what you've done. Homeros is not simply the 49th ranked person, but also someone who is expected to become even stronger after reaching 4 stars, and he defeated that guy when he was only 25 years old. Do you know what that means? That is, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the greatest genius in Cairo history." After listening, Roman burst out laughing. "No need to beat around the bush like that. What we do is just impossible in theory, so why don't we get straight to the point?" He looked at him and continued, "I will tell you the ranking procedure after confirming the truth. A ranked match is divided into official and unofficial matches. In an official match,
Each person will have to defeat one opponent under the witness of an observer authorized by the Valhalla Shrine. The results of an official match will be displayed on the leaderboard immediately afterwards, and you will be provided with a rating confirmation ID. However, in an unofficial match, when defeating someone on the leaderboard, that person's position will be replaced, and the current rank will only be promoted after 1 year. In any situation, it is impossible to take that loser's place, even if you win an unofficial match. He listened attentively to him. However, after assessing his strength, the final winner of all unofficial matches will take the lowest position in the rankings. Vermin understood in his heart. In other words, he would become the 100th ranked person if he could prove his strength. The Valhalla Shrine only trusted their own eyes, Zalas kept explaining. Then he pushed a ball towards him. To verify the strength of the winner of unofficial matches, we use a solar power bridge. The verification method is very simple. If you pass the criteria that we have pre-selected in the solar energy test, you will be considered qualified and get the lowest position in the rankings. In such cases, it is not like the official match. We don't provide it, we just try to delay the time, because the person ranked 100th will sooner or later become the challenger's prey. He wondered, why do I have to go so far to get my name on the rankings? He continued, so that your name would be known to the world as a swordsman. Even though there's no special reward, he smiled slightly. Was it necessary to take such risks just for fame? Then continue to give your opinion, if so. Wouldn't it be much simpler to just defeat a high-ranked person in an official match? Zalas was quite upset inside. What did he think was an official match? But there was some hesitation on his lips. Of course, participating in an official match is the simplest way to prove your strength. But starting a ranked match is not so simple. There are many procedures that need to be prepared for an official ranking match. Moreover, in the Northeast, no one has ever made it into the rankings, so arranging the contestants itself is impossible. Roman said shyly, I know it's a shame. Zala said, doesn't care. So let's start checking. It's simple. The color of your aura will change based on the amount of mana you pour into it. Red is 1 star, orange is 2 stars, yellow is 3 stars, and 4 stars or more will be green. He stood up next to him and explained, he defeated a 4-star light swordsman, so at least his power must reach 3-star yellow. Roman nodded to show he understood, his hand placed on the ball, silently assessing in his heart, it's not like martial arts. The development of this world relies on mana, a tool that can determine the skills of a fighter or a magician. What kind of existence is that? Are they like witches in martial arts? Or extraordinary humans who have attained divine power? I can't ignore the power of magic. Zalas spoke up. Please begin. Roman was quite excited. The logic of the two worlds was completely different. What will happen if I use this world's method to transfer mana? He smiled complacently. If I want to know, let's try it. After he transferred mana into the sphere, a powerful purple power radiated out. That flow of power is getting stronger and stronger. Zalas couldn't keep his mouth shut when he saw it, panicked, and said, What the hell? Roman placed his hand on the power ball. A ray of blinding purple light emitted. Just a few seconds later, it quickly turned orange. Zalas stood next to him, watching with great surprise at this phenomenon. Red? Oh no, oranges. Although the measurement time usually does not take more than 5 minutes, the ball did not stop at one color. Now it turned yellow again. He was puzzled. Even though he was a 4-star light swordsman, the color-changing speed was too fast like this. Roman smirked and looked at the sphere under his hand, which was changing color dizzily. I guess this world's methods can only allow me to measure this far. Then I should try some of Volam's methods, right? After that smirk, the energy ball glowed a blinding green. It was so overwhelmed with energy. It swells up and then cracks on the surface and loses its luster. Zalas gasped in surprise. It can't be! The light energy bridge is broken. Talking about the search for light energy. It was an item created from the culmination of the continent's greatest minds. It was a perfect product, whose durability was created from the mana infused by the 6-star swordsman. The highest color it can display is green.
Even if energy exceeds the input threshold, the radiosurgery bridge will still function without complications. Roman asked a question. Is it defective? Zalas faltered. Impossible, he said. He found a reason to tell Roman, this has never happened before, so I can't give you a clear answer. Then I thought to myself, before it broke, the solar energy sphere must have emitted green light. Looking at the black orb, he was confused. Roman Dmitri is a 4-star swordsman. Remembering the moment when Roman touched the ball, he was no different from a demon. Zalas began to speculate. He is not some dragon that is not strong enough to fly, but a fully grown monster. I couldn't believe there was such a huge monster in Dmitri. He thought of an extremely shocking outcome, the appearance of an engine with the potential to reach 6 stars in the Cairo kingdom. Above all, the Salamander continent will be overthrown by the appearance of Roman Dmitri. Zalas gently pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and said slowly, "That's unfortunate." He carefully collected the orb and explained, "This is the first time, so we can't make any judgments right away. We will send you the results soon." He hugged the ball incomprehensibly. Must complete the goal of finding out why the Empire built the Valhalla Temple in Cairo, Zalas said softly. "I'm sorry." He turned and walked away, with a new goal in mind. Roman Dmitri. I need to learn more about him. Zalas had returned to his room, sitting in front of a desk cluttered with papers. He thought to himself, what's wrong with that Roman? He's completely different from before he turned 25. Can one person really change that much? He held the paper tightly in his hand and speculated, the subjugation of the Blood Fangs and the fight against Barco. He even handled his own work perfectly. A person with nerves of steel is willing to risk his life for his own goals and make them come true. Zalas raised his eyebrows and felt, human Roman not only has monstrous strength, he also has the intelligence to use it effectively. Holding the report in his hand, he read it again before sending it. There is nothing unusual about the optical fixation ball. The only reason why it broke that comes to mind is probably because the strength it endured exceeded its own threshold. Green is displayed under normal conditions. Zalas quickly pushed his chair back and stood up. As I thought, this must be reported immediately. Then he stood before the scroll and recited the incantation. I am Zalas from Cairo side. I want to raise Roman Dmitri's status to selection target. About the Valhalla Empire. Not only do they fight together, but they also realize that the higher one's imperial status increases, the more cunning one must be. And they also know how to take advantage of the country's media on a ranking system to assess the outlook level of other countries. Because everyone with talent is hungry, one day rise to occupy a position of rank. Even though they were few in number, Valhalla still found them easily. In front of Zalas, in the bright light, appeared a pastor wearing a hooded cloak. He said slowly, surely this is someone who deserves a lot of hope. Raise Roman Dmitri's rating to A level and find a way to recruit him. He used a terrifyingly lifeless voice to give orders. Again, the most important factor when recruiting talent from other countries is confidence. You must be as natural as possible, gently manipulating him back to Valhalla. Zalas placed his hand on his chest and obeyed. He bowed his head respectfully. I will tell Dmitri that the optical bridge is broken. Roman Dmitri will be classified as a 3-star swordsman instead of 4-star. This mission will be completed once we place him in the unofficial rank 100 position. It's just that his entry into the rankings will cause an uproar in Cairo. The next day, Zalas's declaration completely overturned Cairo's order, the birth of the youngest writer, in the capital of beautiful Cairo. This place has just received an announcement that changes the whole system. The nobleman's voice was surprised at the information he had just heard. Is that true? His close servant carefully repeated, Yes, Zalas of Valhalla Temple was defeated by Dmitri and confirmed he is a 3-star swordsman, and the rumor of Roman defeating Homeros also seems to be true. Mr. Marquette listened thoughtfully as he said, However, out there, people are still talking about Homeros being caught off guard and thus losing without being able to use his 4-star aura power. He spoke up, How old is Roman this year? The servant replied, Yes, 2 years. Marquette praised, Only 2 years old, but already 3 stars. It seems that outstanding potential has emerged in the outfield. He suddenly remembered to ask, how did other powers react? The assistant immediately informed him about the situation. The great powers quickly began to act, especially the two empires, Kronos and Valhalla. Marquette was angry. Those damn empire bastards, how dare they contact him before us, while the place where he appeared was Cairo and not anywhere else. Currently, Cairo is divided into 4 factions. The royal faction supports the majestic king, the aristocratic faction is gathered around Marquette Benedict, the pro-Kronos faction, and the pro-Valhalla faction are influenced from outside. Such is the situation of the small nation of Cairo. He quickly ordered, quickly send someone to lure Roman Dmitri back to our side before the other factions go. Marquette rubbed his chin and emphasized, especially the royal side. We must do everything to prevent him from falling into their hands. In the Cairo kingdom, on the western front, the city gate was empty. Cairo shares a western border with the Kronos Empire and a southern border with Hector's kingdom. Kronos was one of the 2 great powers of the continent, the birthplace of Emperor Alexander. They always tried to ask Cairo to merge and become their subject country and attacked the border area for many years. Cairo's soldiers fell more and more on the front lines every day. The citizens of Cairo surrendered to the enemies of their nation and family, following Kronos, who also pressured them to surrender from within. Looking at soldiers' corpses piled up on the front lines, the sound of a soldier cursing rang out, "Damn royal scum!" He complained indignantly, unable to believe we weren't even allowed to hold funerals for those who fought for this country. A concerned person asked, "Are you okay, Rodwell?" He said quietly, "I'm used to it now. It's not like the first experience anymore." That soldier clasped his hands behind his head in disgust. I never thought the front line would be so disgusting. Every day I think about giving up my student diploma and returning home. They approached the spot near the burning candle, lit a fire, and threw it there. The 2 silently watched the fire burn the unfortunate soldiers until the funeral was not held. Rodwell mused, "This is actually a small and weak country like ours. But the Western battle did not have a peaceful day because those were aiming to target Cairo from the outside." Rodwell's friend leisurely said, "Did you hear the news? Your brother Roman has become a fraud." He frowned and thought of Roman. His fists clenched uncomfortably. Did it really reach 3 stars? "No, the younger brother I know couldn't possibly do that," Rodwell coldly rebutted. "It's just a rumor. I don't know why my family spread such rumors, but forget about cheating. You can't even take care of yourself." Standing in front of the crackling fire, he gently said, "When the right time comes, the truth will appear." At Dimitri's house at that time, the servant's voice rang out, "Young master, you have a guest coming to see you." Roman was surprised, and then ordered everyone to go out. In the living room at this time, Envoy Bector sat opposite Roman with a conciliatory attitude. "I'll get straight to the point. I serve under the king of Cairo." He gave a fake smile. "The reason I came to see you, Dimitri, is to appoint you." Roman Dmitri became the royal knight of the Imperial Seven. So, the royal faction has also begun to act to attract Roman Dmitri, the dragon hidden at the border. Cairo's 4 factions have sprung into action. Roman chuckled in anticipation of their upcoming drama. Royal knights are people who directly serve the king. It became the highest position a knight could attain. Envoy Bector clasped his hands and explained, "Actually, directly nominating someone as a royal knight is very rare. Normally, he would have to go through an arduous selection process established by the royal family itself for the privilege of serving in the cavalry." He looked at him and smiled, but he was an exception. "If you will come with us to the city now and swear allegiance to the king, you will be admitted without having to go through admission." Roman interrupted him, "That's all." Bector was offended. "Are you refusing? So why do I have to become a royal knight?" The envoy quickly offered attractive benefits to invite. "Once you become a royal knight, you will be given your own mansion, and the Dmitri family will be given a higher position." Roman was not pleased. Was that the best the royal family had? Bector was surprised by his question. "The best thing?" He slammed the table and said loudly, "You are making a huge mistake. You can become a royal knight, get a new position. There's even a new mansion right in the capital. Those rewards are too great for him." Roman emphasized every word. You are the one who is delusional, not me. Bector is confused. What do you mean? He said slowly. 5 days ago, someone from Count Gregory's family came to me in exchange for my promise of loyalty to the family. They offered to give me a mansion in the capital, thousands of square meters of land, and gold and silver. In addition, they also want me to join the family through a political marriage. The envoy silently cursed. The bastards from the Kanos territory had acted first. Roman hasn't stopped yet from the Denver family 3 days ago. They want to be my patrons. Last night I met someone from the Benedict family. They offered us a more unusual condition. They offer 3 times the conditions of other families. Also, next month I will govern the Dmitri family myself. Hearing this, the sky in front of the envoy quickly collapsed. It was really over. He clasped his hands on his knees and blamed himself. We're too late. But Bector still tried to convince him. Even so, there is still no reason why you wouldn't choose to be with us. As you said, they are traitors plotting to devour the entire kingdom. Thanks to the leader of the Royal Knights, Cairo's best swordsman, he stopped the rebellion. Seeing that Roman was silent, he took the opportunity to say more and completely controlled them. However, governing the country makes it difficult for the royal family because their eyes and ears are limited. The envoy became more and more worried, but he knew that Cairo was really a small country. Even the previous proposals were met with opposition from the nobles. So all I'm sure of is the position of royal knight for you. You urgently, however, I sincerely beg you, can you contribute your strength to the king? Roman secretly smiled. In just one kingdom there are 4 powers. I am used to this situation because I am the 12th son of Tianhua. He crossed his arms leisurely. The 3 previous offers, even from the royal family, did not convince me. Therefore, I have no intention of accepting any offer. The envoy just heard you say, I will not refuse everything. At this point, he breathed a sigh of relief, not yet in denial but still hopeful. Roman stood up to invite guests, saying, You should just go back today. Bector also quickly replied, I understand. He bowed his head in greeting. I will wait for the day when you will dedicate your loyalty to the king. 4 offers, 4 rejections. Roman has no intention of contributing to any power. He smiled slightly. Anyway, they will confront us. We should buy time by making all 4 factions wait. One morning, the steady sound of a stick still echoed on the practice field. Roman had just finished practicing and stopped to rest for a moment when a greeting was heard from next to him. It turned out to be a waiter. He bowed politely. I came from Van Halla's Human Intelligence Department. He was a bit surprised. It was Van Halla, but he was wearing Dimitri's uniform. Your eyebrows are a bit high. What's wrong? His eyes became cold and threatening. Didn't I send a message to the Denver family a few days ago? Markin was startled, thinking what was wrong with this person's eyes, but he quickly spoke. I'm very sorry for approaching you rudely. While bowing respectfully, he explained, At that time, because there were too many hands and eyes, I couldn't act properly. But for now, you can consider this as the sincere wish of the Van Halla family. The Van Halla family fully valued his potential. That fake waiter tried his best to convince him, but his background was a problem. Furthermore, leaving a quite wealthy family like Dimitri's is also a difficult matter. We are here to give you a position and a metal mine. We will also give you a fertile territory to help you maintain your position in the family as a capable person. Roman was a bit surprised. My family's survival was indeed a strange proposal, he said. Markin emphasized, the most important thing for a swordsman is power. The Van Halla Empire owns the secret book, and that is also the gift they promised to give him. Roman was really surprised. Van Halla specializes in things like mind magic, great sword skills, and keeps all the records from their ancestors. They keep them in the family library. Mindfulness is most closely defined by the breathing, meditation, and mental management methods associated with Taoism and Chinese martial arts. Those records are classified based on content level, except for special records, or also the highest level. The remaining copies are all stored in the first class. Markin smiled. In the end, Van Halla will organize the main governing apparatus after conquering the 6 palaces. If you agree to follow them, glory, wealth, and power will be achieved quickly. He narrowed his eyes. So on Valhalla's side, where the glorious future will belong to you. Roman silently praised the level of persuasive speech rhythm. It struck human psychology. Any intelligent person would accept the offer, but you go against the majority and firmly say, I refuse. Markin was immediately surprised. Are you serious? Roman explained, the reason for my refusal was not because your offers were not attractive enough or because of my loyalty to the kingdom. He wondered, so why? He answered the call, we have received many offers. I'm at a crossroads in life, so it's not just suggestions. I want to carefully consider what's worth sacrificing for. Markin was completely surprised by the answer. Roman believes that the way to increase one's self-worth by not taking sides is to make oneself appear honest. Personally, I will make submitting to a certain force a difficult decision. So, to make any power want your services, Roman must somehow make people believe that once he pledges loyalty, he will devote his best to them. And Markin was moved by that expression, without knowing that it was just a deliberate pretense. He couldn't know what he was thinking, so when he heard this, he smiled widely. I don't know how long it will take you to realize Valhalla's value, but we can't wait too long, Markin seriously suggested. Be careful not to realize it too late, so please respond to our offer at that time. Roman quickly nodded to show he understood. He turned around and walked away, but suddenly forgot something. Markin turned around and said, I will give you a gift as a symbol of our upcoming collaboration. He reminded, be careful of your southern defense shield. It's like a bomb that could explode at any time. In Dmitri's house, he and Hans said goodbye to Roman. Father, I will come back healthy, Roman said, then decisively turned around and walked away. Mr. Romero sighed worriedly. Mrs. Lihana held her husband's hand and gently comforted him. Don't worry too much. It's not the northern border, where we share a boundary with the Kronos domain. She smiled slightly. It was sent to the safe southern border. He frowned slightly. It will definitely return safely, I know. Looking at the back of him leaving, he sighed. But I guess worrying about his children is inevitable. Roman was ready to fight and called out to his soldiers, Let's go! Their voices echoed. They still did not know that Roman's appearance at the southern border would bring consequences as soon as he returned. At the last forest station before reaching the southern border, Roman ordered, We will rest here today and continue to the border as soon as we arrive tomorrow. The soldiers said in unison, obeying orders. The soldiers were busy moving their belongings to the roadside inn and happily rented an inn for us that day. I heard that other nobles forced their soldiers to camp outside, as expected of our lord. Roman had settled down in the motel room but heard unusual noises outside. He had just walked down the stairs when he heard a loud voice. Who are you, bastards? Do you know who I am? I am the son of the Anbeck family, the arrogant voice said. It turned out to be a big fat guy. His name is Henry Albeck. Roman read the contents of the letter. I heard you were on a national defense mission. I understand your contributions to this kingdom, but I can't let someone like you become one of us with eye and health damage in harsh environments. I intervened so that you were sent to the southern front line. Remember this well. The Benedict family is always waiting for you. Roman finished reading the letter and fell into thought. During the past few months, he had continuously shown his goodwill. The Marquis, who leads the noble faction, must really not want to lose face. Besides me, there is no one more talented to fight against the National Knights. He thought of the southern front line, contrary to the Marquis's belief that it was safe there. The Van Halen news agency said that place was a time bomb waiting to explode. Surely once I get there, I will find out. A loud voice rang out. I am the only son of the Albeck family. That fat guy proudly introduced himself, Henry Albeck. Chris looked at that guy arrogantly, claiming to be a descendant of one of Cairo's holy clans who wanted to use this inn. How dare a despicable being like you disobey me? Roman saw the noise and came over to ask, What's going on? Chris had to explain the situation. He ordered us to leave here because he wanted to use this inn. I said we booked the whole place, but he's still stubborn. Roman remembered what kind of family the Albeck family was and despised it in his mind. He was basking in his former glory, while now they weren't even a holy race anymore, but he didn't really care. It didn't matter anyway. Roman asked again, "Why do we have to leave?" Henry was surprised by that question. He asked, "Are you their owner?" Roman admitted. "Yes." Henry snapped, "So be a little more reasonable." He was arrogant in front of him. "I don't know where you come from, but do you understand that upsetting me will ultimately be extremely detrimental to you? Because we're all aiming for Southern training or not?" That Henry arrogantly ordered, "I will give you 10 minutes. Take this trash with you and get out of my sight." Roman looked at Henry's behavior and understood. So this is how people treat members of a small family like Dmitri. He coldly said, "I will not leave this inn." His hand was placed on the sword, gradually pulling it out. "There is a very simple way to solve the problem in cases like this." Roman pointed his sword at Henry and ordered, "Draw your sword." His eyes flashed fearfully. "If you win against me, I will happily leave this inn." That Henry was now angered by his brother's challenge. "Do you dare?" The soldier next to Henry suddenly realized something. "Stop now," he immediately said, halting his actions. "Dear master," Henry asked angrily, "how?" He immediately said, "That name is Roman Dmitri. The swordsman recently became famous for becoming the youngest gladiator in history." Henry stopped when he heard this and panicked. "Is that bastard Roman Dmitri? Cairo's youngest fighter in battle with Baco, he killed their eldest son in front of his own father. The devil has no blood or tears. Is that Roman Dmitri?" Roman saw him standing still and asked, "Why did you suddenly stop there?" Henry's mind was now blank. The glue was stiff, and he felt like he was really broken. His mind painted the scene of Roman's eyes flashing with fire, looking at him enormously. Henry knew the outcome himself. He pulled out his sword. The end result was his death. He sweated profusely thinking about that scene, pretending, "Oh, please excuse me. We forget that we are limited." But Henry still pretended, "Let's end this. Let's just pretend this is my fault, and let's pretend everything's been handled. You better be grateful. I want nothing more than to punish you for disrespecting the Albeck family." But in the middle of speaking, he opened his eyes and looked. Henry was startled to see Roman standing tall in front of him, not saying a word. He shouted and ran out of the shop. The soldier following him did not have time to call out. Roman looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. In his mind, he said to himself, "So the southern front line is like this." That day, up to 3 similar incidents happened, and all 3 of them ran away in panic after hearing Roman's name. At night, Roman went to the beer shop and told the owner the story. After listening, she commented, "This is so common here. Compared to the western front line, this southern front line has no real danger, for we have quite amicable relations with Hector. That's why the children of nobles, those who couldn't escape the clan's grip, tried their best to reach the southern front lines. Also known as a resort, training is lax, and there is nothing here that makes one risk one's life. This is a perfect location for nobles to complete their duty to protect their country. At night, Roman looked at the map. He calculated that exactly 48 days ago, the Hector Kingdom's expedition team had crossed the border. Even if they only confirmed the movements of the southern front line and then returned, he said, but then also checked 3 more times on the southern front line. He stood in the middle of the room with only one light on, contemplating. "I'm not sure if they are preparing for war or not," he thought, "but it's only from such small pieces of information gathered. It also shows that the current southern front line is not a holy place." Roman flashed a dangerous smile. "War," he expected. He smelled a familiar scent of blood lingering in the air. The next morning, a man loudly introduced himself. "I am Viscount Ballet Frank, conductor. Southern Training Management is a place that provides basic training for soldiers sent to the southern front line. After 3 weeks of training, you will be added to the Reserve Corps and will spend the remainder of your service there." The soldiers below did not listen. Everyone yawned. Whatever your title was before joining the army, forget it all. Here you are simply a soldier completing your military service. Roman was also there to listen. "If any of you commit acts that violate the rules, then you will have to accept the punishment of being sent to the Western Front line." Roman breathed a sigh of relief. He felt normal with this punishment, was simply sent to the Western Front lines. "I thought no one would be afraid." But he looked around and saw everyone stiffen and become serious. The commander announced, "This evening you will be informed about the training schedule. Arrange furniture in the assigned area." While returning, someone suddenly called Roman. That guy came to tell him, "The commander wants to talk to you privately. As soon as we met, I saw Barl smiling and welcoming him. He asked, 'Was your trip to the south comfortable?' He politely replied, 'Of course, it's no problem.' Barley also politely invited him to sit. 'He shows affection for you. Do you know how excited I was when I heard you were being transferred here?' Roman Dmitri, Cairo's youngest fighter. Just the news of the birth of the hidden dragon Dmitri already makes me very excited." Roman is still not very interested. Barley is now getting into the main story. "To be honest with you, I called you here to confirm something. Is it true that Marquis Benedict used his hands and feet to get you transferred to the southern front lines?" Roman did not deny it. "Yes, I did not ask him to do that, but I heard he influenced that to happen." Barla's face was sinister as he thought, Marquis Benedict is investing a significant amount of money in Roman. He made his own calculations. "If I build a relationship with Roman first, then maybe I will get the opportunity to enter the central apparatus." Barl's eyes lit up to negotiate. "So, I'll tell you frankly, I want to make a good impression on the Marquis. The southern training camp isn't bad either, but it cannot be compared to the luxurious life of a member of the central apparatus. Therefore, I will do my best to support you while you are here. In return, when you meet Marquis Benedict in the future, simply tell him, 'Viscount Barl of Frank made my life at the southern training camp easier.' That's all we ask for." Roman heard his request and thought to himself, what he said was so blatant. There's no reason for me to refuse what he voluntarily gave me. After talking with Barley, Roman returned. "But as soon as I walked out the door, someone called and found you, you bastard. It was Henry from the inn last time, looking sweaty. It seems like he ran everywhere to find him. You've already caused trouble. Do you hear what I say? Do you know who my maternal family is, the Frank family?" Henry confidently boasted, "Viscount Barl of Frank of the Southern Training Camp is my uncle. Do you realize your mistake now?" Roman heard this name and was stunned. He bent down to look at that short, confused figure and asked, "So what do you expect me to do with that information?" Henry saw that he was calm and angry. "Do you really not understand how much you plan?" He angrily cursed. "Damn it, wait here." Henry ran into the room. To see if he could maintain that composure, he called out, "Uncle!" Barley in the room saw Henry calling and was happy. "Why are you so upset? My dear nephew, are you bold enough to scold me?" "Uncle, if my life was threatened by someone from the Southern family, what would you do?" Barl shouted angrily. "What? Who the hell dares to threaten you?" Henry led him out the door. He was furious and cursed. "How dare they touch my grandson? Even if we die, we must trample on them." Henry looked forward with joy. "He's on the other side of that door." As soon as the door opened, Barl rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. The fist, originally intended to kill someone, now fell to his nephew. Looking at his tooth flying out, Henry's head was full of questions, before a picture of Henry as a child appeared and called out, "Uncle Barla!" Barl of Frank also happily replied, "My nephew." He remembered the scene of the little boy and happily thought, "Since childhood I have been close to Uncle Barl. He always obeys my wishes. Sometimes I even love him more than my mother." But the shock from the punch made Henry hug his cheeks in joy. Tearfully, he called out weakly, "Uncle." Barl ignored his nephew and told himself, the opponent is Roman Dmitri, who is supported by Marquis Benedict and has unlimited money. He sweated and admitted his mistake. "Oh God, please sympathize with my nephew." Barley tried to explain. "I should have taught him better. I apologize on his behalf. Roman also does not accept these things, so in honor of you, I will let it go." He didn't stay long and immediately asked permission to go home. Barley smiled and thanked him for not taking it to heart. As soon as he left, he immediately turned around and cursed his nephew. "You idiot! Roman is the one who has Marquis Benedict's attention. What are you thinking, opposing him?" Henry's face is now filled with anger, but why did he hit me? Seeing that, he had to lower his voice. "When will you grow up? If you keep behaving like you do at home, I won't be able to protect you." Barely suddenly thought of something.
He made a plan. Roman probably has a bit of a grudge against me, so from now on, I will let you pair up with him all the time. No matter what, you have to create a relationship with Roman. Henry felt confused about what his uncle was planning to do. He even reminded him, "Remember, if you don't listen, I will send you to the Western Front." Henry's face turned pale when he heard that. Roman had now returned to his room to rest. "I'm satisfied with these conditions, a private room. Viscount Barley is truly dedicated. Someone who openly shows his ambition is easy to control. I think in the future, the time spent in the southern training camp won't be so bad." In a room in the training barracks, a man was looking at a piece of paper on the table and exclaimed, "I can't believe I have to organize war games for the nobles." That was the instructor at the southern training camp, Mark Burney, he thought back. 3 years ago, I was a veteran military officer on the Western Front. I volunteered to fight on the Western Front out of loyalty to the kingdom, and through countless battles over the past 10 years, I protected Cairo. I started as an ordinary soldier and became a commander leading hundreds of people. But then one moment broke everything. In a battle on the Western Front, I lost my right arm, the hand holding my sword. At that moment, it wasn't the pain, but the thought that my life of fighting had ended that made me suffer. After that incident, in recognition of my contributions at the front, I was made an instructor at the Southern Training Camp. I will have to leave the battlefield. They still try to comfort me that I can still contribute to protecting the fatherland. Even though it is painful, I still accept reality. But the training system at the Southern Camp was a disaster. There, everyone had to train equally, but the nobles were exempt from training. I have outlined a rigorous training system, starting with 3 weeks of basic training. But it's meaningless if the nobles who command don't participate in training, then what's the point? He helplessly looked at the nobles. At least pretend to practice. One of those nobles boasted, "Next time you come to me, I will show you what true happiness is. I will always welcome you." Those nobles resting happily under the trees chatting, Mark Burney couldn't bear to look past them. He was upset. He couldn't believe they could relax like this. "I can't stand it anymore." Suddenly he was surprised. The sight of soldiers standing in line, waiting before his eyes, surprised him. In the southern barracks, they were lined up neatly, and there was also a commander. He was surprised. Did they not know anything about this place? Walking up to Roman, he said, "The southern camp does not require nobles to train." Mark Burney smiled wryly. "If anyone wants to rest, they can go sit there and watch others practice like them." Roman glanced to the side. "What about them?" Among those merry aristocrats, Mark Burney was warm. "Yes, that's right." Roman darkly said, "The enemy will not discriminate between classes when attacking, and not all battles take place on the plains. Mountains, rivers, lakes, commanders must always complete their missions in all terrains. So you must have good endurance to keep up with your soldiers. Therefore, commanders must also participate in training." What he said surprised Mark Burney, and we understood that the Southern Training Camp was a way to test the strength of soldiers as well as a means to impart experience. Mark Burney saw Roman speak like that and was surprised and impressed. He also clearly understood the meaning of training. Roman told him frankly, "So don't fake smile like that in front of me. I'm ready to accept any form of training." Mark Burney was moved. This is the first time I've heard a noble say something like this. I've also heard that people will risk their lives for someone who doesn't recognize them. I was going to just compromise and start the training session, but it didn't work. He turned and walked to the podium. Determined in these 3 weeks I will do the best I can. Mark Burney took a breath and shouted loudly to announce the start of the first week of physical training. Then, the gates of hell opened. Roman and the other soldiers began to run at high speed. Mark Burney commanded, "This exercise is to prepare for the harsh front zone." By training people to be flexible anytime, anywhere, Chris and Kevin ran at full speed to chase Roman. People will climb this mountain every day no matter what the weather. The other guys who were left behind looked tiredly at those 3 people. These guys. They were surprised and confused. What the hell happened to them, they wondered, in the evening before sunset.
Everyone was still constantly practicing. Mark Burney also commanded enthusiasm. War is a psychological battle. We don't know when it will end. By continuously swinging their swords without limits, everyone will surpass their limits. Those who miss the mid-swing will have to practice more. Even if they sleep, they still have to swing. Only when it's completely dark can we rest comfortably. There were a few people who cursed. They were liars, but they said training at the southern barracks was easy. They were next to the stream to bathe. 3 of them kept complaining tiredly. The first day was so difficult. I think it was someone's fault that the difficulty increased. A person not too far away from them said, "Hey, keep your voice down. Think about it for others." Another person agreed, "Yes, compared to you, we are just fools. If we were prepared in advance, it would be a piece of cake. But since we haven't trained for as long as you guys, of course there's a gap." Someone's back asked, right? "It's Henderson," I asked the person who just spoke. "How long have you been training?" The other guy was startled by him and replied, "It's only been less than a year. Of course, we will be weaker than those of you who have trained for many years." Henderson immediately denied, "You are wrong. We have only trained for 3 months. Having said that, I'm suspicious. Don't you have time to prepare?" His cold expression made the other guy turn pale in fear. "Stop making excuses. You're just not trying your best." Back when Henderson read the recruiting announcement, he had made up his mind to become Roman Dimitri's subordinate. He clenched his fists, a bit worried because the position he chose would only be that of an ordinary soldier. So I guess I don't need to have special abilities to be recruited, right? However, that is a huge myth. Veteran mercenaries like Lucas, Pucky, and others gathered under Roman's command are all notorious people. Henderson quickly became a lamb surrounded by fierce wolves. He was extremely worried and scared. Would he survive here? Henderson then told Chris, "It's unfortunate, but I don't think I have the right to serve Mr. Roman." Chris doesn't understand. "Why do you think that?" Henderson then explained, "As I'm sure you know, I myself am nothing but a useless person, unable to even swing a sword." He bowed his head in self-deprecation. "Someone who spent his whole life hoeing soil and growing vegetables like me, and then coming here to demand to serve Mr. Roman, what an arrogant act." Chris asked again, "Do you mean you will give up just because you are inferior to others?" Henderson nodded. "Yes." Chris then began to tell us about the first time we met Kevin. "He's just a kid with nothing but eyes filled with hatred." Chris shares, "Honestly, I don't even understand why he accepted such a brat here." Henderson also felt confused. He continued, "Even so, have you seen Kevin now? In just a short period of time, he became a warrior that no one dared to underestimate. I used myself as an example. I used to be very arrogant." Chris remembered the painful beatings. "With my foolish ego, I challenged him to a duel the first time we met. And then in the end, my entire front teeth were almost blown out." He coldly looked at Henderson. "I was once a frog at the bottom of the well like that. And then his guidance changed people like Kevin." Chris lowered his voice. "Listen clearly, okay? He personally selected you to be his subordinate, which means you may be pathetic right now. But you have the potential to grow, just like Kevin and I. And it is the Lord we serve who will help you do it." Chris's words seemed to go straight to his mind, causing Henderson to freeze. Henderson clenched his fists and admitted frankly, I'm not that confident in myself," he said. However, Henderson imagined himself working hard. There must have been a reason for him to choose me among the countless candidates out there. I don't know how a farmer like me will get stronger. But his eyes became steadfast as he said, "I will believe in our Lord." From that day on, my life began to change, Henderson said. I've been anchored in formal training for the past few months, without caring how difficult it is. Even if I vomited or fainted, I still put all my strength into keeping up with my comrades. Then finally, I became who I am today. Henderson asked that guy, "Do you know what war is?" The other person's face looked at him with confusion. Henderson continued, "Maybe you guys will just sit there complaining that you can't fight because there's not enough time to prepare? At the boundary between life and death? In a place where killing is the only way to survive?" He frowned instead of trying to recognize and overcome his own weaknesses. Henderson looked sternly at the other man. "You guys try to bring others down to make yourself equal. Not only him, but everyone there heard what Henderson said. They were all speechless, not saying a word. I don't want to stay here for long. After turning around and leaving, he didn't forget to leave behind a sentence. A bunch of pathetic people. Roman's army was ready to fight. The rigorous physical training continued even though the difficulties still increased day by day. They still gritted their teeth, trying to pursue their training until the end. The nobles did not train but sat and rested under the shade of trees, looking at them sarcastically. I don't understand how they can try so hard. If this were the Western Front, things would be different. Another guy immediately wondered, but isn't the Southern Front outside the war zone? One of them despised those people with innate minds. They are just wasting their efforts in vain. What other way could Dimitri's group get attention than to put their heads down and try their best? The others also joined in laughing. Henry sat down to rest but did not participate in the conversation. You sat down and thought, how could you approach someone like him? He watched him ponder. He didn't realize that it would get better. What if we talk and form relationships with other nobles? Henry frowned incomprehensibly. This is an issue between commoners and nobles, huh? He couldn't think of anything, so he didn't want to think anymore and yawned. Forget it. Everything will fall into place. In the royal palace, Head Guard Jackson was reporting to the king. He stated, last year, the Guard Corps infiltrated and investigated Cairo's 5 lines on the southern front a total of 48 times. Through preliminary investigation, we determined that their defensibility is moving completely to the western front. It was because the war against Kronos led to their southern front becoming more negligent. Therefore, conquering the southern front will no longer be a big problem. King Hector just listened quietly from beginning to end. The kingdom of Hector was once a power comparable to the empire of Kronos, a kingdom that grew rapidly thanks to its military capabilities, experienced a humiliating defeat in the battle with Valhalla, and gradually faded away. Hector's strength now relies solely on Cairo, and is now just a kingdom that is not too different from the other 5 kingdoms on the continent. So the path of peace and harmony is the only choice. Edwin suddenly spoke up. Can I ask this, Your Majesty? I give you permission, tell me I give you permission, Prince Edwin said. Our Hector kingdom has suffered too much since the heaviest revenue loss in more than 5 years. He continued, the money we borrowed from the treasury to solve that problem has left a large amount of profit choking us every day. Our kingdom really doesn't have the capacity to go further, to this extent. He bluntly stated the consequences. Hector would no longer have anything to call a kingdom. King Hector, of course, understood, tiredly answering his son. It's not that we don't know this. This is the consequence of the wars left by our ancestors. Edwin continued. Our kingdom lost a lot in the war, so I also tried to separate myself from the war and that painful past. Do your best so that past mistakes are not repeated. He still didn't stop, even though he was starting to feel tired. However, everything must have an end. We have been constantly preparing throughout the years. He urged his father, for the sake of the miserable people as well as for this kingdom, to make a decision immediately. War, a word I haven't had the courage to utter for a long time, he said. My son doesn't seem as weak as his father. He looked at Edwin. He asked, Are you confident enough? He replied frankly, I would never mention this if I wasn't confident enough. King Hector now made a decision. Then okay, from this moment on, I give all authority related to the war to the first crown prince of Hector Kingdom, Edwin Hector. He finally met the person receiving the instructions. Edwin's face was full of determination as he asked to obey. Meanwhile, at the southern training camp, 3 weeks of training had also come to an end. Ballet conductor Frank smiled brightly and instructed, You will become a member of the 5th Line Reserve Army from today. Suddenly realizing that he seemed a bit ridiculous, he lowered his voice to a serious one. I'm sure you already know, but it's a place that everyone wants to go to. I had to use some of my authority to assign you there, Roman said. Thank you. Ballet laughed loudly and told him, Don't be polite. If you need anything, just let me know. Returning to the southern front, Mark Burney bowed his head, thanking him for everything. He spoke respectfully. I realized that I had gone much further with him.
And maybe tonight I can train my soldiers with all the enthusiasm I have. Mark Burney held out a piece of paper in front of him, and here it was. Although it doesn't have much value, I think it will help you. He continued, this is a summary of information and terrain characteristics of the Southern Front. I'm sure it will come in handy if one day fighting breaks out there, but I think you will probably spend 2 years peacefully there. I will pray for your safety. Roman smiled and thanked him. Mark Burney thought my emotions were urging me to follow him. He looked at you. The Roman Dmitri we met these past 3 weeks. It is Roman Dmitri that I want to serve all my life. But he was still apprehensive, even so. Mark Burney looked at the soldiers behind him. Mr. Roman already has many talented people under his command. So there will be no room for someone like me who has lost one arm and can't even swing a sword. Don't dare to be self-conscious. I will only be a burden to him. Mark Burney finally gave up that idea and said goodbye. Roman watched Mark Burney leave and opened the paper to see. I think I heard that Lucas had to work very hard to do this. He smiled slightly. His kindness is truly something worthy of our respect. At the Southern Front, line number 1, one of the 2 watchmen noticed something. As soon as he turned to look and discovered that the enemy was attacking, Henry remembered his uncle's words. I specifically let you join the reserve corps of the 5th defense line. Where Roman will be, swear to me. During the next 2 years, he must create sympathy for Roman at any cost. At the 5th line of defense, the military district of the reserve corps, Henry followed Roman soldiers. He was secretly annoyed. Why did he have to be close to that bastard? But at least I can enter the 5th line of defense. While he was thinking, a very loud sound rang out. Henry was stunned and did not understand anything. The emergency announcement was repeated over and over again. The Hector Kingdom had declared war and the entire army was preparing to fight. Henry found it extremely difficult to understand. War? Fight? What the hell is this? When he turned to where Roman was, he couldn't see anyone. He wondered, Roman, where did he go? The 1st line of defense will be the first team to fight after Hector declares war, but the 5th line of defense is the area that faces the risk of collapse after that. The city gate was now broken open by Hector's army. The soldiers guarding Hector were large. They broke down the city gate and stopped them. Along with the shouts of "Stop the enemy!" the sound of swords clashing resounded. The 2 kingdoms began a war of survival. The name of the commander of the 5th line of defense, Baron Brooks, stood from above and saw this scene and trembled. This place was born here. Defense line number 5 is considered the paradise of the Southern Front. The soldiers assigned there only had to eat and play. Has long lost the essence of a frontline front. Mid-level nobles who participated in the military were provided with a luxurious life. Instead of performing their duty as soldiers, all because of a man who took bribes to fill his greedy, hungry stomach. It's the corrupt Baron Brooks, the supervisor here. Now, facing this scene, he could only stand and watch, panicking and thinking, protecting the current 5th line of defense is tantamount to suicide. Brooks shouted orders, held his position. The lives of innocent people will be in danger if they let them pass, he added. No matter what, don't falter. Brooks quickly ran away. The soldier noticed him and called out, Commander, where are you going? His face was confused. Please leave me alone. I will directly contact the royal family. Roman heard the news of the war and ordered the entire army. Our entire army will head to the 5th line of defense immediately. All soldiers seriously listened to orders. Roman led the army to run quickly. The Southern Front lacks too much defense capacity. There was only a mixture of degraded equipment, rotten will, and incompetent command. Roman, full of orders, rushed forward with a plan in mind. They placed a reserve corps in reserve for emergencies, 2 hours away from the front line. Roman clenched his fists in determination. We have to get there within at least an hour. Suddenly, Brooks ran up and waved loudly. You guys must be the reserve army. He panted and ordered him, I'll tell you the details. You are the commander of these soldiers. Please escort me to the rear first. The commander's safety must come first. Compared to strengthening the 5th Defense Force, we must report to the royal family about this urgent situation immediately. Roman recognized the guy. This guy was Baron Brooks, commander of the 5th line of defense. He politely asked,
"Why are you here without soldiers accompanying you?" When he heard him ask, he scolded him, "This rude boy. How dare a member of the Reserve Corps speak to me like that?" Roman's face darkened. There was no time to say more to him. I had enough talking. He grabbed Brooks by the throat with one hand. His voice close to every word, "It means you're here." He looked at him with cold eyes. "You claim to be the commander who left your soldiers behind and ran for your life." Roman moved closer, his hands squeezing his face, making him a bit scared. "Do you understand what the law means? Deserters can be executed on the spot regardless of the circumstances." Even though he knew that, he still tried to threaten the contrary. "You won't." Without listening to any further objections, a slash made his neck fall mercilessly. "If you retreat with your soldiers, at least you will not die by my hands." That head fell, and Roman and his army continued to advance according to his orders. In the fifth line of defense, soldiers' bodies were scattered everywhere. I didn't know who was the enemy or who was me. There were also a few curses nearby. "Damn it." Stephen struggled alone, gritting his teeth. I immediately knew it would be like that one day. He fought while angrily cursing at Brooks. "Think of the commander abandoning the soldiers, you damn bastard!" Suddenly, a sword slashed through his body. Stephen couldn't dodge in time and lost blood. Falling to the ground immediately, he let go of the sword and sat still, waiting for the enemy to come and see him off. But before they could get close, two swords were swung. Those two people could not react in time, so they surrendered their lives on the spot. A figure stood in front of him and asked, "Are you Stephen?" Roman informed him, "Baron Brooks is dead. You will be the one in charge here from now on." Roman silently pondered, "Stephen, he's one of the names Lucas sent me." At that time, Lucas said, "The only person useful in the fifth line of defense is Stephen." Roman continued, "Since he has been defending the fifth line of defense for many years, I will trust your judgment. Tell me how we will protect this place." Roman assures Stephen, "If you say this place is beyond repair, then I, Roman Dmitri, will withdraw all the forces of the Reserve Corps." Stephen was surprised. "So this is Roman Dmitri." Stephen said, "The situation, actually the battle situation, is very tense. Retreating would have been the right decision, but then the enemy would have occupied a favorable position. If Hector captures one of the 5 defense lines, they will have an avenue to receive aid units. In that case, the war will last forever." Roman and Stephen looked at each other. Both had the same thought. "Then there is only one way. We have to use the fence to block the enemy and force them to go through the gate," Roman ordered. "We will buy time to install the barriers. You will mobilize forces to prepare them." Stephen did not expect this. Did he accept such a dangerous plan? He spoke up a bit hesitantly, but Stephen worriedly expressed, "This plan is too dangerous. The enemy army is getting bigger and bigger right now. You will die if you are isolated out there." "Roman, calm down. I know what you're worried about." Suddenly, an enemy came from behind and swung his sword at him. Seeing this, Stephen immediately froze, but Roman easily dodged it. "However, I am not a fool to risk my life on a plan that I think is impossible." He turned around and slashed his sword straight at the enemy. Stephen's shock got even more shocking. He dodged without even looking at the attack. Chris and his army also ran to call at this time. "Commander, Roman orders them. We will open the way to the city gate." The entire army followed me. The entire force immediately listened to the command. It was clear. Stephen looked at them in surprise. They didn't have any questions. "I can't believe there is this kind of master-servant relationship." Roman turned to Stephen and reminded him, "Now do your job well." Hearing that, he quickly replied, "I understand." Stephen now understands this is just the beginning. Their loyalty to him begins with respect. Roman silently pondered, "For someone like me who has no patriotism, is it necessary to risk one's life to fight to this extent? War, after all, is just where the weak are sacrificed to pave the way for me who is respected by the Cairo kingdom. What I have is the privilege of the strong. There are many ways to avoid war, but in reality, for a small country, without any power or money, it just makes my blood boil more." "Yes, oh," Roman recalls his image while fighting, admitting, "wasted his own life on the battlefield." All the soldiers shouted and advanced. Chris and Kevin fought with all their might. Wherever Roman went, death followed. The sound of clashing between sword and shield rang out endlessly. When Roman killed 10 people, Hector's army still attacked regardless. When Roman killed 20 people, they just realized their opponent is much stronger than they imagined. That sword was sharp and cold, stained with blood. And when Roman killed 50 people, terror covered the faces of his enemies. All of them witnessed that horrifying scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Monster!" They pulled each other headlong and ran, shouting for everyone to retreat. Hector's commander, Baron McCleary, saw that his army suddenly retreated and was puzzled. What the hell is this? McCleary thought. If we just broke the wall, our army would win. Why did the entire army suddenly retreat like that? He wondered. Then he noticed something. What is that? Before his eyes was the scene of Roman alone, holding a sword and rushing straight into the enemy army. His eyes seemed to pierce through everything as he looked toward McCleary. He was surprised. How could he come face to face with me? He rushed straight into Hector's army. McCleary watched in fear and gritted his teeth. He came alone to take my head. Arrogant. McCleary ordered, "Kill him now, don't let him go any further." It seemed like he didn't know how terrible Roman's abilities were and screamed in disbelief, "He's the only one, stop him!" Roman's eyes showed death. Notice, the commander was caught off guard. The war was coming to an end. He jumped up and flew straight into where hundreds of enemy soldiers were waiting. Up to now, I have participated in countless battles, so I know very well that once the snake loses its head, the brats around it will also disintegrate. With just one swing of his sword, Roman beheaded a row of people. He looked at them with eyes full of determination. I must kill that commander. 3 soldiers rushed forward, one after another, demanding, "Kill him." Roman was now like a bloodthirsty demon rushing straight in. Heavenly demon sword, second form. He swung his sword powerfully like a death scythe. The ground was divided into 2 sides. In the middle was a deep abyss. The enemy army was scared to death by Roman. McCleary was shocked to the point of silence. Roman's footsteps approached. He was terrified, clutching his sword tightly. "I am Male General McCleary of Hector's army." He was halfway babbling, "I will," when suddenly a sword swing made his head fall off. Roman grabbed the head that had separated from his neck and fell up. He loudly called out, "Soldiers of the Cairo Kingdom, listen." Roman held that head, raised it high and said, "I chopped off the enemy commander's head. But if we spare the lives of the rest, one day they themselves will return and point their spears at us." Standing at the top, he declared, "Bathing in blood today is better than bleeding tomorrow. Brothers, fight with all your might, destroy all of them." Henry's sweat was now drenching his body. He suddenly couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my God, what's going on? Only now did he realize it. He looked down at the chaotic scene below. Now I understand why he told me not to touch Roman at all costs. After Hector's army lost its leader, they fled in all directions. Roman and his soldiers successfully defended the 5th line of defense. Chris, wearing bloody armor, reported, "Among the 30 soldiers, including me." On the opposite side, everyone stood seriously and listened. No one died. Roman saw that and immediately praised him. "Very good," he said. He told them to use magical water to heal the wounds. The soldiers immediately obeyed. Stephen was surprised and granted magical water to all the soldiers. Magic water is a healing medicine invented in the Magic Tower. Even the cheapest magic water has sky-high prices. He watched them pour holy water on the wounds. Stephen praised not only bravery but integrity. He is also very generous with his subordinates. So even if he has to drown in a sea of fire, his soldiers are always ready. Roman now called out, "Stephen, please take care of the battlefield here and prepare for the next attack." He continued, "Also, I need someone who understands the terrain on the southern route." Stephen asked in surprise, "Are you planning to go straight there?" Roman coldly replied, "Yes, the war is not over yet." Later, Stephen took Roman to meet someone. I introduced him. He is very familiar with this area. He will definitely help you. That person stood at attention and raised his hand in greeting. "My name is Kobe." Without further hesitation, Roman immediately showed him the map. "This is a topographic map of the southern region. What is the fastest way to reach the back of the barracks? Kobe considered for a while. What about this road? Roman was not very satisfied. This route takes 2.5 hours by road. We need a shortcut that can get us there in just 2 hours. Kobe found another way. If so? Suddenly, Kobe stopped. Wait, he said, looking at him confused. How did he know the mountain road would take 2.5 hours? Kobe secretly exclaimed. Travel time is not that easy to estimate. Apparently, he already has some knowledge about this southern terrain. I didn't expect you to know so much about the terrain here. You started to feel suspicious. So what does he still need you for? Roman immediately replied when Stephen came to him. Perhaps you thought that I was completely unfamiliar with this terrain. Kobe quickly denied. It isn't like that. Roman didn't pay much attention and began to explain. It's okay. Who wouldn't think like that? To prevent unforeseen circumstances, we have learned more or less about this terrain in advance. But whatever you say, we can't know everything. That's why we need the help of someone who understands the terrain, like you. Kobe was quite surprised when he heard that. He is completely different from the nobles who come to this southern region just to enjoy military benefits. If he could help me, a belief suddenly flashed in him. Maybe there would be hope in the south. The meeting only lasted exactly 10 minutes. Moments later, when Roman came out, he saw Chris standing there waiting. He reported that 30 soldiers, including me, were ready to depart. Suddenly, he discovered someone whose footsteps were gently approaching. He suddenly called, Henry Anbeck. Your face is still dripping with sweat. Why are you here? Roman questioned. I asked, why are you here? Henry thought. If I said I came here to make friends with him, surely he would tell me to go away immediately. He bowed his head and opened. I came here to apologize for what I did before. Henry bowed his head apologetically. I know I was doing a shameless act, but I really want to follow and help you. I am also a noble of Cairo, so I cannot just stand aside and watch. I wait for your orders. His face turned dark. Whether you want to follow me or not is your decision. But let me make one thing clear, Roman said seriously. If you hinder my plans, even if it's just a little, I will leave you alone without hesitation. Those words made him even more nervous. Roman stomped his feet on the ground, a group of soldiers chasing after him. Henry seemed to be unable to breathe. It was too fast. Kobe discovered someone lying on the ground. He looked at the person lying on the ground wonderingly. Over here, Roman also recognized that he was a soldier from the southern training area. He knelt down and asked, What happened? He replied, The southern training area has been attacked. Soldiers asked for help. Please, help us, please. Roman pondered. The location that was attacked was not the front line, but the training area in the south near here. A soldier from the southern training area managed to escape all the way here. It's likely that the attack started at least 30 minutes ago. In that case, the Hater Kingdom must have attacked all 5 defense zones and must have used a fast and mobile army to attack at the same time. He rolled his eyes. Don't tell me. Then he immediately ordered, Go to the southern training area first. Mark Burney held his sword, trembling, his green hair mocking. It's basically over, even if we let you. Then you will all die. The remaining one will not fit. Give up. We will let you die painlessly. He cursed. Die, you bastards. Mark Burney provoked. You think I'll die alone? Even if it costs me my life, I will kill at least one of you. Go ahead, he thought. Damn it, I still have my right hand. Meanwhile, Mark Burney was also constantly worried, not knowing how things were going with Mr. Roman. The only one who didn't let down his guard on the southern front line, he said. When I heard he was moved to the 5th line of defense, I'm sure he will achieve something. He secretly exclaimed, I can't believe it. Standing on the brink of death, the person I was thinking about was him. Surely that means I still have a lot of things I want to do on the battlefield. Suddenly, the wall behind the 2 soldiers gradually cracked. Then it exploded, making them panic. What is that? Has Cairo sent reinforcements? Roman put his foot on the rock. The soldiers were in an uproar. Who the hell are you? Military convoy? How did you know to come here? Mark Burney looked at his face. That person is... Did you recognize him, Lord Roman? He also recognized him.
Mark Burney, is he still alive? Chris spoke up to command. Quickly destroy the enemy and rescue the survivors. The soldiers quickly rushed forward, everyone surrounding them. The other soldiers intended to move closer to Roman and attack that bastard. He suddenly flashed off the ground. Roman quickly defeated them, capturing both of them alive. Purple flames burned on his fingers. He thought, since they've been hit, they won't be able to move for a while. The survivor then turned and ran away. Damn it, I need to report this to my superiors quickly. But he was grabbed by the collar by Mark Burney. I told you, didn't I? You chain his neck, I will kill at least one of you. The soldier's face turned pale, and Mark Burney's body finally fell to the ground, exhausted. Roman approached. Hold on, Well. Leave the rest to me. Take a rest. He closed his eyes gratefully. Thank you. Not long after the battle, elsewhere, Chris reported, we have dealt with 12 soldiers from the Hector Kingdom and saved 5 survivors, based on what the survivors said. He continued, Viscount Ballet had been injured while fighting Hector's soldiers and helped the troops enter the mountain. Roman pondered. Hector's main force attacked the southern training area and left somewhere. At least the main force must have a few hundred soldiers. He asked, Where is Soldier Hector? Chris immediately replied, We brought them all together in one place. Roman continued to order, From now on, without my permission, no one can enter there. That's the command. The door gradually opened. He thought, surely Hector used dispersion tactics for a reason. His face was filled with color. Now I will find out what that reason is. Roman stood in front of the 3 tied soldiers and said, I will give you 3 minutes from now. He threatened, If you give me the answer I want, then I will let you die without pain. If not, you will experience pain and suffering until I let you die. One guy struggled and provoked. Kill us! Just kill us! Roman ignored his words and began, Question number 1. What is the purpose of Hector's kingdom? The long-haired guy was still stubborn, interrogating himself, but he continued to ask, Question number 2. Why do you guys stay in the southern training area? The other guy shouted loudly, I told you, kill us all! Roman lost patience. He brought his glowing finger closer. 3 minutes had passed. The long-haired man was in pain from Roman. His mouth was filled with blood. He glared and screamed in vain. Roman glanced at his finger and explained, I call this crushing corpses. Just experience the pain of my muscles and bones being twisted. You will die slowly. I am sure you have received torture training, but this is unlike anything you've ever experienced. The guy in black bared his teeth and immediately turned pale in fear. He shouted loudly, Do you think if you do that, anything will change? Even if I tell you their tactics, it's too late for you to stop them. His face was gloomy, his expression full. I'm waiting for an answer. The guy in the loose black shirt trembled. What? Roman's eyes flashed. I never thought you would tell the truth. I just want to see your reaction. Looks like I guessed right. He judged, Your true purpose lies at the edge. After listening, his face turned blue. Roman pointed his index finger at him. When it was time to die, a loud scream rang out. After settling everything, Roman opened the door and walked out. They used dispersed tactics to attack the southern front line, confusing us. He thought, if their plan succeeds, it can be considered that the southern front line has been defeated. Roman Dmitri wears silver armor and a crimson hem. He stood by the woods. McBurney was bandaged all over. Speak up. Tell me what exactly happened at the southern training session. He immediately replied, The round of suffering. McBurney's eyebrows were now furrowed. He said thoughtfully, About 2 hours ago we were attacked by the Hector Kingdom. The scene rewinds to before, when McBurney's team was faced with soldiers from Hector. At that time we were just preparing to practice as usual, but Hector's soldiers suddenly appeared to attack. We quickly gathered to counterattack. However, because the numbers are too different, only our side will suffer damage. We don't even know if the training commander, Viscount Ballet, is still alive or not. Hearing this, Roman Dmitri's face turned cold. He lowered his eyes and asked him again, Did they bring anything special? McBurney slightly raised his eyes and replied, They only carry light equipment. He continued, Furthermore, their commander's face was full of scars. After listening, Roman nodded, his arms folded as if thinking. They could be the Guard Corps. McBurney was startled. The Hector Kingdom's Guard Corps, its leader. His face was scarred from the battles he had gone through, and he saw them as glorious victories. McBurney turned his face to Roman and asked, "But I don't understand why they attacked the Southern training session." He was a little tense. His voice was still fine. It rang out. If they wanted to occupy a more advantageous land, they should not have destroyed that place. Roman secretly guessed the truth. They came from behind and attacked the training session. He looked cold, bowed his head, and calmly continued to explain. That's because the Southern training session is on the way to the back area. They have no choice but to attack you. McBurney slightly realized something. You mean? Roman still calmly said, Currently, the Hector Kingdom is implementing a blind strategy. His purple eyes are cold. Attacking the frontline defense is just a trick to cover the eyes. Their real purpose is... The whole dark face looking down from above, Roman Dmitri affirmed. It is the Space Gate. His words aroused a great deal of confusion in McBurney, who was still sitting on the hospital bed. The Space Gate, the highest form of magic that can control space. Because it had the ability to teleport instantly, fighting for it became a fierce battle. Not only can it suppress the enemy's additional forces, but the combination of gates can also move armies for combined attacks. Therefore, the Space Gate can self-destruct if an enemy uses it to attack the owner. Roman crossed his arms and continued, Hector Kingdom is extremely steadfast in this war. If their plan succeeds, they will definitely win. It seemed like the plan was to occupy the Space Gate inside the back area. Hearing that, McBurney's face turned black. Hector asked, So don't we need to quickly come to support? Roman's next answer surprised him. No, McBurney, have you received a request for backup from the rear area? His hands tightened on the bedsheet. He was impatient. Not yet? Roman gently went over the situation with McBurney. Hector's guards left for Southern training about an hour and a half ago. Perhaps they have now captured the Space Gate. The enemy is at the defense line, and the enemy is at the training area behind. As well as the Southern forces, including ourselves, were completely isolated. Thinking of this, Roman Dmitri decided without hesitation, from now on, we must survive on our own without help from the kingdom. At the border area of Hector, a mound had collapsed, and people shouted and reported. The prince of the Hector Kingdom, Edwin, was standing on a dais. The entourage in front bowed their heads and reported, Our army has passed the Southern training area, and we're almost to the back area. The Cairo Kingdom has gathered all its forces to stop our attack in the defensive zone and not realize what our real plan is. Edwin's red hair fluttered. He mused, Still can't let his guard down. Standing from above, looking down, he loudly ordered the other guy, Let's make sure our soldiers in the Cairo defense area last as long as possible. The most important thing now is to destroy the city wall immediately. Once the plan is successful, the southern region will naturally fall into our hands. Edwin's face was cold. His lips pursed. Security is at the core of this plan. We spent a year investigating the security of the southern front line. Jackson's soldiers also invaded that place. He continued to consider, even if I attack them with all my force from the beginning, destroying everything in 4 hours is also possible. But the most important thing for us now is to pay attention to that gate. At this time, the image of the Space Gate also appeared. Edwin's brown eyes looked down sharply. In case of the worst situation, we must be mentally prepared to destroy it. His whole body was filled with anger. If the plan fails, we must destroy the gate and begin the second plan. Hearing his strong and decisive words, the retainer turned a look filled with admiration towards Edwin. Extremely reasonable assessment. It is indeed the person known as Hector's shining star, Edwin Hector. The system where Edwin was standing suddenly produced a source of blue light. The retainer confirmed that that day, he was the one who revived the Hector Kingdom. At the southern training camp, fresh blood was splashed. The leader of the Jackson Guard had just killed a soldier and thought, From now on, we have to be urgent. Before the enemy detects us, we must connect successfully, he shouted. Hurry up! A year ago at that time, Jackson was sitting at the table listening to Prince Edwin's instructions. The Treasury's profits are piling up more and more under pressure from banks and bad debts. If next year there is a difficult harvest, even Hector's reserves will be depleted. Edwin, with a bright face, spoke fluently to Jackson across from him. That's why I made this offer. Then he held out his hand, solemnly soliciting Jackson's opinion. Do you want to destroy the front lines of Cairo Kingdom with me? There are rumors that the kingdom of Hector continuously suffers crop failures due to curses from the gods. In a situation where Hector could fail at any time, Edwin Hector, who is considered the greatest genius in history, said, "We must find a solution before it's too late." He smiled brightly and held out his hand in front of Jackson, like a savior hero. So Hector sent soldiers to scout the south of Cairo 48 times a year. Then he used spies to dig a hole to connect with and run behind. The Guardian Corps finally dug a secret cave and activated the teleportation gate. Behind Jackson, Kobe loudly reported, "The connection has been made." A dangerous blue electric current emanated from the space gate, and from within that light, Edwin stepped out like a god. Cheers rang out in all directions, greeting Prince Edwin. Looking at Kellen behind him, Edwin gave an order. "Kellen," he said. He quickly replied. "Yes, sir," Edwin said. "You are in charge of the First Army and must destroy all the remaining soldiers. Also, build a strong defensive cave to deal with the enemy." After hearing this, Kellen immediately obeyed. "Yes, I understand." Next, looking down at Jackson, who was waiting for orders, he spoke. "Jackson, respectfully, I obey." Edwin continued. "We have lost contact with Baron Mark Leary, who is in charge of Defense Cave number 5. Do you know anything?" Jackson closed his eyes and replied, "We're still investigating, but I don't think we need to worry too much." Speaking of this, the image of Army number 5 also appeared in my mind. The Fifth Army is notorious for being troublemakers, and even if we had half an army, we could still defeat them. Edwin asked again, "But I told you not to put too many soldiers, right?" Jackson replied, "Yes, that's right." At this moment, Prince Hector's expression immediately became determined. His hands clenched tightly. "As soon as this is over, I will definitely punish Baron Mark Leary regardless of the outcome." Edwin's plan was extremely perfect, but he did not know that two unpredictable events had occurred. In the 1st Defensive Army, Going's command rang out, "Reinforce the wall before the enemy attacks again." A pair of feet hurriedly ran away and called loudly, "Commanding." The commander of the 1st Defense Army, Earl Donald, turned to face the direction of the sound and was still reporting. We had received contact from the southern camp. He was surprised. The southern camp? In the communication room, Roman Dimitri's image was projected through the system, and his voice spoke to Count Donald. "Count Donald, this is Roman Dimitri from the 5th Reserve Defense Corps." Donald immediately replied, "Why did you contact me in this situation?" Roman's face was serious. He continued, "I will get straight to the point. I have reason to believe that Hector's side is spreading smoke and has captured the space gate behind him." His voice still echoed steadily. "Before being isolated by Hector's army, we must abandon the city and withdraw our troops to the back of the mountain, then gather the remaining forces to the south of that mountain range." Hearing that, Count Donald frowned. He pondered, the southern mountain. Roman Dimitri's next sentence was interrupted in the middle of speaking when Donald decisively interrupted him, preparing for a surprise attack. Donald immediately declared, "We will decide for ourselves. I will cut off contact." The intercom was immediately turned off. Roman Dimitri was annoyed. Did he disconnect on his own? He waved his cape and turned around. "Things have come to this. We have to withdraw the remaining defense team." At this time, Roman Dimitri stood in front of his own force, led by the deputy leader of the Dimitri family knights. "Chris and Kevin, please pack your things." Roman's face turned cold. He announced, "We will enter the mountains starting today. The crystal still glows. However, it cannot reconnect to the outside." Count Donald cried out in panic, "We can't contact the outside camp." He asked himself confusedly, could it be that Roman is right? A guard walked up to the crystal to check on the situation. Donald stood there, continuing to think. even though the southern front line and other areas have recently sent reinforcements. But it took half a month to arrive. Is there really no other way? He frowned and thought, if we stay in the city until reinforcements arrive, the chance of victory is still very high. Time passed quickly. 4 hours passed without any movement. At this moment, he was really scared. How could this be possible? We are completely isolated. Donald stood on the rampart musing, damn it, but they actually took over the ring gate and blocked the reinforcements. The front defense and both flanks were intercepted by Hector's army. He observed and reassured himself, calm down. The wall can still be repaired perfectly. The soldiers were ready at their positions and all weapons were fully prepared. All soldiers were equipped with armor and weapons. He believed that this time, the mistakes of the first battle would not be repeated. Donald, after strengthening his confidence, loudly ordered, "All troops, prepare to attack." Standing on the high rampart, observing the group of soldiers lined up neatly, he announced, "First Defense Army, listen clearly. Hector has occupied the entrance gate. We are all completely isolated right now. Don't expect reinforcements from the kingdom." Donald shouted, encouraging his soldiers. "However, just like the first battle, I believe that Count Donald will lead us to hold until reinforcements arrive." As soon as his words ended, a loud noise rang out, surprising everyone. Thompson discovered something. Donald looked over, saw Thompson's panicked expression, and asked, "What the hell is going on?" From afar, the enemy's war horn rang out along with a loud shout, "It's an explosion!" Above, a fiery red matrix appeared, accompanied by a terrifying sound that terrified everyone. From the matrix, a fire projectile rushed out at terrifying speed. The fire bullet, with terrible destructive power, aimed straight at the city gate where Donald and his soldiers were standing. Just touching the city gate, the firebomb exploded violently, burning everything around. Donald now remembered Roman's warning. Before the front line and the fringes are completely isolated by Hector's army, we must abandon the city, take refuge in the mountains, and gather the remaining southern forces. In the flames, Donald regretted, "Roman, you were right. The fire was like a bloodthirsty monster." Donald also tried every way to escape, but very soon he was controlled. Hector's soldiers loudly threatened, "Your general is dead." When the task was completed, the fire dissipated, revealing a heavily damaged city wall. The flag of Hector's army was planted high, signaling that this position had fallen. Edwin looked around and commented, "Thanks to the fire matrix, we had the upper hand from the beginning, and we captured the city without suffering serious losses. If this continues, we believe we can control the entire southern front line perfectly." Edwin coldly concluded, "Time is on our side." The soldiers under Donald were all tied up. Kingdom Prince Hector ordered, "Lock all surrendered soldiers in one place to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the loophole. They will be bargaining chips in negotiations with Cairo. We need to stockpile as much ammunition as possible. Depending on the situation, we can even use hostages to reach an agreement." Jackson quickly knelt down to receive orders. Even though he won easily, Edwin still had doubts. "That's the perfect plan, but why am I so insecure?" He clenched his hands, his eyes clearly showing anger and frustration. Did I miss something? His suspicions were not unfounded. A soldier hurriedly ran to report the news. "Big trouble!" the soldier cried out in panic. "Baron Mark Leary was killed on the battlefield. Therefore, the communication port was cut off." Edwin's face turned cold after hearing the news. "Who transmits the news? Bring him to me immediately." A soldier with a bandaged head was brought in to explain the incident. He sat blankly, slowly recounting. Initially, the fifth line of defense did not seem ready to receive any attacks. Edwin stood before the wounded soldier, silently listening to the story. "When we started to attack, we were able to break through into the citadel. Southern official Mark Leary ordered immediate destruction. He held his head, remembering in fear. Just then, the monster appeared. Edwin was surprised. Monster? The soldier trembled and continued. He was so strong that, even though I witnessed it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. That monster single-handedly slaughtered countless allied soldiers. Dozens of soldiers disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Hector's strongest knights could not withstand a single move from that monster. They all lost their lives in the blink of an eye.
the wounded soldier just remembered. His eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul. Just because of that monster's appearance, we lost. Monster! Edwin stared at the soldier, his hands clenched into fists. Monster? He muttered, even more doubts about the character in question. He turned and left. I remember, silently thought. I once heard that Cairo's youngest fighter was sent to the southern front lines. Prince Hector fell into contemplation. Although we spent a year carefully preparing, this unexpected event was truly unexpected. Roman Dmitri. As he walked away, he quickly said, Jackson, report the current situation. Jackson immediately replied, Yes, sir. We tested the 5th line of defense, but there were no longer any Cairo soldiers there. Edwin slowly sat down. He concluded, It seemed they had retreated into the mountains. I will assemble a pursuit team immediately if you wish. Edwin interrupted. Are not. We already have the upper hand. Having captured the southern front line, it was time to negotiate with the Cairo kingdom. At the magnificent Cairo royal castle, the red carpet stretched all the way to the castle door. Daniel was angry. When did they arrive? Daniel huffed in frustration. The butler just wiped his sweat and replied in fear, Please excuse me, sir, because everything happened so suddenly. It took them a while to arrive. Daniel frowned, slammed his fist on the table, and cursed. Daniel is the king of Cairo, he muttered. But King Cairo cannot make decisions on his own. He must have the approval of the nobles before he can mobilize the army. At this moment, he was sitting in the room waiting for them to arrive. The waiting made him frustrated. The footsteps outside the door grew louder and louder, causing him to raise his head and listen. The first to arrive was Marquis Benedict of the noble faction. He smiled. I arrived late because the carriage had some trouble on the way here. He was followed by 2 other figures, Count Denver, who supported Valhalla, and Count Gregory, who supported Kronos. As soon as he sat down, Count Gregory immediately asked, By the way, is it true that Hector Kingdom attacked the front line? Daniel sighed, full of anxiety, and replied, The Hector Kingdom has crossed the border and ambushed our camp. If this continues, the southern front line will be in danger. Marquis Benedict turned and asked, Can't we send reinforcements now? After hearing this, Daniel silently scolded him for being a shameless old man, then sarcastically said, If so, I guess you have agreed to send reinforcements to the southern front lines immediately. Benedict slammed his table loudly. What? Have they taken over the archway? In the end, the command system, being divided into 4 parts, became a big problem. Daniel slammed the table and blamed, How do you intend to take responsibility for what happened here? He angrily shouted, If you gave me the decision-making power that a king needs from the beginning, the southern front line would not have been in such danger. Daniel was angry and pointed straight at them. It's all your fault. At that moment, a guard ran in to announce, Your Majesty, Hector has just sent a magical communication. They stood in front of the glowing crystal, and Edwin's image appeared, accompanied by a voice. What we want is compensation for war losses. Edwin arrogantly declared, Send as much gold as you think is worthy to redeem the southern front line. After hearing this, they were extremely angry. Benedict grumpily said, The war hasn't been established yet. Don't you think it's unreasonable to do this? Denver was indignant. This is a blatant act of robbery. Edwin still slowly replied, I will give you exactly 3 days. If by then you do not meet our demands, your southern front line will become part of Hector. Edwin spoke in a threatening voice. If you're going to try some cheap tricks to buy time, don't expect anyone from the southern front line to return alive. Edwin sat alone in the room after sending the magical communication to Cairo's conference, deep in thought. He thought about Hector's national reserves, which were gradually depleted due to continuous crop failures, along with huge debts with delayed payments. He crossed his arms over his chest and silently calculated, for the sake of the civilians who are living in poverty. Even if I have to risk the reputation of Hector's star, his eyes flashed with sinister ambition, I'm also willing to become the devil of this era if necessary. I will do everything to save the lives of my people. In the palace meeting room, Daniel said with a serious expression, The enemy has already approached the city gate.
We have no other choice. His hand gripped the paper on the table so tightly that it was almost balled up, his anger clearly visible. Compensation as requested by Hector's kingdom is the only way to reduce the damage. Marquette's voice rang out in protest. But if we give in, they will constantly demand new demands. Daniel couldn't hold back his anger. He frowned, rolled his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Do we have any other choice? If you have a better plan, say it now." Count Gregory and Marquette could only bow their heads in silence after his scolding. Daniel gritted his teeth, realizing that these nobles, always fighting miserably for power in times of peace, now they appear helpless in the crisis. Finally, his anger subsided. Daniel calmly said, "If there is no other plan, then follow Hector's request." As soon as he finished speaking, Earl Denver spoke up in protest. The atmosphere in the meeting room slackened. Everyone was surprised by Denver's objections. Count Denver, instead of being afraid, slowly said, "Roman Dmitri is on the southern front line." He presented, "According to the reports I received, Roman Dmitri successfully defended the fifth line of defense. If he can turn the tide, we will have a chance to win this war." Hearing this, Daniel was no longer angry. He seemed to agree with Denver. "I agree. Roman is a great swordsman. Only in his 20s, he was already a 3-star knight. It was truly a blessing for the Cairo kingdom. However, contrary to his agreement, he frowned, his eyes slightly thoughtful. However, he could not make a significant impact in this battle," Daniel concluded. Marquette seemed to agree, saying clearly, "That's right, Roman Dmitri is the future of the Cairo kingdom. We cannot afford to lose such a talent just because of a reckless gamble. The priority is to find ways to minimize damage." Count Denver, with a thoughtful look on his face, thought to himself, "I see. These people don't know Roman's full potential. Anyway, as a high-ranking person of the Valhalla faction, I know clearly what they don't know." Denver continued to think, actually, he could be a 4-star talent or more. Roman is the mysterious factor capable of turning the tide, but there's no need to reveal this. Earl Denver's expression was slightly forced. He smiled and said, "If that's what people think, then I have no further opinion." He continued seriously, "But give Roman 3 days. If there is no change on the southern front line, we can accept Hector's request, okay?" Daniel, although not very willing, replied, "Okay. For now, the Cairo kingdom will prepare for options for negotiation or war with Hector." Meanwhile, a fierce scene of fire and smoke appeared before Henry's eyes. His face turned pale. He exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Henry was on the first line of defense. He watched the huts burn in the fire and the city walls completely collapse. He thought to himself, "It's really over. Cairo has lost." Suddenly, Henry turned sharply towards the soldiers and shouted, "We must retreat to the mountain!" As he spoke, he thought, "War hero? I don't need those things." Henry ordered the soldiers to move quickly. The soldiers listened to the orders and followed them. Henry and his soldiers were scared and scattered, everyone running away. In his heart, Henry resolved, "We must survive first." Suddenly, a man jumped out from the bushes, his eyes flashing green, blocking the way. That person put his sword to Henry's neck. He was scared and gritted his teeth. Turns out it was Chris. He raised a finger to his mouth to signal silence. Henry recognized the person opposite. "Chris?" Chris, with a decisive voice, called Henry and led the way for the whole group of soldiers. Henry thought and wondered as he followed, "What are Roman's knights doing here? Don't they retreat to the rear? What is there in the middle of this mountain?" Henry's face showed surprise. He widened his eyes when he saw in front of him a secret base with sturdy tents. He exclaimed, "When did they build the secret base?" Chris slowly replied, "My commander predicted that the rear camp would fall. This is the base he prepared for this situation." At this time, Henry was angry and turned to Chris. "So why not retreat? What are you guys building a base here for?" Chris's eyes were serious and his voice was sharp. "The war is not over. We stay behind, hiding behind the mountains, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack to protect allies like you." Suddenly, one of Chris's eyes flashed, and his body radiated mysterious power, shining with blue rays of light. "If you had sided with Hector, you would have died long ago." Henry,
with a look of surprise and fear, thought, "How could the Dmitri family own a monster like this?" Henry, still frightened, lowered his trembling voice and asked, "Where is Mr. Roman now? Why don't I see him?" Chris slowly replied, "He is destroying all the enemies." Henry clenched his hands, thinking, Roman Dmitri can lead people like this. He is truly a monster. In the forest, soldiers on both sides were fighting fiercely. The sounds of weapons and screams echoed throughout the space. In the distance, two men were fighting fiercely. That was Brent, the deputy commander of the first line, trying to dodge each sword strike of his opponent. Brent fought and thought, "Damn, Donald, it's because of his stupid arrogance that our soldiers are being massacred like this." Suddenly, Brent was knocked back by the enemy's sword. He plopped down on the ground, watching his opponent prepare to deliver the finishing blow. "Is this the end?" Brent thought, as the enemy gritted his teeth and raised his sword to slash. At that moment, Roman appeared in time, saving Brent. He stood in the middle of a circle of enemies. The enemies shouted loudly to attack. In the blink of an eye, Roman defeated all his enemies. Brent, with a look of horror in his eyes, muttered, "Am I in hell?" When he regained his composure, Brent looked towards Roman and asked, "Who are you?" Roman, with a stern look, replied, "I'm from the 5th line of defense, the reserve team. I'm Roman Dmitri." Brent was surprised. Roman Dmitri? Who advised us to retreat? He came to save us instead of running away. Brent stood up, panting. "The first line has completely fallen. Hector's army is preparing to attack the second line. Can't last much longer." Roman, with cold eyes, asked, "Are you saying we should give up?" Brent replied, looking tired, "I admit that you are an excellent swordsman. But this is a war between kingdoms. We cannot fight Hector's army with you alone." Roman bowed his head, his eyes softened, as if understanding the situation. He replied, "I understand. But do you know, the reason Hector is rushing to attack the south is because they cannot prolong the war for long?" Brent wondered, "What are you talking about?" Roman explained, "Their intention is to use this war to resolve the internal crisis. They need to capture the southern front line to have an advantage in negotiating with the Cairo royal family. Besides, at the second line of defense, Jackson drew a map of the magic matrix and pointed to the command to shoot. A large spark of fire crashed down on the wall, creating a thunderous explosion. Edwin stood from afar, smiling with satisfaction. "Baron McCleary is still alive and the 5th line of defense is the weakest link. But Roman Dmitri," Edwin muttered. His eyes became cold. "Can he defeat Hector's army? We have endured many hardships. We can't let him destroy everything." At that moment, Stephen ran over in panic. "Prince Edwin, it's dangerous. We lost contact with the first team dealing with the remnants. Not only that, both teams 2 and 3 were no longer moving." Edwin, with a surprised look on his face, thought to himself, "This bad premonition. Is it all because of Roman Dmitri?" Returning to the base in the hut, Edwin ordered Jackson, "Report the situation immediately." He reported immediately after breaking through the first line of defense. "We asked Team 3 to take care of the remaining troops, but an hour ago all communication with Team 3 was cut off. It seemed like they had been destroyed by the enemy." Edwin had a questioning look on his face. "How many soldiers have we lost?" Jackson replied, "About 300 soldiers." Edwin frowned, his face serious. "My worries have come true. This is definitely because of Roman Dmitri." At this moment, Edwin's fear was evident. He bit his lip and thought to himself, instead of crossing the mountains to escape, he chose to stay at the southern border to fight. Edwin spoke up, "If we let Roman Dmitri do this, we will be in big trouble later." "But Your Highness, Roman Dmitri is just a small variable," Jackson protested. "If the siege fails because of him, our plan will not succeed." Jackson continued, "The problem is not that Dmitri, but destroying the entire remaining enemy defense camp is the top priority." Edwin replied firmly, "No, the most important thing now is to get rid of him." Edwin's face darkened. His eyes shone with a terrifying threat. "Whoever dares to interfere with our plan, order the warriors in defense line number 2 to withdraw immediately." Jackson received the order. "Yes, Your Highness." In his heart he wondered, why is he so obsessed with Roman Dmitri? Surely he is hiding in this mountain. Under the gloomy night sky, a group of soldiers lined up neatly, just waiting for orders. Jackson observed Edwin, thinking, he has checked the plan countless times. With sharp instincts, Edwin understands that Roman Dmitri is a serious threat. Edwin said, I know what you are thinking, but as commander, I need to prepare immediately for the worst situation. Everyone listened attentively. Fighting the entire remaining enemy defense force is only the second worst-case scenario, but the worst scenario is the appearance of Roman Dmitri, who causes unpredictable events. Jackson thought to himself, Edwin Hector always acts with purpose and careful calculation. Everyone shouted in unison, Obey, Your Highness! Edwin turned away, his voice dangerous. It's time to hunt the rat that sabotaged our plans. In the southern mountains, a torch is lit. The voice rang out, If we search all over the area, we will lose sight of the enemy. Divide your troops from the foot of the mountain, gradually narrowing them down as you reach the top. A soldier shouted loudly, As soon as you detect the enemy, blow the flute to signal. Put them in a corner. We can destroy them without much loss. Everyone shouted in unison, Obey! Suddenly, a soldier's face changed and asked worriedly, How is the left side? Another soldier replied, Nothing unusual. But his face was pale, as if he had just felt something pass by like the wind. The commander turned and asked, What about the right side? A voice replied, Nothing unusual. He thought to himself, Everything is fine. Soldiers stood in the middle of the forest holding bright torches, but the feeling of insecurity did not go away. Fear was evident on his face. Holding the flute in his hand, he thought, We must quickly blow the flute to signal. But just as he put the flute to his mouth, Roman appeared from the darkness, fast as the wind, breaking his neck in the blink of an eye. He fell down, the torch burned out in a corner. Roman looked around, thinking, Hector has made a bolder decision than I thought. I intended to take advantage of it to gain profit, but they stopped attacking the defense line to focus on hunting us down. An urgent voice rang out. The enemy has appeared! Check your teammates! The soldier holding the torch shouted loudly, Cut off the retreat! Put them in a corner! As soon as he finished speaking, Roman rushed forward like lightning, cutting off the soldier's head. With cold eyes and a sinister smile, he thought, It's been a long time since I've had this feeling again. Roman recalled, The 12 children of Thien Devil lived in the harshest of circumstances, always having to fight to survive. He remembered the heavenly demon's teachings. From now on, you will live as a night demon. Continuing the flashback, his first mission was to track down a low-level cultist who had once caused trouble within the sect and then withdrew. He successfully killed that evil believer in just 3 days. However, the missions became more and more difficult, and eventually he faced invincible enemies, making the missions increasingly complicated. Luckily, he found the Night Demon King's martial arts secret in a room of the evil cult. The Night Demon King was once a notorious thief, proficient in acting in the dark. He caused many robberies and destroyed many guilds that opposed him. From then on, his reputation spread throughout the world. In the end, the Night Demon King was tragically killed when the righteous gang organized a siege at Castrol Citadel. After that tragedy, his name was still circulated in the martial arts world forever after. He has mastered the skills of the Night Ghost King, thereby completing all the most difficult tasks. Continuing the flashback, 1 year later, he killed 38 masters of all sects in his missions, becoming an ecstatic Da demon, famous in the world with the nickname Thien Demon. Darkness is the biggest fulcrum for Thien Demon. Returning to the current situation, a loud, angry voice rang out. Where is that bastard? The commander of the siege team of Hector's corps shouted loudly, Charge! We will go first! Everyone fall back! Roman's eyes shone coldly. Roman said coldly, Hector, I will make you regret ever entering this mountain, where the darkness is where I rule. An urgent voice rang out, Commander, Team 1 is dead. Thompson looked scared, holding his head in both hands, tears welling up in his eyes. I can't believe this crazy thing happened. I have to report it right away.
He sat down on the ground, holding the sound transmitter and shouting loudly. "Commander, a ghost has just appeared. If this continues, we will all die." From the darkness, Roman appeared, his eyes flashing, looking down at Thompson. He cried, his hands trembling, and begged, "Please, help." From the communication device, Edwin reassured, "Thompson, calm down. The enemy is just taking advantage of the darkness." Thompson shouted in despair, "We can't fight invisible ghosts. Soldiers are dying, but we don't know where or how they attack." Edwin felt nervous. Thompson is an aura swordsman. His senses are sharper than ordinary people. How can he not identify the enemy? He gritted his teeth and thought, "Do they use magic? It's impossible. Magic that makes the body invisible cannot be used continuously." Next to Thompson, he remembered being suddenly slashed and told himself, "Don't let the darkness distract you. I'm bringing help." He shouted an order. "Legion, listen. The enemy wants to take my life. Get into the defensive formation and counterattack now." He pulled out the sword from his waist, concentrated all his strength, and closed his eyes to feel. After orienting himself, he swung his sword but stabbed his teammate. Thompson was stunned. "Damn it! They used their allies as a trap." His teammates barely survived and cried out, "Captain!" Behind Thompson, Roman's silhouette appeared faintly, whispering, "I used to hunt enemies in the dark." After a while, they all thought the same thing. Thompson was startled, swung his sword behind him and shouted, "Don't hide and hide like that!" Another sword blocked his attack. In the blink of an eye, Roman slashed Thompson's body, causing him to collapse in pain, shouting loudly, "The enemy is on this side!" Roman coldly said, "Screaming is useless. I used mana to block all sounds. No one can hear you." Having finished speaking, Roman stabbed Thompson in the back, slashing his legs and back again. He lay groaning on the ground. Roman took Thompson's communication device and said, "Listen, I know what you're thinking." Roman coldly continued, "Your people are starving due to the harshest drought. Why did Hector take over Nam City? And why do you have to risk your lives? There is only one reason: to solve the national crisis with war. You occupied the southern citadel to blackmail Cairo. The problem is that I already know all your plans." Thompson struggled to move on the ground, hearing every word Roman said. "From the beginning, you couldn't endure 3 months due to lack of military strength. I've been interfering with the plan this whole time." Roman thought to himself, "I have achieved my goal. They can't ignore me anymore." From the device, a voice rang out. "Are you Roman Dmitri?" Roman smiled. Edwin continued, "I will not deny what you said. The Hector kingdom is indeed suffering from a severe drought to the point of having to borrow from outside. To escape this debt cycle, we have no other choice." Roman asked back with disdain, "Do you expect me to understand your situation?" Edwin's voice sounded pleading. "Just to explain our urgency. The fate of Hector's kingdom depends on this war. Like you said, we don't have time anymore. But that doesn't mean we will back down. Our comrades cannot die in vain. Please pass this word on to the Cairo royal family for me." Edwin echoed the affirmation. "If we don't get anything, we will release poison from necromancers everywhere and turn this place into a dead land. I am Edwin Hector. As the prince of the Hector kingdom, I will do everything to save my people." Roman quietly listened to him. Edwin continued, "Roman Dmitri, what is your decision?" Edwin invites him to join Hector in a situation where he can choose to negotiate with them. This decision will affect Cairo as well. Roman did not answer immediately, but silently evaluated him. Edwin Hector, a name I've heard many times while investigating Nam Citadel. Unlike his father, he is very outstanding and talented. As someone born to shoulder Hector, recognized both inside and outside the kingdom. He also led this war. Roman was secretly annoyed. Even though I admit that he is very good, how dare he threaten me? Thinking of that, Roman stabbed Thompson once more, making him scream. Edwin panicked. "What are you doing?" Roman calmly replied, "I just stabbed this guy in the thigh." Edwin was angry. "Just kill him. Even though he's an enemy,
How can you torture him like that? Roman continued, How emotional. I'm not interested in your misery. Don't be mistaken. Then he stabbed Thompson again. The war has begun. The one who crossed the line first was you. His words made Edwin pale. You have no right to ask me to be kind. Roman threatened, I will do what I think is right. Don't try to rely on me. I will not forgive any of you. As he spoke, he stabbed Thompson in the thigh. Even if you raise the white flag of surrender and run away, Roman strongly affirmed, I will chase and thrust my sword into each of their backs. I am Roman Dmitri. His words echoed, his excitement scaring Edwin. If you want to resist to the end, I will see you soon. Edwin was now pale and did not dare to say anything more. The communication device was disconnected. Edwin suddenly realized in his heart, Roman Dmitri, he is much more dangerous than I thought. Jackson asked, What do you plan to do next? Edwin's face darkened. He ordered, Mobilize all forces immediately. Create a siege around the location of the communication device. For the sake of the soldiers who died in agony, I will personally deal with you, Roman Dmitri. Jackson quickly obeyed. The scene changes to another place. The fire covers the whole forest. A voice rings out. All soldiers continue climbing. Even if our comrades fall, we must cut off the enemy's retreat. Roman dashed their hopes. Now you won't see anything anymore. He explained, For humans this is a very small amount of mana. But every rock and branch innately contains mana. Roman looked at the soldiers and added, If I can control this amount of mana, I can bend space. Roman suddenly disappeared, leaving only a gust of wind. Chris's face turned pale. All 5 of his senses were deceived. A minute ago, he was standing right there. Before his eyes, there was only the forest, but it disappeared into nothingness, like a joke of fate. This is called a visual trap, Chris thought to himself. A soldier shouted loudly, Death to destroy the enemy! It seemed he didn't notice Chris's presence at all. Chris jumped hard to the ground. He thought, just as the commander said, Hector's soldiers cannot detect us. So this is a visual trap? Chris gave the order to attack the enemy. They responded in a panic. Where did these people come from? Gather together to counterattack. After just one battle, he has become a completely different person. Training extremely hard to become stronger, Chris understood that he could not fully comprehend Roman's teachings if he lost even the slightest concentration. Even though I'm about to collapse, he thought, I still have to persevere and continue. As a result, Chris has mastered the swordsmanship of the top 10 martial arts masters. Lightning flashed as his feet skimmed the ground. Chris sat down on the ground, looking around at the results. We have defeated all the enemies according to the commander's orders before Hector's soldiers could provide aid. He shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to retreat. We need to move to the next location. At the same time, a battle was also taking place in another land. A soldier shouted, The enemy is here, stop him! Kevin's friends say he is a monster who grows quickly and becomes strong. Kevin thought to himself, I observed how the commander personally dealt with the enemy. I will do what he did. His face was filled with determination. The commander's path is absolutely correct. At the same time, on another front, Bucky and Vulcan completed their mission. They divided their army into 4 groups to attack simultaneously, and the plan was a great success. A soldier knelt down and reported, I'm sure Cairo's side has magicians. He shouted loudly. Even under the light, Cairo soldiers still suddenly appear and attack our army. It seems we have fallen into the enemy's trap, Jackson deduced. Edwin frowned. There is no magic that can teleport so many people, he explained. It can only happen if using a magic scroll, but the high-level magic scrolls were strictly controlled by the magic tower. There's no way the southern front would have that. He speculated, if so, the only possibility is that they have a magician. But why did a high-level magician appear in the south? Edwin shook his head in disbelief. This is ridiculous. Jackson also nodded in agreement. Mages are even rarer than aura swordsmen, as most of them belong to the Magic Tower, a neutral organization. The Magic Tower operates across continents, always searching for and recruiting people with a natural talent for mana. Due to possessing a huge treasure of knowledge, magicians have no choice but to join the magic tower. Edwin grimaced. So, up until now, each kingdom has only had very few free magicians. This is not magic. I need to go there to find out for myself. But then Edwin pondered, the soldiers are risking their lives to fight the Cairo army. This is not the time. We need to wait for the right opportunity. Now it's time for Roman Dmitri to fall into my trap. On the battlefield, the sword pierced a soldier. The soldier groaned, his voice shaking. Finally caught you. His body suddenly glowed, surprising Roman. The light from the soldier's hand illuminated the entire forest. Roman suddenly disappeared, but unfortunately, he was discovered. Roman Dmitri is here! He's over there! Quickly surround him! The artifact exploded, shooting rays of light everywhere. Those rays of light covered Roman's body, revealing his position like a firefly flying in the dark forest. A soldier reported, Roman Dmitri is moving north. He has run to the opposite side. A warning voice rang out. Team 2, the mouse is coming towards you. They cheered. Kill him! Avenge your comrades! Roman recited the spell. Heavenly demon sword form, second move. He stopped at one place, sat down, and struggled, seemingly reaching his limit. A soldier trembled and said, Do you think you can leave here alive? Thousands of soldiers are surrounding this place. No matter how strong you are, you will still die. Roman's face darkened. Do you think I don't know this is a trap? He was surprised. Roman stood up. Countless soldiers are rushing around just to pursue me. They all rush towards me recklessly, hoping to stop me even for just a minute. No, in 30 seconds. Roman glanced at the soldier. Don't you find it interesting? You guys are gradually letting down your guard more than ever. I can play with you guys anytime. After all, there's still a lot of time before dawn. The enemies lay collapsed on the ground. Jackson walked up behind Roman. It's over. Roman watched him with his scarred face and the light shining from his equipment. Roman thought he must be the leader of the guards. This energy must be at the 4-star level. It seems Hector hid his information. Jackson suddenly rushed forward to attack. Roman didn't like it either and immediately responded. The two magic users fought fiercely. Jackson shouted loudly, Finally caught you, Roman Dmitri! According to Roman's assessment, Jackson is only a 4-star swordsman, not ranked among the elite of the Hector Empire. Jackson was overshadowed by his reputation. Everyone only knew him as the leader of the Guard Corps, but no one really understood his strength. When he crossed swords with Roman, Jackson realized his strength far exceeded expectations. He felt dizzy when his powerful blow couldn't push Roman back. Jackson looked at Roman's confident face and realized his mistake. We underestimated Roman Dmitri. The report that he was only a level 3 swordsman was a lie. Jackson recalls the scene where Roman stood in the middle of the battlefield, destroying the 4-star swordsman. A true walking disaster, he thought to himself. When the two blades collided, Jackson gritted his teeth. He's too strong! The sword Roman was holding emitted billowing purple power. Roman swung his sword to form 2 diagonal lines to attack Jackson. He panicked. Wait, am I being pushed back? A small scratch appeared on his face. Pushed off balance, Jackson knelt down. He made up his mind. No matter how strong you are, you can't get out of your head. Jackson took out the command whistle and blew with all his might. Following the siren, reinforcements immediately rushed to support Jackson. Surround Roman Dmitri. Protect the leader. Jackson persuaded Roman. Surrender, Roman Dmitri. Roman smiled arrogantly. Surrender? That's interesting. It seems you still don't realize your situation. Roman said, You guys are confusing a few things. First, how can these fragments compete with my ideas? Jackson was surprised when the glowing debris fell to the ground. Roman continued, Second, I am completely confident that I can escape any siege, even if you block me from all sides. Something moved very quickly. What remained was Roman's voice. Roman appeared like a bolt of lightning behind Jackson. He was startled. It's moved behind me.
Roman coldly said, "Jackson, the fact that the head of the guard like you has to come here shows that Edwin Hector has no one by his side." As if caught in shock, Jackson's face turned pale. When he turned around, Roman was gone. Jackson shouted loudly, "Damn it! Go after him now! Prince Edwin is in danger!" Roman used maximum movement speed. The only way to end a conflict when at a disadvantage in terms of force is to take the enemy general's head. He felt the right direction. If I follow the flow of mana Edwin Hector is using, I will find his location. At the foot of the mountain, a guard heard a strange noise. Roman rushed out from the bushes. The guards panicked. "What, Roman Dmitri?" Without many words, he took care of them. He knew what his goal was. He captured someone. Roman jumped up, swinging his sword behind his head. "Edwin Hector." Hans smiled smugly, and a red-orange magic circle appeared in his hand. He noticed something unusual. He changed the way he used mana and exclaimed, "Is he a magician?" Edwin cast magic to create a strange, fiery seal. From his magic attack, countless sparks rushed out and enveloped Roman. He swerved to avoid it. Roman shouted loudly, "Don't try to run!" Cracks gradually appeared on the ground, and beams of light followed the cracks, streaking straight up. Next, countless giant tentacles rushed out to attack him. Roman quickly cut a few lines, causing them to break. "How can this cheap magic stop me?" Meanwhile, a sound rang out. "How dare you follow Prince Edwin?" The attack, as bright as the sun, hit Roman directly. "You arrogant guy! Don't you know the limit?" Being attacked by another person made him a little skeptical. This man possessed such a powerful aura, he was definitely not an ordinary person. He was Butler, that mysterious hooded person, ranked second in the kingdom, Hector, the royal knight leader of the command team. Butler shouted, "Roman Dmitri, you can't hide anymore even if you want to." Roman thought, "You must have devised every plan to defeat me, Edwin Hector." In his heart, Edwin was not relieved at all. He was also extremely vigilant. "Roman Dmitri, no matter what tricks you did. He's confident and can't survive against a 5-star swordsman and a level 4 mage. This time I will definitely send you off in person." He used magic to create 2 streams of wind as sharp as swords and wind blades. The butler also slashed his sword at him. "Go to hell!" The attack from both sides surprised him. Roman is caught in the middle, with both sides of him in danger. He gathered strength, his eyes burning with magical fire. He used both hands to support the 2 sides. The colliding forces created quite a shock. The sword stabbed forward, the entire blade emitting a dazzling light. Roman was in a difficult situation, resisting with terrible power, when a loud explosion occurred. Roman was using his sword to support himself so he wouldn't fall. Even though I anticipated there would be traps. He was somewhat confused, but he did not expect that Edwin Hector was a magician. He had brought a whole army of soldiers led by a 5-star swordsman disguised as a normal person. In a situation where his life was hanging by a thread, Roman smiled. "This is great." His whole body radiated extreme power. Only when standing on the brink of death do we truly feel alive. Butler felt a bit of admiration in his heart. He didn't expect that he was at a level that could withstand both his and Prince Edwin's attacks at the same time, and he was only over 20 years old. He wondered where this monster came from. Luckily, he's not on the same level as me, otherwise. Seeing him stunned, Edwin shouted, "Butler, what are you doing? Now he's exhausted." Roman was like a bolt of lightning, holding a sword and rushing towards the spot. He is cold, his swordsmanship is heavenly. Realizing the situation, Butler rushed over. "Don't!" The source of power from the sword technique, thirdly, Butler stood to block its destructive power. As soon as the attack dissipated, all that remained was empty, eroded ground. He turned to ask about his situation. Edwin stammered in response, "I'm fine. Roman vomited blood and blocked my attack. He's truly a 5-star swordsman on a completely different level." Using the heavenly demon sword technique twice made it difficult for my physical strength to last anymore. It's really unlucky. I have to leave here. Edwin was still extremely frightened. In his ears, he heard Roman's voice. Remember this, Edwin Hector. He still kept his cold expression. Next time we meet again. Roman's figure gradually sinks into the dark night. Don't dream of being able to survive what you did today. The two people, Butler expressed shock, and Edwin remained silent. Because of just one person's mistake, the army suffered a great disgrace, almost losing their commander. That truth was so harsh that, even though it happened right before their eyes, they still could not accept it. Edwin clenched his fists tightly, questioning himself. It was all my fault. I was too arrogant to think I could deal with Roman Dmitri easily. He remembered the scene of soldiers' deaths, the decisive moment in a war. It was when one side suffered the worst consequences that they could not have predicted. This was the defeat of Hector's army. He lowered his head, screaming in his heart, "No, this is my own failure." The sounds echoed in the sunset on top of the high mountain. Let's bury our soldiers together. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Everyone looked at the burning fire. Edwin felt extremely hurt and regretful. I'm sorry, it's all because of my hasty decision. Immediately, a soldier expressed his disagreement. Why do you say that? How can this be your fault? Jackson continued. He's right. We don't think this is the prince's fault. Hearing him say, it's only because our enemy is too strong, his eyes closed tightly. Finally, Jackson encouraged Edwin. Please keep your head held high because we... His body seemed to stop when he heard the next 5 words from him. Still trust you. Seeing faces filled with trust from my subordinates, Edwin closed his eyes, smiled as if letting go of some of the burden of guilt, thought to himself, yes, Jackson is right, then spoke up. Okay, but later on, if anyone feels that my decision will bring defeat to the entire army, you must stop me immediately. No need to be formal. The soldiers immediately obeyed the order. He declared strongly, from now on, before Cairo's army comes here, we must quickly stabilize the frontline barracks. We have 10 days left. In his citadel, Edwin continued to order, after arrangements are made, we will station troops on the outskirts and prepare to die. Butler wondered how he planned to deal with Roman Dmitri. Imagining the high mountains and hills, he replied, even though he is indeed a strong enemy, if we fight in the mountains, where we have many advantages over the terrain of the plains, then things will be completely different. He is serious and assertive both towards outsiders and himself. I will take advantage of that advantage. I lost, but Hector's army did not. Jackson raised the question, if we strengthen our defense, will we be able to retaliate against Cairo? In the voice of an arrogant leader, Edwin replied, we must not only reclaim what we have lost from the Cairo army, but also reclaim it from the Kronos Empire. At the Cairo royal family right now, in the past, we used to pour a lot of money into the eastern border because of Kronos's provocative actions. Earl of Cairo Kingdom Arthur shouted loudly, but with the current budget situation, it is impossible for us to meet all the conditions that Hector's army proposed. The old man complained, if we satisfy all their demands, the current remaining budget will hit the bottom. King Cairo heard that and came up with a solution. What about raising taxes? Thinking of the people's protests, he said, we just raised taxes half a year ago. If we raise taxes again now, people will riot. Daniel fell into deep contemplation. Now the only way was to use money from the Cairo nobility. But if we do that, it would be like we are creating conditions for them to disregard royal authority. His brain is currently a mess, but I have no other choice. Daniel instructed, quickly inform the nobles in the government. I want to hold a meeting immediately. Before he could finish speaking, someone came to deliver urgent news. Your Majesty, there is news from the southern border. We have chased away the enemy. He was extremely surprised by this news. What? Daniel asked again to be sure. Count Gregory sat in the next chair, expressing his disbelief. Hector has up to 10,000 troops. How can he defeat Hector's army with such a small number of troops? Then he had to say something. If this news is true, then we can let go of the burden. At the same time, the long-haired earl next to him repeated the name in his mind, Roman Dmitri. Sweat trickled down Denver's cheeks. Really won against such a huge obstacle?
One of the people reached out to the sound transmitter. "I will contact the south immediately." The earls waited for someone to connect through the magic weapon. Then Daniel stared at the person across the screen and asked, "Who are you? Which army do you belong to?" He heard the answer immediately and clearly. "I am the second son of the Albeck family. My full name is Henry Albeck." Hearing that, everyone started chatting. "Albeck, which house is it?" Baron Olo suddenly remembered. "Ah, the Albeck family, which has been the birthplace of many outstanding people and also used to be a big family in the government." His face was covered in sweat. "Yes, that's true." He voiced his inner question, but even so, why is this young master answering for Roman? Henry first reported, "I have joined Roman's army." This was followed by an explanation of the reason for this. It should have been Roman who answered. But he said he wanted privacy. "I'm the only one here who is a noble, so I take the liberty to stand up for you. I was personally trained by Mr. Roman. Receiving the task of deploying defense at line number 5, I went there and received intelligence that Hector's army would attack the southern border. Although I was a bit scared at first, I still rushed to line 5 with Roman and did my best to—" Without letting him finish his sentence, Kahlo pointed. "Wait, are you going to tell us everything from beginning to end?" Looking at his slightly worried face, he said, "Let's get to the point." And of course, he obeyed, replying. Clenching his fists to cheer himself up, Henry thought, "I'm sure that once Roman Dimitri wins the Cairo kingdom, his name will be honored throughout the continent." When the line of thought reached the point, "I have to take advantage of him to make friends before others realize his true value." He used all his strength to explain, "This victory is entirely thanks to Mr. Roman." Looking at the High King Cairo, he predicted that the Hector army would attack the southern camp, and their real target was the Ring Gate. So he immediately climbed the mountain and built a secret camp. Remembering Roman's face and outstanding ability, Henry lamented, "If the commander in the south had listened to Mr. Roman from the beginning, the border would not have fallen so quickly." Just like that, Henry Albeck lowered the idiots to the abyss and at the same time praised Roman to the top before everyone's stunned eyes. Henry was sure that the nearby soldiers under Roman's command would hear this. To make sure, he even spoke loudly as if he were afraid that everyone would be deaf. Like a talented orator under the blazing sun, he loudly declared, "We stood together, and Mr. Roman led us to the light of glory." He stood on the front line when our army only had 200 people left, much fewer than the enemy army. Finally, Henry finished, and won a glorious victory. I and the warriors here are still ready to fight the kingdom of Hector. Everyone fell silent after hearing his report. King Cairo was the first to break the silence. "We have been too soft." Daniel smiled brightly, full of hope. Even in such an unfavorable situation, Roman Dimitri still stubbornly defends. Meanwhile, we, the leaders, only think of surrender. Baron Carlo agreed. "Your Majesty is right. As soon as Hector's army captured the arch, we all thought we had lost." He raised his right hand. "However, Cairo's army has proven that they are not defeated. Cairo's heroes. Roman Dimitri is currently at the southern border. Our job is to take advantage of the advantage he just brought to counterattack." Carlo's words woke everyone up. Gregory slapped the table and suggested, "Quickly send more troops to the southern border. We must teach Hector a lesson for daring to violate our territory." Daniel tossed his cloak and declared boldly, "We will not negotiate with Hector anymore. From now on, our job is to regain the pride of the Cairo kingdom." King Cairo ordered, "Quickly gather all the vassals and inform them of the situation on the southern border." The nobles had expressed concern about the southern border, but after the session, they turned their attention to Roman Dimitri. Prominent figures such as Baron Carlo, Count Denver, and Count Gregory decided to pull Roman to their side. The light from the transmutation crystal gradually went out, but in Henry's mind, thoughts did not stop. "I'm sure that after the war is over, Roman will be promoted to the government." Turning his head to look at the soldiers, Henry continued to think. "If we keep this momentum, if I become Roman's confidant, my life will flourish." Thinking so, he immediately took a few pieces of premium beef jerky and gave them to the vice captain. "Hey, Chris, you're hungry, right? Eat this." He immediately refused. Henry ran and begged. Chris turned around and shouted straight at him. "Do you think I don't know your intentions?" he analyzed. "If you really want to be recognized, then stop acting like it in front of us." Then, he emphasized, "Let's become someone we can trust on the battlefield." At this moment, Henry looked embarrassed. He repeated in his head, "Trust." Then he turned to give the dried beef to the guy next to him. "Are you Kevin? Eat this." The Royal Army was sent to the southern line and was ordered to assist Roman with more time. Drag until Cairo's main force arrives. On the city wall, there were two people facing each other. Vasily seriously considered, "With only 200 people, I could defeat Hector's army. Only 200 people, are they too weak?" The guard obediently replied. His subordinates also thought the same. "I also heard rumors that Hector is facing a very serious famine, so it seems their army is not scary." He did not answer, just quietly pondered. "I've been defending this shabby place for 3 years now. This is the opportunity God has given me." Vasily thought, "Helping Roman buy more time? Whatever that guy can do, I can also do, no less. He ordered the entire army to gather for us. I will wage a guerrilla war to make Hector's kingdom remember forever." The defense points appear